League of Legends, The Lord of the Thousand Year War. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 676, The Origin of the Twin Spirits. Take off the mask. Sheep, do you know what you are saying? The wolf stood up in disbelief, trying to dissuade the sheep from making the decision. Your life and my life have long been closely linked to the mask. If you take off the mask, sheep, you will be killed by the evil owl. The sheep knew that the wolf was telling the truth. The duty of the evil owl was to hunt down the masked spirits forgotten by mortals. Being forgotten by mortals was not the only condition that would make the evil owl take action. Taking off the mask meant that the masked spirit gave up the duty of the god of death, and also meant losing the name of the god of death. When the death god kindred believed by mortals could not be linked to the Miraclaw, it was equivalent to the god of death being forgotten, which would inevitably attract the evil owl and erase the existence of the masked spirit. The sheep knew this, but now she had to take another path that the mother of masks would not accept, but was willing to let her try. Wolf, are you willing to believe me? The sheep stroked the wolf's head gently, stroking along the spine along the illusory hair. She knew that this was the wolf's favorite action. The wolf lowered his head, looking a little struggling. When he raised his head again, he had regained his composure. Sheep, I have never doubted you. If you choose to take off the mask, I will also take off the mask, even if I will die. Licking the sheep's cheek, the wolf's voice was very calm. No matter what choice you make, I will accompany you. The sheep sat on the grass and hugged the wolf's head. Thank you, you are still willing to believe me, even though you know I'm hiding a lot of things. The wolf shook his head and drooped his head on the sheep's legs. Because I have a feeling that you will never hurt me. With a sigh, the sheep looked up at the sky and knew that it was time to tell the wolf the truth. Dear wolf, are you willing to listen to my story? Perhaps the answer you desire is in this story. The wolf did not speak, but just nodded. The sheep smiled. A long time ago, even longer than the wind and frost of Freljord, there was a tribe living on the steep mountains. They lived by hunting, eager for battle, and believed in glory. In that barren mountain range, longbows and javelins were their only way to get food. The mountains stretched for thousands of miles, surrounded by ferocious beasts. The sharp-clawed violent bears and one-horned giant wolves living on the top of the mountains could easily tear every prey apart. Except for hard stones and cold snowflakes, there was no food to fill their stomachs in the wild. All the beasts living in the mountains grind their teeth and suck blood day and night, hide at all costs, and use killing to compete for all the food that can sustain their breathing. The humans living in the tribe are the beasts' favorite prey to fill their stomachs. In that barren land, the tribe with only a few hundred members took root on the stubborn stones and continued their bloodline. It was the most difficult winter, and a girl who was born weak and sickly was born. She was weaker than all the newborns. She didn't cry or make a fuss. Her breathing was so weak that it almost stopped. Her fate should have been to sleep in the heavy snow, but her mother and father insisted on keeping the child, so she survived in the dry breast milk. The girl's father was originally an excellent hunter, and he was more than capable of taking care of his wife. However, all the good things ended after the girl was born. Not only was there one more mouth to feed, but the frail girl and her increasingly frail mother also became a burden to the family. In addition to providing food, a large amount of herbs were also needed. The girl's father was increasingly unable to cope with it, but the strong man said nothing and just endured it silently. The girl's mother had been in poor health since giving birth to the girl, and she needed to feed the girl. When the girl was 6 years old, the girl's mother fell ill with an incurable serious illness, died, and was buried in the snow. The girl's father was very sad. The man cried for a long time, but he could do nothing. He could only silently pick up the longbow and continue his daily hunting. When the girl was 8 years old, she wanted to help weave coarse linen, but she fell ill again. To cure the disease, she needed a herb. The girl's father covered the girl with a quilt and left home. Since then, the girl has never seen her father again. As if it was a curse, the girl's family was shattered. When the girl got up from the bed, the elder of the tribe came to the girl and told her that her father died on the mountain and his body was gone. After the elder finished speaking, he turned and left. The girl looked at the elder's back blankly, standing there at a loss, watching other people in the tribe drive her out of her only home. She was abandoned by the tribe without any value. She only had a coarse linen short coat to cover her ugliness. The 8-year-old girl staggered alone into the mountains that even her father could not conquer and disappeared in the wind and snow. Everyone thought that the weak girl would die, but 10 years later, the abandoned girl returned to the village again. After the girl learned to speak again, the tribesmen understood that the reason why the girl did not die in the mountains was because a male wolf and a female sheep saved the girl. The female sheep fed the girl with goat milk, and the male wolf used his sharp teeth to bring the girl warm animal skin. This was an incredible miracle. In order to save the girl who fell to the ground, the wolf that was about to kill the sheep retracted its sharp teeth and hid its claws. The sheep that was about to escape stopped its hooves and stared at the life that was destined to die. As if guided by something, the girl, who was protected by the wolf and the sheep, used up her last bit of strength and walked into a cold cave. The wolf with a ferocious look gently warmed the girl with the fluff on its belly, and the ewe put the milk to the girl's mouth so that the girl could survive from the state of dying. The girl saw the shadows of her father and mother in the wolf and the sheep, and finally cried loudly. The wolf and the sheep seemed to feel the girl's attachment, no longer regarded each other as enemies, and raised the girl who had no ability to survive together. When the sheep was grazing during the day, the wolf would guard the sheep and drive away the beasts that wanted to hunt the sheep at all costs, even refusing to give in to its own tribe. When the wolf went out to hunt at night, the sheep would return to the cave to prepare enough milk for the girl. Sometimes when the wolf was injured, the sheep would let the wolf breastfeed. The wolf was abandoned by the tribe and became a lone wolf. The sheep left the tribe and became a lone sheep. The lone wolf and the lone sheep formed another family, raising a human abandoned child together. The wolf and the sheep gradually grew old. The wolf, who had guarded the sheep and the girl for a lifetime, had few fangs left and could no longer tear open the enemy's throat. The sheep also lost its ability to move and could only kneel and lie on the spot, resting its head on the wolf's back and breathing gently. The girl grew up to be a young woman. She made a wooden spear and a longbow with her limited hunting knowledge and became the only supporter of a strange family. After experiencing countless dangers, the girl who grew up in the mountains became an excellent hunter. She used her actions to repay the kindness of the wolf and the sheep. When the wolf and the sheep snuggled together and stopped breathing, the girl buried the wolf and the sheep in the cave, left the home where she had lived for 10 years, returned to the village, and lived in the house she used to live in. The girl didn't know that she had become a monster in the eyes of others. Even if the girl worked hard and caught more prey, the people in the tribe would not recognize her achievements, but just used her as a tool. The reason is simple. People who were expelled from the tribe should not come back alive. The girl's return is a threat to many people. Even the most powerful hunter in the tribe cannot defeat the wooden spear and longbow in the girl's hand, just like a lamb cannot compete with a giant unicorn. To put it another way, no one wants to let an abandoned child of the tribe who has lived with wild beasts for 10 years have too much contact with them. Looking forward to a new life, when she returns to her kind, the girl finds that the more than 200 people in the tribe are colder than the snow on the mountain and harder than the ice on the edge of the cliff. Behind every smiling face is doubt and suspicion, even undisguised fear and contempt. In the arms of wolves and sheep, the girl becomes a human being, but in the tribe, she is regarded as a talking beast by her tribe. In this way, the numb girl spent 2 lonely years in the tribe. Except for the moment of sharing prey without any psychological burden, no one is willing to approach the girl. On a snowy night, the girl left the tribe and returned to the cave alone. Hugging the raised earth mound in the cave, the girl finally felt at home. Looking back on her life, in addition to her father and mother, only a pair of beasts were willing to love her. The girl smiled bitterly and let go of the grave. The lonely girl picked up the wooden thorn and pointed it at her heart, closed her eyes, and prepared to pursue the warmth of another world. At that time, the girl who longed for warmth heard a voice. The voice said, "I heard your call for death, child. Death is not afraid. What are you afraid of?" The girl gave the answer, loneliness. The voice seemed a little surprised and seemed to have figured something out and thought again. Come, child, I will open the door for you. Without hesitation, the girl pierced her heart with a wooden thorn and once again hugged the grave mound where the wolf and the sheep were buried. The blood dyed the grave mound red, blending with the bones of the wolf and the sheep. In the cold, the girl went to another world. The sheep's voice stopped, and the wolf looked up at the sheep sadly. What happened next? Later, the girl's spirit fell into the underworld and was split into two by the obsession that could not be separated. In the lament of the mother of masks, one put on a mask and became a sheep spirit, and the other put on a mask and became a wolf spirit. The sheep spirit was gentle and decisive, and the wolf spirit was brutal and reckless. They made up for each other's shortcomings and became each other's only one. From beginning to end, they were one. Upon hearing this, the wolf spirit was silent for a long time. His voice was particularly heavy. So, my voice is so rough, my actions are so brutal, and I'm so courageous. Actually, I am a female. Although he felt a little bit reluctant, the sheep spirit nodded. You and I are originally one, twins in one body, with the same essence and soul, so naturally, I'm a female. It's just that I was influenced by the wolf and expressed some characteristics of the male wolf. If you don't believe it, you can look at your lower body. The wolf spirit lowered his head in confusion. How could he have a lower body? Ah, no wonder he has no lower body. Knowing that the wolf spirit was still struggling in disbelief, the sheep spirit comforted the wolf spirit. I inherited most of the memories of my previous life, and you gave up all the sad past, leaving only the obsession with sheep, and becoming my only companion. I hid something from you, but you still trusted me. It is precisely because we have the same origin. How could I murder myself? The wolf spirit's mouth opened and closed, but he didn't know what to say. After finally accepting the sad fact that he was a female wolf, the wolf spirit asked again. Then, why did you do this? Why do you keep all the sadness to yourself? The sheep spirit hugged the wolf spirit. His voice was particularly gentle. Because I don't want you to experience the same loneliness as me. It is enough for me to bear this loneliness alone. Sniffing, the wolf spirit whispered. Sheep, we agreed to bear everything together, fool. The sheep spirit smiled gently and leaned his head against the wolf's head. Wolf, don't you hate me? I hated you just now. I hated that you didn't tell me the truth earlier, so that I could share the pain with you. What about now? I don't hate you now, because I know how much you have endured. By doing this, raising his head, the wolf spirit stared at the sheep spirit with a complicated expression. Knowing the truth is often accompanied by pain, but it is better than a lie. Before us, there were masked spirits who took off their masks. Their strength would be drained by the masks, leaving only a weak spirit. Sheep, if we take off our masks, will we be able to come together again? The sheep shook his head. I don't know, but I know who can help us. For some reason, a man's face suddenly appeared in the wolf spirit's mind. The sheep's social circle is very narrow. Apart from hunting souls, he fights with the legions of the underworld. Only meeting this man will make the sheep do something unexpected. Speaking of which, every time it comes to something about that man, the sheep will become a little strange. Several times, he secretly leaves without telling the wolf, and does not explain the reason. This is another thing that makes the wolf particularly unhappy, in addition to concealing the origin story. So, the wolf spirit's face is not very good. Could it be that human named Lester? We agreed to cut off contact. Why are you still in touch with him? Thinking back to every silent meeting with Lester, the somewhat unnatural Lamb decided to skip this topic. It's him. Only he can help us now, and only he can stop the void evil owl. Humph. I don't want to ask him for help. The wolf turned his head away and snorted in dissatisfaction. Actually, wolf, there is an experience that is more comfortable than companionship. You should also try it. Lester is actually very good. Noticing the lamb's somewhat unusual expression, the wolf was stunned. What do you mean? Chapter 677 The End of Winterfell. Winterfall. The gates were closed, and 3 sections of low walls surrounded by Chevorgsty friars divided the paths that could reach the bottom of the walls. After 100 years of repair, Winterfall had developed from a wooden fence into a strong city built of stone, which was unbreakable. It was afternoon, and at some point, a thick fog suddenly appeared on the horizon that blocked the view. The light grey cold fog was like a dark cloud falling to the ground, slowly pressing towards the fortress in all directions, giving people a feeling of uneasiness. In order to increase visibility, hundreds of torches were burning on the 100-meter edge of the city. The walls of the fortress of 30,000 castle defenders were brightly lit, and the defenders were wearing armor and holding guns, ready for battle. In the main fortress Lord's Hall, Lord Ignatius Woods threw the ordinary secret letter in his hand into the furnace. The man watched the flames burn the letter paper, as if he saw his own future. At the bottom of the steps, in order to avoid being attacked by high-level mental magic, and thus exposing important information of the Emerald Territory, the Emerald Territory spy who was responsible for contacting the Night's Edge had committed suicide by taking poison after delivering the letter. The messenger's behavior completely put an end to Ignatius Woods' other ideas. He knew that he had no way out. Innes, you said that you would treat me to a drink after the Emerald Territory conquered the South, but you left so simply and elegantly. Staring at the messenger who could no longer speak, the man in his 50s had a dim look in his eyes, no longer as stupid as before. With a sigh, Ignatius Woods turned around and pushed open the closed wooden window. A cold wind blew on his face, and the man shivered. It was clearly summer, but Ignatius Woods felt as if he was in the cold winter. Forget it. It's better to exchange my life for the stability of my family than to be frightened all my life. Come on. A personal guard pushed the door open. Lord. The man's eyes seemed to be open and closed, and his voice was deep. This time the enemy is coming fiercely, and the castle will surely fall. If you flee now, you still have time, and you don't have to die for me. The personal guard knelt on one knee, resoundingly. Lord, you love the people like your own children. Sympathize with the soldiers, and treat us especially well. We have seen your kindness in our eyes. If we can't protect you until the last moment, wouldn't we be ruthless people? We are willing to follow you until the last moment. The words of the guards were heard by the people outside. Regardless of their status, they stepped forward to express their determination to follow you to the death. Ignatius Woods swept across every face, and his gentle temperament disappeared in an instant. Thinking that he was about to enter the last battlefield of his life, he turned decisive in the blink of an eye. In that case, then, wait for me to put on armor, follow me, and kill the enemy. 5 kilometers west of Winterfell, the fog was particularly thick. Timothy's trusted general Hagi was leading 5,000 knights and 10,000 infantrymen to slowly march eastward. In the middle of the army, the man frowned, and when he looked at the black-robed wizard, a trace of fear flashed in his eyes from time to time. Hagi was born into a poor noble family. He was strong-willed and warlike, and he admired glory. Hagi followed the wild warriors to practice martial arts and spears since he was a child. He was very good at spearmanship. When he went down the mountain at the age of 13, he stood out in the battle to expel bandits. Later, he was discovered by Timothy's men. After several major battles, he stood out and was trained by Timothy to become a famous elite lancer. Today, the 35-year-old Hagi has become the deputy leader of the Nockland Knights. He is tall and wears armor and a silver spear. He is majestic and no one dares to underestimate him. The position of the chief commander was held by Harper, the brother-in-law of Grand Duke Timothy. Speaking of the chief of the Knights Harper, he got the position of chief commander from the elderly Timothy through his favored sister. Although Harper did not understand the battle formation, he was well versed in flattery and currying favor. Over the years, he had been using his status to put pressure on Hagi. Fortunately, Harper also knew that what Timothy wanted was a knight group that was good at fighting, not an incompetent group that flattered. In addition to using his status to harm innocent girls, he did not interfere too much in the training and combat of the knights, which prevented the Nockland Knights from being affected by the corruption of discipline. The Nockland Knights were considered to be the elite soldiers that Timothy could show off. Sweeping across the solemn and dignified silver helmet knight in front of him, Hagi's eyes unconsciously stopped at the necromancer standing side by side. He thought he was well informed, but he had never seen such a strange and terrifying warlock. As if noticing Hagi's gaze, Laberto, who had been holding the underworld beacon, Heart of the Underworld, suddenly turned his head. The old man, who was as thin and ferocious as a skeleton, smiled kindly at Heiji. "General Heiji, it seems that you have something to say. It will take some time to take down Winterfell. Now we have time, you can talk." Looking at the face that looked like a ghost smile, Heiji's eyes met with the old wizard and separated, and the deputy leader of the knights shuddered. He always felt that this weird old wizard sent by Lord Dachshund had some plans for him, but he never knew the other party's true purpose. In addition, Grand Duke Timothy asked him to cooperate with the other party. It seemed that he was the commander of this siege, but in fact it was the terrible old man next to him. 5,000 Nockland knights plus 10,000 infantry were just helping the old man in front of him. If they really relied on these 15,000 soldiers to take down Winterfell, they would probably be beaten and bloodied and return in defeat. Lobito, Your Excellency, if I'm not mistaken, this piece of fog that doesn't affect us was released by you, right? After all, earlier, there wasn't so much fog following us. To be honest, I've seen many black wizards from the north, but I've never met a powerful one like you. Knowing that Heiji was intimidated by his soul energy, Lobito straightened his head and set his sights on the fortress in the distance. Heiji was a talent personally selected by Grand Lord Mod Caesar. How to maximize Heiji's value must be carefully considered, and there can be no mistakes. General Heiji, you are too kind, but this fog is indeed caused by me. I think General Heiji is also very curious. We only have 15,000 people. How can we take down a castle guarded by 30,000 elite soldiers? The old man seemed to be a little out of breath, and his words were interrupted from time to time. Coupled with the old man's hoarse voice, Heiji felt very uncomfortable listening to him, as if it was a punishment. But from the old man's attitude, it seemed to be friendly. It was a rare opportunity, so Heiji took the opportunity to continue the topic. I didn't expect that Lord Lobito could see my doubts. I feel deeply ashamed. Hearing this, Lobito smiled calmly, but his outward appearance was like a skeleton devil with his mouth open to scare people. So, in General Heiji's opinion, if I'm not with you on this trip, can you win? Heiji didn't know what Lobito meant by testing him. He felt a little uneasy and didn't dare to hide it, so he could only tell everything. In my opinion, there are only two ways to win in a battle. One is to know both yourself and the enemy, and the other is to use the majority to attack the minority. The details other than that are just minor matters. Now the city of Winterfell has high walls and abundant food and grass. It is surrounded by mountains on one side and steep on three sides. There are countless arrow towers and city walls. There are also 30,000 soldiers stationed there who are waiting for the opportunity. Our army has traveled a long distance, and the troops are exhausted and short of manpower. It is probably not a good idea to take the castle by force. The cavalry will only end up in defeat if they dismount and attack the city. If it weren't for the help of Mr. Lobito, using ordinary means, the 15,000 soldiers under my command would never be able to directly attack the castle. They can only find another way. With sufficient logistical supplies, we can either surround the castle from two sides and release the other, cut off the water and food, or poison and set fire to it, build siege equipment and launch it remotely, or challenge the enemy day and night to persuade them to surrender when the castle defenders show a flaw, and then work together to expand the results of the battle. Only then will it be possible to take the castle. Trying to see something from the profile of the old skull wizard, Heiji found that he seemed unable to get any useful information from the subtle changes of his skin and bones. Fortunately, although the skull old man could not recognize his face, his words expressed satisfaction. I have heard that General Heiji is omnipotent in siege and field battles. Now it seems that General Heiji is worthy of his reputation. Heiji breathed a sigh of relief and smiled faintly. Mr. Lobito, you are too kind. General Heiji just talked about conventional tactics. It is naturally not easy to capture the castle with conventional tactics. Ahem. As he was talking, the skull old man began to cough violently and covered his eyes with his right hand. I don't know if it was an illusion, but there was a moment of vision that Heiji saw the old man's right eyeball fall out. When the old man put down his hand again, the turbid eyeball stayed safely in the eye socket again, but the pupil could not be seen. Instead, the blood vessel side was exposed, just like forcing the eyeball into the eyelid. Not daring to show any strange expression, Heiji lowered his eyes. In the corner of his eyes, the old man rubbed his eyes with his hands again. When Heiji looked up again, everything returned to the original state. Even the old man's words became much smoother, but the old man did not seem to continue with the conventional tactics just now. Just as mortals cannot defy the power of God, in this world, the way of life and death strangles the fate of everyone. As long as you are still breathing, you must be more cautious when you act. No matter how unparalleled you are, a sharp arrow shot through your head will return to the underworld and step into the Styx. This is the truth that I, Lobito, have studied all my life. General Heiji, is there any truth in what I said? Heiji nodded. Even though he was warlike and eager for battle, he often took life and death into consideration. Otherwise, he could fully release his nature. Maybe at that time his martial arts would be even more superb. Yes, I have seen many warriors who are stronger than me in martial arts, but they died under the random gunfire of the soldiers, because they went deep into the enemy's camp. I often feel sorry for this, and gradually understand that a general can charge into the enemy's camp, but he must never go deep into the enemy's camp alone. Lobito's face was more smiling as he stroked the dark green heart of the underworld in his hand, which was like a prismatic crystal. As long as the warriors who are imprisoned by life and death are not strong in mind, they will inevitably be timid. But if they take off the shackles of life and death, even after death, they are better than before death. General Heiji, what kind of combat power can people exert? In this case, can 15,000 people attack the castle by force and win? With his pupils shrinking, Heiji couldn't imagine what the old skeleton wizard meant, and he didn't dare to speculate or assert. Is it immortal? Or will it become a monster that can be resurrected like a zombie skeleton undead and continue to fight after death? If I die and come back to life, can I still be considered myself? I don't quite understand what Lord Lobito means. Man is destined to return to dust. How can he be truly immortal? As General Heiji said, if conventional tactics are used, 15,000 soldiers will undoubtedly fail in attacking the city. But I can help the general break the boundary between life and death, and let the soldiers under the general enter a state of immortality. This is the extraordinary power that can break common sense, and it is also the significance of me coming alone to support the general in capturing the castle. Heiji, with a look of horror, didn't know what to say for a moment. He had also been to Kainju's church and learned about the legendary god of death. The god of death was born specifically to hunt these immortal monsters. In the teachings of the god of death, the fallen souls hunted have no chance of reincarnation at all. Not only that, they will also be tortured. Originally, he thought that Lobito was going to summon undead creatures to help with the siege. Now, it seems that Lobito's intention is to turn him and his army into such monsters. His right hand unconsciously clenched the long spear. Heiji took several deep breaths to calm his fluctuating emotions. His face was a little gloomy. Naturally, he noticed Heiji's change of attitude, but Lobito smiled without changing his expression. General Heiji, don't be afraid of immortality. In my opinion, immortality is a gift. I wonder if you have heard of the rumors about Valhalla. Valhalla? I haven't heard of Valhalla. Heiji only heard some unbelievable rumors, so he shook his head to deny. Without exposing Heiji's lies, Lobito continued. Only those warriors who are not afraid of life and death, and are eager to devote all their courage in battle and blood can go to the Supreme Hall of Heroes after death. In Hall of Heroes, warriors will be reborn, fight more cruel and great battles with a stronger attitude, and bathe themselves in blood. General Heiji, the power of immortality that I have given comes from Hall of Heroes, so you don't have to worry. The brave and fearless warriors will never become undead or zombies. They will be reborn in death and continue to survive in another form. Unfortunately, Hall of Heroes does not exist in this world. Lord Lobito, I can't trust you unless you can prove that what you said is true. If you want me to prove it, it's actually very simple. Lobito pulled the horse that had been controlled for a long time to approach Heiji and handed him the palm-sized heart of the underworld. The fog became much more chaotic and light in an instant, but it would not have a serious impact in a short time. Put your hands on it and close your eyes, General Heiji, and you will know if what I said is a lie. Everyone, stop moving forward. Stand by. Heiji took the strange dark green prismatic crystal only after the legion stopped. At the moment when his sight entered the darkness, an immortal giant city appeared in front of him. In the center of the giant city, there was a grim skeleton hall, and countless dead souls sang the name of the killer. On the skull throne of the hall, a cold, crazy and majestic god crossed space and time, and established a special connection with him. Offer me 10,000 skulls, Heiji, you are qualified to step into this place. There was no reason to resist, and no courage to resist. From the moment the Great Will descended, Heiji knew that the life he longed for finally came to him. As you wish, my master. Chapter 678 A Disunited Alliance. Afternoon. Blurry faces appeared in the cold mist. An unknown army was slowly approaching the western wall of Winterfell, with the sound of hooves like thunder. The horn soldier took a deep breath, and blew the horns. In the heavy and solemn sound of the horns, all the defenders were refreshed, and their eyes were stern. General Manon of Winterfell drew his sword and spoke loudly. Archers, when the enemy is within range, shoot freely. Heavy crossbow infantry, aim at the enemy siege equipment. General, more enemies are attacking from the west. No siege equipment is seen. The slightly sharp voice of the sentry came from the sentry tower, and Manon immediately changed the order. In that case, heavy crossbow infantry stand by. Avoid wasting arrows. The soldiers were not afraid of the enemy coming from afar. In Manon's decision, the middle and lower level officers made more subtle adjustments. Manon himself drew 2 archer units from the reserve and went to the west tower to replace the spearmen who could not play a role temporarily, thus strengthening the lethality of the west wall. Behind the battlements, archers and crossbowmen were interspersed to form a defense line. Because there were no siege equipment, the enemy could not climb the 12-meter high wall with bare hands. They only needed to deploy a small number of spearmen and shieldmen behind the archers to deal with the rain of arrows and emergencies. There are a total of 30,000 defenders in Winterfell Castle. 10,000 of them are stationed in the houses under the castle as a reserve, ready to provide support at any time. Another 5,000 are divided into 3 parts and stationed on the north, south, and west sections of the city walls, commanded by 2 Legion lieutenants and Manon respectively. The remaining 5,000 are divided into 3 waves again. 1,000 to maintain public order in the castle, 1,000 to guard the lord's inner castle, and another 3,000 to guard important places such as armory and granary, to prevent sabotage by spies, and deal with emergencies. Under the governance of Ignatius Woods and his father, Winterfell obtained a lot of wealth by exploiting open pit mines and quarries near the mountains. With money, Winterfell armed itself at all costs. After decades of accumulation, Winterfell had many types of soldiers and complete equipment. The treatment and pensions of soldiers were extremely high, exceeding the average line of the southern border of the empire. Therefore, the morale of the soldiers was high and their will to fight was strong. The only problem was that Winterfell was a bit remote and rarely fought. However, this promoted the prosperity of the castle and made more people choose to settle in villages or towns near Winterfell. In short, relying on the advantages of the terrain, if you want to break through the castle before the castle is exhausted, you must have at least 5 times more troops. This is the cognition of most soldiers. The food stored in the city is enough to sustain the food and clothing of 50,000 people for 6 months, so there is no need to worry about running out of ammunition and food. Woo woo woo. When the soldiers defending the city were in action, the sound of the golden horn suddenly came from outside the city. As the number of enemies outside the city increased, the Nockland Cavalry Regiment formed a battle formation 2 miles outside the city. About 10,000 infantrymen were divided into 3 squares, carrying temporary siege ladders, and stopped behind the cavalry with a solemn and murderous aura. Less than 20,000 people dared to attack Winterfell, and 5,000 of them were heavy cavalry. Is that old guy Timothy crazy? While Manon was thinking, a knight riding a tall horse raised his helmet and slowly approached the city wall under the protection of 2 other shield-bearing knights, stopping less than a mile away. At this position, although the crossbowmen on the city wall could effectively kill the knights, they could not break the defense of the kite-shaped large shield and horse armor. As long as the knight wanted to run, he could not be stopped at all. It was the most suitable position for conversation. Manon looked closely and saw that the person who came was not Heiji, the deputy commander of the knights under Timothy. Who else could it be? General Manon, I haven't seen you for a long time. How are you doing recently? Heiji had a relaxed smile on his face, as if this was a temporary gathering of old friends. Manon smiled calmly and raised his voice. Thank you for your concern. It was fine before Deputy Knight Heiji came. I just don't know what Deputy Knight Heiji meant by bringing so many people to reminisce with me this time. It's just that Winterfell Castle is too small. Deputy Knight Heiji is fine alone, but if he brings so many people, there won't be enough space for Deputy Knight Heiji. Otherwise, I would like to drink 2 cups of honey wine with you. As soon as the words fell, the soldiers guarding the city wall laughed, and Heiji's face rose. After 4 consecutive deputy words with exclamation marks came out, even Heiji couldn't hold his face. Over the years, everyone knew that there was a guy who was just a figurehead above him, but he didn't mention it on weekdays. After all, no one wanted to offend a general with a promising future. Although he was a deputy, as long as he didn't lead the Knockland Knights to betray Timothy's, he would be the only commander. Furthermore, in the 3 competitions for the King of the South, he defeated all the competitors, won supreme honor for Timothy, and obtained the qualification to occupy Knockland. Whether in military strategy or combat, he was the best in the southern part of the empire. Although he never said the pride in his heart, he could not tolerate others' ridicule. General Manon has a clever mouth smeared with honey wine. No wonder he stood out and became a general. Heiji put on a smile on his face again, but his tone was cold, explaining what it means to smile on the outside, but not on the inside. Forget about the drinking. I don't have the time to waste on Lord Manon's nonsense. I came here for no other reason than to follow the order of Lord Timothy, the commander of the Southern Empire Alliance, to arrest and interrogate Lord Dignity Woods. Someone submitted evidence of Lord Dignity Woods' treason to Lord Timothy. After preliminary review, Lord Dignity Woods is highly suspected. This time, during the war, Dignity Woods chose to play both ends. For his own glory and wealth, he sold out the interests of the Southern Empire Alliance. He colluded with the Emerald Territory in private, and ruined the lives of hundreds of thousands of loyal soldiers of the Southern Empire Alliance. According to the laws of the Southern Empire Alliance, the betrayer should have been executed immediately, but Lord Timothy remembered the old friendship, and was worried that someone else would frame him, so he sent me to personally investigate the matter of Lord Dignity Woods. As long as we get through 1 or 2 key points, we can know whether Lord Dignity Woods is a traitor to the enemy. As long as Lord Dignity Woods is willing to go to Knockland with me to cooperate in the investigation, I have no intention of being an enemy of Winterfell. General Manon, if you are still a member of the Southern Empire Alliance, please open the gate and let me in. I believe that Lord Dignity Woods is innocent, but I personally believe that it cannot change anything. I hope you can understand the interests involved, and don't make it difficult for me, so as not to hurt the harmony. After saying this, the soldiers guarding the city couldn't help but waver. Heiji's words were firm, and didn't seem to be lying. Although Manon, with a gloomy face, didn't know whether the lord he was loyal to was a traitor to the enemy, he knew that, no matter who wanted to attack the lord, he would not allow it. Let's not talk about the situation on Lord Dignity Woods' side. There are less than 1,000 heavy soldiers in the fortress. If Heiji's knights really break into the castle, it will be uncertain who will win or lose. With a plan in mind, Manon spoke. In that case, after General Heiji retreats 10 miles, I will let General Heiji bring 10 people into the castle to investigate. Before there is solid evidence of treason, Ignatius Woods is still my master, and I will not let you go. Humph, you choose to be stubborn? Heiji knew that Manon would not easily open the city gate, and at this moment, he could not help but feel a little regretful. In that case, there is nothing to talk about. Let's start the war. Lord Manon, do you want to shoot the enemy? No need. Manon watched Heiji leave with cold eyes, and did not order the arrows to be shot. If he was sure that Heiji could be shot to death, it would be fine. If he was not sure, he would launch a sneak attack. It would not look good at that time, and it would affect the morale of his own side. Returning to the army formation, Heiji found Lobito, who was hiding and setting up the formation, and soon Heiji was stunned. The originally empty flat ground was covered with circles of gray-green magic powder. 5 crystals that looked valuable were located in 5 different positions, forming 5 concentric circles connected together. The gaps between the concentric circles depicted dense unknown patterns and words. For some reason, Heiji always felt that these patterns and words were twisting, like they were alive. At this moment, Lobito was using the bag in his hand to depict the most core part. After about 10 minutes, the dark green crystal that he had never let go of was also placed at the center of the circle. Standing up from the ground, Lobito had an unconcealable smile on his face. "Lord Lobito, did you succeed?" Lobito nodded, his sharp voice like a yaksha ghost. "Although it took a lot of effort, it was successful anyway. General Heiji, this is your stage. I can't interfere too much. Whether you can get the Master's approval and enter Valhalla depends on you. The Master likes the purest blood and death. Do you understand?" Thinking back to the Master of Valhalla that he had seen, Heiji's heart trembled. "I understand." Taking a deep breath, Heiji mounted his horse again and came to the front of the battle formation. Heiji's eyes were reddened by the bloodthirsty desire to fight. He put down his helmet and drew his sword. "Kill them all. Don't leave any alive." In Brewster Castle, Lester let out a sigh of relief after putting down the urgent secret letter, and a smile appeared on his face. With Mordekaiser's intervention, the situation became more chaotic than expected, but the problem was not too big. Not only did Mordekaiser have some arrangements in the southern border of the empire, he also extended his hand to the northern border of the empire, hoping to flourish everywhere and strike down the arrogance of the Emerald Territory. First, Vladimir, who had reached a cooperation with Mordekaiser, took action in advance. Without telling LeBlanc, he teamed up with Brown to dig out Cyan's bones and used black magic and blood magic to successfully sacrifice Cyan into a war puppet. With Cyan as the vanguard, the Scarlet Society as the main force, and a large group of blood slaves controlled by the Scarlet Society, the coalition forces under Vladimir launched a crazy attack on the Black Rose Mage Academy. Originally, the Black Rose would suffer heavy casualties under the attack of the undead Cyan, but because of Lester's reminder, LeBlanc had made preparations in advance, successfully used the Black Rose's traitors to spread false information, and induced the attackers to break into the academy by pretending to be defeated, catching the turtle in the urn. The invincible Cyan was eventually trapped in a magic chamber by the Black Rose wizard with a special steel hoop. The rest of the Scarlet Society wizards and blood slaves were also killed one by one, which perfectly thwarted Vladimir's conspiracy. Unfortunately, when LeBlanc led his men to counterattack, Vladimir had disappeared. LeBlanc could only retaliate by eradicating the remnants of the Scarlet Society. On the other hand, the public security of the Immortal Fortress, which was disrupted by Camille, was getting worse day by day. There were frame-ups everywhere, and the old and new nobles were in danger and suspicious of each other. Under the high-pressure environment, large-scale chaos soon broke out in the Immortal Fortress. More and more assassinations and sabotage had to force the Imperial Legion to impose martial law around the clock. As a direct result, Brandaquil, who had defected to Mordekaiser, was unable to condense the old nobles into a centripetal force to fight against the Emerald Territory. Even the Emerald Territory's harmful propaganda to the people of the Empire did not play much of a role under Camille's interference. Camille spread the evidence provided by Lester and effectively countered the Supreme Command's statement. Although the outside world did not say it, at least most of the Imperial citizens living in the Immortal Fortress did not believe the evidence of Emerald Territory communicating with magic issued by the Supreme Command. Note, the so-called evidence is the magic image crystal recorded by Timothy's wizard, which records the scene of Timothy's legion being attacked by the infected people of the Crystal Nightmare Potion. They also did not believe that the Emerald Territory had only sent 10,000 troops south to start a civil war. Instead, they were more willing to believe that the Emerald Territory was framed so that the people of the Empire had a lot of resentment towards the Supreme Command, which had been doing nothing but jumping around everywhere. Because of this, Brown, who had never been able to calm the chaos in the Immortal Fortress, could only concentrate on dealing with the hostile forces of the Immortal Fortress. He tearfully handed the work of the review mission to Demacia, which claimed to be a righteous city-state, and Javan II, who was ready to follow Brown and play Marginalob, was dumbfounded. It was agreed that when there is trouble, the big brother will take action, and when there is blessing, the little brother will follow. Demacia just wanted to take advantage of the Emerald Territory's collapse and plant a flag to pick up leaks. How did the little brother become the big brother who is the target now? What troubled Javan II the most was that the review mission led by Timothy, a warlord of the Southern Empire Alliance, and led by Bran Darkwall, actually successfully obtained the support of the Kingdom of Northland and the Principality of Valoran. The three countries also took the initiative to recognize the just act of the Kingdom of Demacia, willing to be under it, and gave all verbal assistance except for materials and military forces. Seeing that he had become a proxy father inexplicably, Javan II had no words to say. If he withdrew now, the so-called Justice of Demacia would become a joke. But if he took the initiative to send troops, and the other three countries did not send coalition forces, it would become a war between Demacia and the Emerald Territory. He could not afford this price. Therefore, Javan II, who cursed secretly, could only find a more unlucky guy, and go to Fidlet with his head held high, and joined the envoys of the Kingdom of Northland and the Principality of Valoran at the border of Fidlet. Naturally, the three people were driven out for illegal entry, because they did not have a pass, and each of them was fined 2 silver coins. The so-called inspection mission became a complete joke, because it had no support from the United Army. Chapter 679 A Different Sentinel of Light. Generally speaking, the Emerald Territory did not enter a passive state in this operation. The only regret was that they could not save Ignatius Woods, who chose to join the Emerald Territory. Or, Ignatius Woods' own value was not worth the risk. Most of the Dark Guards were talented in both magic and martial arts. Their physical abilities were already good, and with top-notch equipment, although there were only 2,000 of them, their strength should not be underestimated. If I had to give a comment, it would be that they were unmatched under the extraordinary. The Dark Guards were enough to crush most mages or elite warriors. In Lester's opinion, only Riz, LeBlanc, or demigod level warriors could cause significant damage to the Dark Guards. The human wave tactics may work for other troops, but it has no meaning for the Dark Guard. Even if facing 200,000 or 300,000 enemies, the Dark Guard soldiers can continue to fight until all the enemies are killed. The important reason is nothing else. It is precisely because the armor and weapons made of magic steel alloy are combined to produce the blood-sucking effect of the Red Rune. As long as the killing state continues, the energy and physical strength lost by the soldiers themselves can be made up, achieving the goal of no damage combat. Otherwise, Lester would not be so arrogant as to bring 12,000 people to the south. However, the Dark Guard, who are rampant in the material realm, may not be able to deal with the monsters in the underworld. Since he knows that Mordekaiser has set his sights on him, there is no need for him to risk his life to rescue Ignati Woods. Woo woo woo. Under the long table, Tignis skillfully raised her head and swallowed to avoid choking her throat. Unknowingly, Tignis also became an excellent maid. Patting the maid's head to signal her to clean up, Lester put away the secret letter. His mind cleared up a bit, and he thought to himself, the most critical issue now is, the soul well is still under the control of LeBlanc. LeBlanc naturally cannot betray me and join Mordekaiser, so how did Mordekaiser extend his tentacles? According to the records of the Emerald Territory, the most conventional and reliable method is the sacrifice of flesh and soul. The invasion of Dragon Island was caused by a dragon priest who betrayed Dragon Island and carved a sacrificial array on Dragon Island. In addition, a group of people fought to the death to provide energy for the array, which successfully allowed the dragon priest to open the teleportation array connected to the underworld, allowing the wizard of the underworld to successfully resurrect the skeleton dragon, making Dragon Island still unable to catch its breath. Lester didn't know how many plots and arrangements Mordekaiser had made, but he also knew that examples like Dragon Island were definitely rare. Otherwise, according to Mordekaiser's ability, he would have blossomed everywhere and taken over both worlds. If the underworld army wants to enter and exit the material realm without going through the soul well, or the shadow island, which has a weak border with the soul realm, it will inevitably pay a huge price. This is an important matter worthy of attention and investigation. In addition, the Mother of Masks has been fighting against the development of Mordekaiser all the time. Now Mordekaiser has the energy to move around in the material realm. Does it mean that the Mother of Masks can no longer suppress Mordekaiser? Will Kindred, who has no weapons, encounter any danger? Will the reincarnation of the underworld collapse because the Mother of Masks loses? Now he has no room to relax at all. Looking beyond the success or failure of the incident, whether Mordekaiser's conspiracy fails or not, Mordekaiser has no loss. Maybe Mordekaiser has achieved his goal in a place he can't see, but his progress in unifying Narxus has been affected by Mordekaiser. The situation is far from as good as it seems. Lester, who won a small victory, sighed lightly, stood up from his seat, and began to pace. The little maid Tignis also came out, standing silently by the side with a little tiredness, ready to serve the man with endless energy at any time. Go down and have a rest. You've worked hard during this period. Glancing at Tignis, Lester knew that he had made Brown's precious daughter suffer a lot these days. If nothing else, at least Tignis would not be constipated or choked. Yes. The grateful little maid bowed and walked away quickly. It was obvious that she had been completely tamed by the man. Lester's mouth curled up, and his face quickly calmed down. If we delay, something bad will happen. Next, we must pacify the southern part of the Empire as soon as possible and seize the Immortal Fortress. After lunch, Lester was about to take a rest when he heard Perham's voice. Knock, knock. Lord Lester, Lord Pickle has arrived outside the fort and requests to meet with you. The man was no longer sleepy at once. Let him in. Yes. After a while, a tall middle-aged swordsman with a firm face walked into the Lord's Hall. He first looked at Lester's face, and then his face was ecstatic. Lester also looked at the leader of the local light sentinel forces. Camel nose, square face, broad forehead, beard, golden and white tights, 2 long swords with sheaths, dark brown medium-length hair tied into a neat braid, and a dazzling array of bottles and small backpacks on his waist. No one knows what they are used for. Unconsciously, the development of the Sentinel of Light seems to have deviated from the path. Sir Lester, my name is Pickle. It's an honor to meet you. Pickle knelt on one knee, with a look of believer-like fanaticism, which surprised Lester. Since he and several others founded the Sentinel of Light more than 500 years ago, he rarely interfered in the affairs of the Sentinel of Light. It was rare that someone could maintain such an attitude towards him under such circumstances. Get up, Sir Pickle. Relax a little. It seems that we haven't met before. I'm too excited, Sir Lester. I'm sorry. After sorting out his emotions, Pickle stood up, and his face was replaced with reverence. After all, your majestic statue appears in the secret library of every Sentinel of Light. Your will is the oath sworn by the Sentinel of Light. In addition, you are the only immortal existence among the 7 founders. Your name encourages every believer of light who is in trouble. I think as long as you are a member of the Sentinel of Light, you will be eager to see you, listen to your teachings, and implement your will. Lester was a little confused. He remembered that, in order to prevent the Sentinel of Light from being influenced by the sect and going astray, the Sect of Light had completed the separation when the Sentinel of Light was founded. How come it seems that the Sect of Light and the Sentinel of Light have merged now? In other words, there was no relevant information in Zinna's report. After returning to the Emerald Territory, he had not had time to contact the current Sentinel of Light. What happened? Lester was full of doubts in his heart, but he couldn't show it. He decided to find an opportunity to ask Perham again later. Suppressing the doubts in his heart, Lester put on a friendly smile and motioned Pickle to sit down first. When Tignis was away, Perham changed into a female attendant's clothes and poured red wine for the two. After finishing his glass, Lester smiled calmly. I see. Sir Pickle, I wonder how many people you have gathered this time. Pickle became more serious when Lester asked about the serious matter. Sir Lester, time is a bit tight. I have only summoned 353 people, but I have passed the message on. Probably more people will come here in the next few months, and we should be able to gather 1,000 people. 1,000 people. If we add the 2,000 light sentinels brought by Emerald Territory, we can compete with Iron Shell. By the way, Sir Pickle, has there been any movement in Shadow Island recently? If there is any movement, the movement of the Black Fog seems to be much more frequent than before. Several times it has moved towards the coast of Amaranth, but we stopped it in time. In addition, there are often strange cries in the Twisted Jungle, and many Twisted Saplings have taken the initiative to expand the influence of the Twisted Jungle, which eventually disturbed the Gravidigger. The Gravedigger broke into the twisted jungle and disappeared. In addition, Thresh organized ghosts to attack our southern stronghold many times. Fortunately, the Holy Stone weapons are extremely lethal to ghosts. We paid a small amount of casualties and successfully repelled Thresh's attack and cleared the nearby ghosts. Somewhat amazed at the ability of the Light Sentinels, Lester asked again, how many people are stationed in the Shadow Isles now? 2,000 people are stationed there permanently. Now, because of Thresh's actions, another 1,000 brothers have landed on the Shadow Isles and are scattered to guard 3 strongholds. Most of them are support troops sent by the Emerald Territory, a small number are Reichstall's Light Guards, and the rest are free sentinels in various strongholds. The communication with Pickle gave Lester a general understanding of the details of the current Light Sentinels. What made the man most gratified was that under his intervention, the Light Sentinels became a nationally recognized complex organization. Today, the Light Sentinels are much more powerful than in the story background, and can even suppress the Shadow Isles and chase Thresh, greatly curbing the expansion of the Black Mist. From this point of view, Vigo will have to wait for a long time to get the pain he wants. Without Vigo's active control, the Black Fog can only go with the flow and cannot achieve a fixed attack. The Black Fog that cannot strike at a fixed point cannot effectively restrain the soul, which greatly delays Vigo's awakening time. This is a virtuous cycle. With the Mail of the Sentinel of Light, it is difficult for Mordekaiser to use the power of the Shadow Isles, which can be regarded as a disguised weakening of Mordekaiser's power. Having said that, the reason why the Sentinels of Light were able to develop, in addition to the support of the Naxos Empire, the Emerald Territory, and Eichstall, the most important thing is that the ancient heritage has not been cut off, and many powerful Holy Stone technologies and combat skills have been preserved. This is the most important thing Lester has done. After years of development, the Sentinels of Light are now roughly divided into 4 major schools. The Holy Sword School, with a violent and tough combat style, is the backbone of the Sentinels of Light. The Holy Sword School uses the Holy Sword made of Holy Stone as the main method of attack, but is not limited to the Holy Sword. Guns, axes, knives, and hammers can all be regarded as Holy Sword Schools. The Holy Lance School has an ever-changing combat style, and fights like a ranger. The weapon is mainly a magic holy spear made of holy stone, which is divided into the short gun school and the long gun school. It is regarded as the long-range shooter in the Sentinels of Light. The Mystic School uses the holy stone staff as a weapon to perform the mystic light. Because the blood of the mages is dying out, the Mystic School is the most powerful and the most scarce school among the Light Sentinels. Currently, there are only a dozen light mages in Zuta and Emerald Territory. It is worth mentioning that the leader of the Light Sentinels in Emerald Territory is a light mage named Fawngrist. Finally, there is the Holy Craftsman School. The main job of the Holy Craftsman School is not a combat profession, but it is the most indispensable part of the Light Sentinels. The warriors of the Holy Craftsman School are not only responsible for mining holy stones, forging holy stone weapons and strengthening enchantments, but also forging various equipment, refining combat potions, and cracking various mechanisms. Pickle is a member of the Holy Sword School. Although his strength is not the strongest, he is a respected person among the Light Sentinels. This is why Pickle can represent 353 Light Sentinels to talk to Lester. The two men, who were full of sexual talk, did not say goodbye to each other until it was getting dark. Before dinner, Lester sent Pickle away and asked Perram to settle the 353 Light Sentinels who came to support him. The well-supplied Fort Brewster had no pressure. When Perram came back, it was already night. Lester cooked a few dishes himself and had a special candlelight dinner with the senior intelligence officer of the Night's Edge. This time, Lester did not talk about business with Perram, but tried hard to create the environment that women liked most. Since it was the reward that Perram desired most, he would do his best to meet the request of his subordinates. Fine wine and delicious food, ambiguous candlelight, soft moonlight, the night breeze outside the half-open window, the fireplace in the house was burning. The dry and hard firewood made a reassuring crackling sound and emitted the most comfortable heat. For this invitation, Perram deliberately changed into her treasured dress. It was a mature black off-shoulder lace dress. Her skin, whiter than snow, exuded a delicious luster in the starry night. Her soft medium-length blonde hair went all the way down from her swan-like neck. The deep grooves like the corners of a succubus lips gently held the slightly drooping silver spinel necklace. In the flickering candlelight, the translucent lace cover barely hooked the stubborn bulge. The quiet hem tried to maintain the last bit of pride, but she didn't know that her owner had already sunk into desire and drunk in the moonlight, just like the tangled jade-toes, inseparable. After 2 glasses of red wine, Perham, who had a pretty face, was already half drunk, just because the man across the table had a gaze far better than the fire on the wall, burning the moist and dense golden forest like a ruthless flame falling from the sky. The most terrifying thing was that in the golden forest, the more the fire burned, the more water vapor there was, and it was finally out of control and merged into a long river. At some point, the candlelight began to flicker, the shadows on the ground gradually blended together, the sudden night wind covered up the breathing, pushed the window leaves closed, and completely blocked out the cat's tickling music. Chapter 680 Undead. As if being attacked by a siege beast all night, the tenderness and sweetness in the dream intertwined with the violent storm and suddenly dissipated. Perham, who was tired and sore all over, opened her misty eyes and looked carefully, but it was already noon. Perham looked sideways and found that the person beside her had already left. Before she felt disappointed, the woman turned her head again and saw that the room was empty. Seeing this, Perham couldn't help but feel a little flustered. She was the personal affairs officer specially arranged by the Emerald Governor's inner to the Demon Lord. The master woke up but she didn't, which was a serious dereliction of duty. But now was obviously not the time to blame herself. The unchanging living habits of more than 20 years were suddenly broken. Perham, who was not used to it, rubbed her temples and took a deep breath to recover. She supported the soft mattress and wanted to sit up from the bed, but the woman found that her legs could not be forced together for a while, and her arms were shaking. Recalling the various push-ups and crazy squats last night, the woman's pretty face couldn't help but blush, and then her body softened, and she fell into the warm bed again. Fortunately, the heart-wrenching pain has disappeared, and the remaining fatigue can be recovered with a little rest, which will not affect the work. It must be the unique ability of the Demon Lord. Just as the woman was struggling to get up again, the closed door opened. Lester, who was holding the hot vegetable porridge, hooked the door with his toes and sat lightly on the bed. You have been so hard during this period. Take a good rest today. I saw that you slept too soundly in the morning and didn't have the heart to wake you up. Eat something. Perham looked at the man who was blowing the spoon steadily. The warm sun outside the window sprinkled on the side of the man's face, but it was not as tender as the man. It turns out that the cold and domineering Demon Lord Lester has this side. Is this the treatment of Lord Hinner? No wonder women who have a relationship with Lord Lester are distracted. When it was no longer hot, Lester put the spoon close to Perham's mouth. Come on, it's not hot anymore. Woo. She opened her mouth a little shamefully and held the spoon. Perham closed her eyes and used the tip of her tongue to scrape the half cold and half hot metal of the spoon until there was no mark left on the spoon. Hoo-hoo. At this moment, Perham suddenly realized that in front of the man, the smart and capable herself became more obedient than a cat, just like drinking a magic potion. The bowl of porridge was soon finished. She thought that Lester, who left with the bowl, would not come back again, but Perham never thought that the man would walk into the house with a hot water bucket. You sweated a lot last night. I guess you are not feeling well now. It's better to wash yourself before going to bed. Perham couldn't find a reason to refuse. She knew that she was also fascinated by the feeling of being pampered. Whether it was false or buying people's hearts, at least in her eyes, she was not a puppet in Lester's eyes. Well, then I'll trouble you, sir. Wetting the towel in his hand, Lester lifted the quilt and helped Perham up, carefully wiping the woman's body. Sleep a little longer. We still have a lot of work to do next, so have a good rest. Seeing that Lester was about to leave, Perham mustered up the courage to ask, Sir Lester, then, am I your woman now? Somewhat surprised that Perham would ask such a question, Lester was stunned at first, and then when Perham became more and more nervous, he smiled and shook the towel in his hand. This is the treatment that only my woman can enjoy. Little fool, since you have completely given yourself to me, I will be responsible for you to the end. Don't think about it. Now your task is to sleep obediently. Oh. Seeing Perram hiding in the quilt with a blushing face like a hamster, Lester left the room with a smile on his face. The reinforcement will be here soon. Winterfall. A month has passed since Timothy's army began to attack the city. In this month, the defenders of Winterfell have gone from full of confidence to hopeless. The fog in the air is getting thicker and thicker. Under the high walls of the castle, there are many corpses. A closer look reveals that most of the dead are the defenders of Winterfell. The bodies of the defenders are like dried corpses, with skin and bones wrapped around them, as if they have been drained of blood, and not a single bit of flesh can be seen. Ignity Woods, with a face as white as gold paper and a broken right arm, stood on the tower of the fortress and looked down. He watched Timothy's soldiers rolling down from the ladders, and witnessed their flesh and blood bodies being stabbed to death by spears, crushed to death by rolling stones, and burned to death by hot oil and gold soup, becoming unrecognizable. However, Ignity Woods knew that in less than half a day, these dead Timothy's soldiers would drag another body that did not look like a living person out of the pile of dead bodies. These hideous monsters with only pink muscles and white bones would put on broken armor, wield long swords and long knives, and attack the fortress again. If there were demons in this world, I'm afraid they would look like this. Even though Winterfell had all the advantages, casualties began to increase in this high-intensity attrition. The most terrifying thing was not the number of casualties, but the fear brought by the resurrected, which was the main reason for the Winterfell defenders to waver. Ignatius Wood sighed. Now he was not worried about defection. It was not because he had good command over his subordinates, but because Timothy's army blocked the way to surrender. In a month, there were 3 rebellions in Winterfell. The purpose was naturally to kill him and use his head as a token of surrender. In the 3 rebellions, 2 were stopped in advance, and the traitors were successfully executed. In one rebellion, dozens of soldiers gave up his head and fled together at night. This group of people successfully descended from the city wall with a rope and defected to the enemy camp. The people thought that this desperate battle to defend the city was about to end. What no one expected was that the next morning, Haji tied up all the defectors of Winterfell and held them in front of the castle. In front of thousands of people, he personally cut off the heads of each person. To this day, Ignatius Woods can still clearly remember the confusion and fear in the eyes of those deserters. In fact, at that time, he was also puzzled. Since then, the hearts of the people in Winterfell have stabilized again, because everyone knows the consequences of defection, and also knows that those outside the castle will not let anyone in the castle go. Surrender is meaningless. Standing is death. Kneeling is death. Rather than being a deserter, it is better to die with more dignity. So this war that is doomed to fail has been fought until now. The battlefield, like a meat grinder, is wearing away the will and life of every soldier defending the city. Unlike the defenders of Winterfell, Timothy's monster soldiers seem to enjoy war and killing, just as their faces, that are neither human nor ghost, are disgusting. At first, Ignity Woods didn't know why Haji, who attacked the fortress, didn't use psychological means to take down the lonely city, but now he has a vague guess. Rather than saying that this is a siege war to get the fortress, it is better to say that this is a ruthless massacre. Winterfell is not the goal, killing is the goal. It is as ridiculous and weird as a poor horror stage play. As far as he knows, Haji is just warlike, but not a person who likes to kill. Woo woo woo. The golden horn in the distance made a deep sound again. With more than half of the Resurrection Corps casualties, the Knockland Knights, who had been ready to go, formed a square formation and launched a charge. The first to bear the brunt was still the brave Haji, and other knights covered dozens of resurrection soldiers who lifted the siege hammer and approached the city gate, which had several cracks. Lord Ignity Woods, it's windy here, why don't you go down and rest? The attendant's words of comfort came from behind, but Ignity Woods shook his head. Even if I can't hold the sword anymore, as long as I stand here, my brothers will have more courage to fight. This war is a blasphemy against life and courage. The enemy wants to kill all of us, including me. We have no way out. What's the point of going down to rest now? Hearing this, the attendant stopped persuading and just accompanied Dignity Woods in the damp summer breeze, enjoying the rare stability before death. On the west wall, Manon roared and chopped the face of the soldier climbing the ladder. The blunt knife with gaps smashed off most of the resurrectionist soldier's head. The soldier's pink face, which had already shrunk, did not show any fear. Instead, he fell from the ladder with a crazy smile, killing the other 3 colleagues who were climbing. Manon did not have time to catch his breath. Wearing the damaged armor that had been repaired countless times, he killed the other resurrectionist soldiers who had jumped onto the wall. After killing all the climbers, he had the energy to command the sickle soldiers to push down the ladder next to the wall. Push the ladders. Don't let them climb the city walls. Are there any more kerosene? The battering ram is coming. There are only 3 cans left. Use them one by one. Save as many cans as you can. General Manon. Heiji is coming. Heiji. Heiji. Damn bastard. Panting, Manon fixed his bloodshot eyes on the tall figure that was getting closer and closer. At this moment, even if he turned into ashes, he could still recognize the ghost face that brought huge casualties to the soldiers. After spitting out a mouthful of blood foam, Manon shouted to the reserve troops under the city. Form a spear formation. Don't let the enemy get close. Throwing away the long sword in his hand that could no longer be used, Manon looked around and picked up a slightly damaged spear. Heiji's heavy armor had been shattered. As long as he inserted the spear into Heiji's head, he could kill the opponent temporarily. Under the city gate, the resurrector slowly approached the city gate with a battering ram. It was called a battering ram, but it was actually just a thick and blunt log. More than 50 resurrectors used ropes on their shoulders to pull the ram back and forth, launching a fierce attack on the city gate. This was an important reason why the city gate could still hold up until now. The heavy crossbow on the tower was not broken, but the crossbow arrows had been used up long ago, and it became waste. The extremely large number of arrows in reserve were now few and far between. Scattered arrows flew crookedly towards the resurrectors carrying the battering ram. After killing more than 30 people, the resurrectors soon filled in. The cycle repeated, and the few arrows finally ran out. If you want to stop the siege ram from destroying the city gate, you can only burn the ram itself with kerosene. There is no other way. 3, 2, 1. The resurrectionist soldiers finally arrived at the city gate. 50 soldiers who looked like muscular devils spoke vaguely and pulled together. The rope tightened their shoulders and left a deep scar. However, the soldiers didn't care at all. They shook their bodies to let the mallet swing back and then suddenly leaned forward to drive the mallet to hit the city gate. Bang! The city gate, reinforced by steel hoops and iron, made a tooth-grinding sound of wood cracking. At first glance, the city gate was still intact. Only the defenders who used their bodies to support the city gate could understand how many scars were hidden under the hardness of the city gate. Pa! A black clay pot filled with kerosene hit the wooden hammer at the gate squarely, and then a fire arrow accurately hit the black oil poured on the wooden hammer. The next moment, a fire dragon soared into the sky, and the flames bit along the kerosene all the way, leaping onto the body of the resurrectionist soldier, greedily licking the incomplete flesh of the resurrectionist. Unable to control the siege hammer anymore, the resurrectionist soldiers who were not burned by the flames turned around and ran, and the soldiers who did not have time to run turned into black ash on the spot. Then, a nauseating smell of burnt meat drifted along with the black smoke, but the soldiers on the city wall were still accustomed to it. Seeing the siege hammer being destroyed again, Heiji let out a strange roar and moved forward with the shield in front of him. In front of Heiji, another 23 cloud ladders were carried by the resurrectionist soldiers on the parapet. After finding a stable climbing point, Heiji began to climb the cloud ladder. Push the ladder quickly. It can't be pushed. They have many hooks. Noticing the climbing position of the Nockland Knight, Manon quickly led everyone to fight and defeated several resurrection knights who had already climbed the city wall with their lives and successfully occupied a favorable position before Heiji climbed up. After pushing the ladder several times without success and cutting the hooks with a long sword was too late, dozens of people formed 3 rows under Manon's command, aiming their spears at the position of the ladder, waiting for the terrible monster to emerge. When reaching the top of the ladder, the experienced Heiji took off the big shield behind him Holding the shield in his left hand and the sword in his right hand, Heiji gathered strength on his toes, found a good foothold, and jumped onto the city wall in one step. The next second, more than a dozen spears stabbed at him, most of which stabbed the big shield. Surprisingly, they only made Heiji's body tremble slightly, and he didn't fall off the city wall. A few spears stabbed on his shin armor and slipped away. For a moment, the soldiers guarding the city were dumbfounded. More than a dozen spears that were ready to fire couldn't kill a soldier who climbed up the city wall. Heiji, who found an opportunity, sneered and swung his long sword to cut off most of the spears. Another shield strike opened a hole and slashed the necks of several people with his sword. His fighting skills are more terrifying than the last time. Manon, who had been hiding behind the spearman, found the right opportunity and fired a shot, successfully piercing Heiji's head from the side. With a thump, Heiji's body fell to the ground, but none of the soldiers present showed a relaxed look. No one knew whether they would be standing here the next time the enemy climbed the city wall again. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 681, The Sea of Heart. Lester, wake up, wake up. A familiar yet strange voice echoed in Lester's mind. Before he could determine the identity of the speaker, the voice suddenly disappeared, and the man's consciousness was a little groggy for a while. After the dizziness subsided, Lester opened his eyes vigilantly, but found that he had come to a dark and cold world without knowing when. This place did not look like a spiritual space, nor did it look like an illusion imposed by the enemy. Lester tried to call Evelyn and Jana's names, but the two women who had never left him did not give any response. This space was beyond his cognitive scope, and was even more mysterious than the astral crystal world created by the crystal will. Tick, tick, tick. When Lester's voice fell, the dead silence suddenly heard the sound of dripping water, which gradually became dense and turned into a patter of raindrops. Lester silently watched the blood rain falling from the sky dye his body red and slowly raised his head. I don't know when it started. Countless broken corpses appeared in the sky. Each corpse was in a miserable state, with eyes dug out, and the bloody eye sockets stared at Lester, empty and resentful, as if they had been tortured endlessly before death. Among these corpses, there are barbarians who died on the Thermopylae, frail-jawed tribesmen who died on the ice field, civilians frozen by ice crystals in Hedi City, and sand bandits in the Shurima Desert. These corpses have different appearances and different ways of death, but they have one thing in common, that is, they died at the hands of Lester. Being stared at by hundreds of thousands of dead souls, Lester, who was covered in blood, was unmoved. His expression became more and more indifferent, and he walked forward instead of retreating. If he was frightened by the people he killed, he would not have lived so many years with peace of mind. If I can kill you once, I can kill you 1,000 times, 10,000 times. The dead should look like dead. Back off, so as not to suffer anymore. Gudang gudang. As if hearing Lester's words, countless heads opened their mouths, as if they wanted to curse, but before they could make a sound, their heads fell. The rolling heads overlapped and piled up in the endless sea of blood, to form a skull throne, and the floating corpses turned into chains blocking Lester's way, as if waiting for Lester to climb up. Frowning, Lester looked up, and looked at the skull throne through the diffuse blood mist. A shadowy figure was standing on it with legs wide open, wearing a savage and violent human skin bloody clothes, with a hideous two-handed heavy sword close to the throne. His handsome face was full of cruelty and madness. A pair of scalded eyes seemed to be brewing boundless anger, looking down on everything in the world. Even the stars trembled under such a gaze. Lester responded to the shadow's bloodthirsty gaze indifferently. The face of the shadow on the throne was 80% similar to him. Or, it was another possibility of him. Understanding this, Lester had a new feeling. As long as he ascended the throne, he would have unparalleled power, which was enough to break all his difficulties. Lester lowered his head. The chain blocked the road. There was only the skull throne in front of him. It seemed that he had no choice but to ascend the throne. But he had lived 2 lives and stumbled all the way to today. How could he be willing to take the path arranged by others for himself? Raising his head again, Lester looked directly into the scholar's eyes on the throne. People live not just to kill, and irrational killing has no meaning to me. Crack. The chain blocking the road suddenly broke, and a dark road appeared in front of him. Lester did not go forward directly, but looked back. The road behind him had disappeared, replaced by a bottomless abyss with no edge in sight. With just one look, Lester seemed to have been hit hard and almost fell down. Instead of continuing to challenge the abyss, Lester quickly turned his head, but his heart became clearer, and he stepped forward and crossed the skull throne. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, 4 steps. When the 6th step was taken, the scollard world had disappeared, as if he had arrived in a warm forest. Everywhere he looked was full of vitality. Birds and beasts were dancing in the forest with joy. Countless rich fruits were hanging down on the branches, waiting for people to pick them. After a glance, Lester's sight was fixed on the ancient and vigorous old tree. At the bottom of the tree roots, another him was wearing a green robe and stirring a delicious pot. He used a spoon in his hand to scoop up delicious soup from time to time to feed the birds and beasts around him, looking natural and harmonious. Within his sight was a beautiful scene on earth. But Lester knew that this piece of green, which symbolized vitality, did not give him any comfort or satisfaction. Instead, it made him feel an irrepressible disgust. Unlike Alina's love for life, these greens were a blasphemy against life. Unfortunately, this is not the real world in my eyes. Lester continued to walk forward without stopping. The beauty disappeared as quickly as the mottled and peeling wool, revealing its rotten true face. The reality was far more disgusting than imagined. The so-called forest was a bunch of rotten meat rocks with pustules growing on them, and the tempting fruits were the green human-headed fly eggs the size of eggs parasitizing on the meat rocks. The birds and beasts turned into various rotten and mutated creatures with sores on their heads and pus on their feet in the blink of an eye. The Lester who was stirring the vat had become a rotten human-shaped tumor with a big belly. Under Lester's gaze, another amiable Lester squeezed the lavender pustules on his body from time to time and sprinkled them into the dark green pot. After the flies flew into the pot with maggots and spores, he selflessly shared the fungus soup mixed with pathogens with other rotten creatures, like a kind father offering his excrement. The other corrupted creatures also injected their eggs and excrement into Lester's torn abdomen, as if to repay the favor, and use the rustling wriggling to replenish the energy lost by Lester in maintaining the cauldron, so that Lester's life reached a perfect balance and became a truly immortal and great existence. Unfortunately, this kind of immortality is slightly different from the immortality that Lester understands. Speeding up his pace, Lester continued to move forward, but did not enter the warm plague forest. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, until the 7th step, Lester stepped into a world composed of nebulae and lightning. In this world, all secrets and wisdom are exposed. The rare spells and basic element in the material world have turned into knowledge bubbles that are visible to the naked eye and within reach. Upon closer inspection, the magic of the spiritual realm, the magic of the fairy realm, and even the magic of the astral realm are all hidden in the nebula, like an eye that is about to open and staring at him with its eyes closed. As long as you want, you can touch it. As long as you touch it, you can master it. All the principles, since the creation of the world and the formation of all things in the universe can be answered. This is the supreme treasure house of wisdom and the door of truth that every scholar is eager to open. In this world, Lester did not see another self, or in other words, he who touched the knowledge bubble was another self. This is the most perfect example. All the unknowns will be solved here. Lester even has a feeling that he can easily find a way to reverse the Runeland and become the supreme master. There is no need to ask anyone for help. All regrets can be made up. There is no need to worry about failure. All efforts and plans are as ridiculous as a baby's desire to understand the mystery of the starry sky compared to this true solution that is within reach. The greatness of wisdom lies in its endlessness, and the terrible thing is that once you fall into it, it is difficult to get out. I hate being bound. Sorry, although I'm eager to get these things. Lester released the soft knowledge bubble and let the knowledge bubble carrying the true solution slowly go away. After all, he still failed to crush it. But I enjoy the process of exploring on my own more. Be it conspiracy or wisdom, if it is given by others, it is just someone else's thing, and can be taken away by others at any time. What's more, people should be proud of their choices. I don't regret making such a choice. As soon as the words fell, countless purple lightning suddenly appeared in the nebula and rushed towards him. Lester stood still, calmly watching the power that was enough to destroy the planet erupt in front of him. After the dazzling light dissipated, the nebula world had disappeared. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, until the 9th step, a dizzy feeling of the passage of time came, and Lester suddenly found that he had come to an unknown pink garden. The garden was filled with intoxicating mist, and the shadowy figures were draped in gauze, moving lightly with lotus steps, showing the charm of women and the half-covered and half-exposed. In a few minutes, Lester was surrounded by people, from Jis, Tally, Margaret and others 900 years ago to Hina, Mishap, LeBlanc and others today. Thousands of women licked Lester's body with their eyes, and their heavy breathing told of their desire. The nearest women leaned on Lester's chest like an octopus, swimming up and down. The real touch came from the senses of the body, and Lester, who almost couldn't control himself, focused his attention. There were familiar and unfamiliar faces in front of him. Lester looked around and found that all the women he had had relationships with appeared here. Looking around at the smiling girls, Lester was a little surprised that he would leave so many romantic debts, but now was obviously not the time to think about this. Taking a deep breath, seeing that these people's actions were getting more and more excessive, Lester closed his eyes and said in a deep voice, "The universe is so big, and the earth is just a speck of dust. So I can't help but ask, what is the meaning of human existence? What is the meaning of our lives? Under the concept of space in the sense of relativity, is there a more basic space of space? Absolute standard, cannot be distorted. Why does this universe have the smallest unit, namely the Planck scale? Is there a real circle? Why can't it be divided by 0? How to prove that we exist in 3-dimensional space?" The women were stunned and looked at each other in confusion. Now this development seems a bit wrong. Lester, who remained calm, protected his vital points, and continued to tell his life experience. Don't think about being a saint or a sage. You should be a great saint or a great sage. Only in this way can you know how to live without hurting others, give full play to your potential, enrich your soul, and be an interesting person. The operation of society has its own laws. There are talents in all aspects of human beings. If everyone can do their best, the society will definitely be civilized, and people can live happily. Facing the nagging man, the women took a few steps back at the same time, and Alina, who was in the lead, looked a little strange. It was obviously what the man desired most, but now that it was in front of him, the man said something inexplicable. It was too strange. "Lester, don't you like us? Don't you want to be with us forever?" Hearing this, Lester finally opened his eyes. A look of surprise flashed across his face, and then he shook his head unwaveringly. "Of course I like you, and want to be with you, otherwise you wouldn't be here. Then why don't you get closer to us?" Facing Alina, who was the most ideal person in his heart, Lester sighed and looked a little worried. "Because I know you are not them. I want to ask, who are you? Why did you appear in front of me? What is your purpose? Why did you choose to appear in front of me and communicate with me?" Alina was stunned and then took Lester's hand. "But isn't this a rare opportunity? The women you like have all returned to you, and I have also recovered my human form from the rune. What does it matter whether it's true or not? You might as well close your eyes and enjoy it. As for who I am and why I appear in front of you, maybe you can find the answer yourself. After all, even if I tell you in person, you may not believe it. In that case, please forgive me for refusing. Although I don't know your purpose, I know very well that you are enemies, not friends. In this case, do you think I will obey your ideas?" I thought the talks would fall apart, but Alina chuckled and stretched out her hands to wrap around Lester's waist. "Whether you believe it or not, I'm different from other guys. I will not interfere with your life and will, nor will I ask you to do anything. In my opinion, nothing is important. The only important thing is you and me. You chose me, and I chose you. We have the same characteristics, and should be the closest partners." As Alina's voice fell, the other women turned into mist, and the mist condensed under her body to form a double bed. Alina pushed hard, but Lester refused to lie down. "Since you said we should be partners, partners shouldn't lie to each other. So, what if I refuse? The woman narrowed her crescent eyes and smiled. You will leave here and return to the real world. As for what happens next, no one will know, but I can be sure that you will lose a great opportunity, an opportunity to understand us. Chapter 682 No Way Out. As the saying goes, knowing yourself and your enemy means you can fight 100 battles without danger. Born as a killer, Lester has attached great importance to intelligence gathering from the beginning. The fundamental purpose of establishing the Night's Edge is not to assassinate, but to collect intelligence. Although he has become a human genius in Runeland, and he has been moving forward in sync with history, there are few things he doesn't understand. However, the more he understands Runeland, the more questions he has. Many times, the secrets hidden under the world are far more terrifying than he imagined. In the past, how did the Atlands understand hell and choose Lily for sacrifice in the right way? Where did the dwarves, who only live on underground stone tablets and murals, and have long disappeared, go? Why did the terrifying Badlands recorded in the ruins of civilization disappear? Why did the Protoss choose Runeland as an experimental site? What does the vision produced when absorbing the world rune fragments mean? In the near future, what is the origin and purpose of the crystal will in Ordine Canyon? Before his death, Mordekaiser was just a mortal who knew some black magic. Why could he take root in the underworld and compete with the Mother of Masks? Runeland is so big. Why is it that only the spirit of Ionia can escape the cycle of life and death openly? Why did the original demon fiddlesticks come to this world? This is why Lester rejected knowledge. He had a hunch that, if he explored too many questions that did not belong to him, he would eventually be assimilated by the space full of knowledge bubbles and make himself a bubble symbolizing knowledge. It was not just because he disdained to accept charity. In fact, if he really had the opportunity to change his situation, he would not mind putting down his pride. And now, this guy who looked like an evil god from another world was willing to show his fake body and share information about himself with him in a friendly manner. Not to mention how many sincerities and schemes there were in this proposal. At least the attitude of this evil god expressed the willingness to communicate. Lester knew that the fake Alina had some plans for him, but he did not mind communicating with the other party appropriately while ensuring the bottom line. He was never a stubborn person. So Lester said, if I become your partner, what can you bring to me? What do I need to pay? If you choose to be my partner, I will give you unparalleled charm. You don't need to pay anything. As long as you are willing to acknowledge my existence, it will be enough. Alina's little hand gently stroked Lester's face, which was chopped by a knife and an axe, as if stroking a supreme treasure. Lester caught Alina's little hand and spoke with some confidence after realizing that the fake Alina cared about her beauty. What is charm, and what does it mean to acknowledge you? You might as well make it clearer. Maybe I will really agree. With a faint smile, Alina hugged Lester with her other hand and said softly, any thinking creature will fall under your charm. This power is completely different from the life source in your body. The life source attracts others by dissipating vitality, which can be cut off, but the power of joy and admiration will make people sink to the bottom of depravity, like a poison that blends into the soul. There is no antidote. You can understand it as, if you gain my power, you can completely turn this beauty into a weapon, to conquer everything you see. If you add the life source as a supplement, your ability will definitely reach a level that no one can match. Maybe even the spirits of the constellations will not be able to resist. This is your unique charm, and it is also the reason why I chose you. As for what's the point of acknowledging my existence, the fact that you chose me instead of the other three is meaningful enough to me. How about it? Do you want to make a choice? Lester said. I don't like others to have this face. As you wish. Letting go of Lester, in the dazzling light, Alina turned into a tall, quiet East Asian beauty with short black hair. A teardrop mole was located under her right eye. Her almond-like black pupil was clear and clean. Her facial features were delicate, and her style was pure. As the saying goes, small branches bear great fruit. The woman with a protruding front and a curvy back was wearing a slightly exposed fitness vest. Under her proud curves was a powerful vest line. The streamlined muscle contour made the black-haired woman look very powerful, just right for a protracted war. This was a human race template that Lester could not see in Runeland at all, and it was also the opposite sex template that Lester himself had never thought of the most. Now it appeared alive in front of Lester. "Do you like me now?" The black-haired woman had a calm temperament and a tone that was neither humble nor arrogant. It was completely different from the style of Elena, who liked to act like a spoiled child before. It was like a different person. However, Lester knew that this black-haired beauty was still the evil god. Lester nodded, unable to go against his will. With just one glance, he was sure that the appearance and form used by the evil god came from his deep desire. Everyone has his own strike zone. If he had met such a woman in his previous life, he would probably pursue her regardless of everything. In fact, I like you too. Finally pushing the man who refused to surrender to the bed, the black-haired woman smiled confidently and approached him. "Let's have a contest of strength and endurance. Sister Jana, when will the master wake up?" In the Lord's bedroom in Brusk Castle, Evelyn was staring at the man lying on the bed, as if he was asleep, with a worried look on her face. Lester had been sleeping since 7 days ago, as if he had lost his soul and was in an abnormal state. After checking, it was found that the soul was still in a perfect fusion with the body. Evelyn was completely in trouble. Seeing that there was no way to wake Lester up, Evelyn had to show up to Perem and let Perem take control of the situation. She and the Wind Elf Jana worked together to study the reason for Lester's sleep. Unfortunately, even though Jana was well informed, she couldn't figure out what happened to Lester. She only knew that Lester was in a strange state. "Let me take a look." Hearing this, Jana turned into an elf and sat on the bed. She put her slender hand on Lester's forehead, and her beautiful eyebrows were slightly wrinkled. When Evelyn began to get anxious, her frown slowly relaxed. "How is it? Lester should be waking up soon." Before he finished speaking, Lester opened his eyes with a tired face, his eyes fixed on Jana and Evelyn, and Lester smiled gently. "Sorry to worry you. I'm fine." "Whoa, Master, I thought you would never wake up again." "Lester, did someone attack you?" The man casually hugged Evelyn, who was acting cute, and stretched out only 2 fingers. With a calm face, he used a high-level technique that seemed to be instinctive to make Evelyn, who had a demon body, paralyzed into a pile of mud. It was completely different from the small bridge and flowing water in the past. The soul shock that was like the vast ocean made Evelyn roll her eyes and stick out her tongue. Evelyn, who had never been defeated in 100 battles, could not get up again. This scene made Jana open her mouth in shock. She had also seen the interaction between Lester and Evelyn. On weekdays, Lester had to give Evelyn a few injections to satisfy the greedy Evelyn. It was impossible to overload the demon soul core with ordinary physical contact. Looking at Lester again, Jana was a little confused, as if the man had changed in a place she could not see. Someone is really targeting me, or it could be said that it is an evil god from another world. Lester threw Evelyn, who had lost her ability to move, on the bed, and held Jana's hand, interlocking their fingers. He did not use the power given by the evil god. An evil god from another world? Didn't the evil god do anything to you? I heard from Fenja that there are many magical winds outside the world that do not belong to this world, but I don't know if they are the evil gods you are talking about. Jana's undisguised worry made Lester feel distressed. He hugged Jana gently. "Don't worry, although they came to me, they couldn't do anything to me. I know a lot about them. Let's talk about these things later. How long has it been now?" Seeing that Lester didn't want to say more, the gentle Jana didn't ask any more questions. "It's been a week." Sister Evelyn asked Perem to conceal the news of your coma. Relieved, Lester kissed the Wind Elf's forehead lightly and let go of the somewhat shy Wind Elf. No matter how many times, Jana would always feel shy about his sudden and timid behavior, which is also one of Jana's lovely characteristics. "Is there any important news during this period? How are the reinforcement from the Emerald Territory?" After thinking for a while, Jana whispered. "Timothy's claimed that the Nockland Knights under his command captured Winterfell Castle and publicly executed the traitor Ignity Woods." Noticing that Lester looked a little worried, Jana took the initiative to hold Lester's right hand. "There is also good news. The reinforcement of the Emerald Territory have crossed the Red Rock Castle. According to your order, the 1st Legion and the 2nd Legion will go to Vaux and Bolg Castle respectively. They will probably launch an attack soon." Lester nodded with satisfaction. His eyes passed through Jana's pure and charming face and saw the beacon fire burning on the Valoran plain. The conspiracy and tricks have been exhausted. What the Emerald Territory, which has occupied the righteousness, needs now is a hearty victory. In order to improve efficiency, the Warlord offensive war is divided into two fronts. Mishap is in charge of the Western Front. The 1st Legion heading to the giant city of Vaux has a total of 50,000 people. It is commanded by Mishap, who carries the Starfire rune blade and hides his identity to hold the line. The Yodelkled is a deputy Legion commander, responsible for controlling the heavy cavalry. In addition, there are many civilian officers who took over the giant city of Vaux after the war and the Sentinels of Light who fight with the army. The composition of the Legion is mainly cavalry, supplemented by infantry. The highly mobile Dragonbird and Dragon Lizard Legion carries a large amount of all chemical explosives. The 40,000 infantry are equipped with 2 versions of Winchester rifles that are ahead of Runeland. There are also a small number of Hex riflemen and Black Lightning mages fighting with the army. The siege is mainly carried out by cavalry and mages, and the infantry is only responsible for post-war stability, striving to capture the giant city of Valks with lightning speed to reduce unnecessary losses. After taking down the giant city of Valks, Mishap can also ride a Dragonbad to quickly support the east and take down the chaotic Fort Callisto. The eastern front is led by Elijah Gerist, the star of the Gerist family. The 2nd Legion has a total of 100,000 people, and Elijah is the commander. In order to deal with emergencies, the strongest combat force of the 2nd Legion is Syndra. Under Lester's arrangement, Shia Silvermoon will accompany and protect Syndra throughout the process. Even if Shia can't beat the enemy, she can take Syndra away from the battlefield in time. Facing the possible existence of the Underworld Army, the 2nd Army has a very complex composition. In addition to the Dragonbad Knights, Dragon Lizard Knights, Light Sentinels, Black Lightning Mages, and light and heavy infantry equipped with Formad weapons, the 2nd Army is also equipped with heavy siege equipment, Immortal Shield bows and the evolved True Ice Dragon Cannon purchased from Lysandra. The 2nd Army will first break through Bol Castle, then go south to join Lester, encircle the giant city of Nockland, and completely disintegrate Timothy's rule. After that, the 2nd Army and the 1st Army will reorganize and advance further south of the Valoran continent. In Lester's expected goal, the Emerald Territory's sphere of influence will expand to Basilico, the easternmost of the magnificent Barrier Mountains, and completely control the southern part of the Valoran continent. When the warlords are pacified, Lester will go to the Immortal Fortress and unite with LeBlanc to completely overthrow the rule of Brondarquil and control the heart of Noxus. After that, the Noxan Empire will attack the Principality of Valoran and the Kingdom of Northland, becoming the only overlord on the Valoran plain. For the Emerald Territory, it is easy to conquer the continent with combat qualities and magical technology that far surpass those of Runeterra. The difficulties that need to be considered are how to make the people of Valoran obey its rule, and how to revive the depressed Valoran in the shortest possible time, while resisting the interference of supernatural forces. In general, the time it takes for the Emerald Territory to truly swallow up the Noxus Empire will definitely not be short. Lester must take advantage of the fact that the Protoss is unable to spare any time to speed up the expansion as much as possible and gather all the strength that can be gathered to deal with the crisis. To this day, Lester's layout in the Targon Peak has played a huge role. Putting aside the fact that he has learned a lot in Fidlit and insisted on traveling alone in the Runeland to kill the evil and extraordinary god of war Atreus, Leona and Diana, who betrayed the Protoss, have been conveying news of the astral world to Lester in a secret way. According to the news from the Merman, the curious Protoss has gone to another world, and Zoe is taking a great adventure in the long river of time. The Guardian Protoss has not responded yet. In this case, the Justice Protoss, who has become a lonely man, has to pull up the dragon binding rope himself and control Aurelian Sol. When the Justice Protoss settles the Dragon King, it is likely that he will inevitably have to confront the Protoss head on. As the saying goes, the monk can run away, but the temple cannot. Lester can run away, but the Emerald Territory cannot. At this point, Lester has no way out. Chapter 683, Siege of Vaux. In the southern part of Valoran, the giant city of Vaux was particularly depressing, with flags and horns outside the city. After a long journey, the 1st Legion of the Emerald Territory finally arrived at the territory of the warlord Acheson. Looking around, the dragon birds that covered the sky and the sun stretched out their wings and flew at high speed. The interlaced wings even blocked the light from the sun, bringing a suffocating shadow to the earth in the whistling wind. The side sank, and the dust flew above the horizon. A yodel riding a strange dragon lizard rushed to the front first. Behind the yodel, thousands of dragon lizards equipped with steel rams like heavy tanks followed closely under the control of knights holding long-handled broadswords. In the distance, dense infantry like a black tide pressed forward coldly. Although there was no battle, the unimaginable air-ground joint military force had overwhelmed the soldiers defending the city and shocked everyone's mind. When had the soldiers who had only experienced security battles in these years experienced the double blow of air-ground integration? Archers, get ready. Aim at those flying beasts. It was not until the officers defending the city shouted the order at the top of their lungs that the bewildered crossbowmen and archers suddenly realized what was happening. They hurriedly bent their bows and put arrows on them, loaded the crossbows with arrows, and tightened the triggers. Woo woo woo. As the second horn sounded, a row of arrows rained down. Looking up in horror, they saw that the dragon bird knight, who had been stationed 100 meters in the air, had taken the lead in plucking the bowstring and shot a heavy armor-piercing triangular arrow with an iron bow. The rain of arrows pierced through the leather armor of hundreds of people in an oblique manner, one wave after another, and it continued without stopping. For a time, the defenders of the city wall were in mourning. In an instant, even the cowhide shields that they were so proud of showed irreparable cracks. Shoot! Shoot them! The delayed counterattack was accompanied by the soaring of the blue sky. Some archers who came to their senses aimed at the dragon bird knights who were stranded in the air and hastily shot arrows filled with fear and anger. The first wave of arrow rain was just like the frightened soldiers defending the city, messy and powerless. Only a dozen crossbow arrows coincidentally pierced the open wings of the dragon bird, bringing out a small handful of blood. The dragon bird just flapped its wings and turned away. Amid the officers' anxious and angry abuse, the second wave of arrow rain carrying hope brushed past the dragon bird's claws, but the dragon bird quickly raised its body and avoided the attack that was already difficult to hit. The archers and crossbowmen could only look up blankly and watch the dragon bird knights, whose formation suddenly changed, form a flowing and uncertain circle, and shoot arrows continuously at a higher angle to suppress the top of the city, but they could not even fight back. For a time, the morale of the soldiers defending the city plummeted. Many soldiers who were suppressed by the rain of arrows fled from the exposed city walls into the tower without looking back. Unable to come up with a way to deal with it, the officers could not stop the fleeing soldiers at all. In desperation, they could only flee with the fleeing soldiers. Creaky, creaky, creaky. Some soldiers defending the city also set their sights on the bed crossbows used to deal with siege equipment, but after personally controlling the sliding bed crossbows, they despairingly discovered that it was okay to use the bed crossbows to hit objects on the ground, but it was simply nonsense to want to lift the heavy crossbows and aim them at the dragon bird knights who were higher than the towers. The bed crossbows were not designed to be used as anti-aircraft weapons from the beginning. The Dragon Clan disappeared for 1,000 years and had long become a legend on the continent. Who would have thought that there would be a day when they would really face the Dragon Knights? Before the soldiers who had fled into the castle tower could recover, deafening explosions resounded through the sky, and the broken limbs and arms wrapped in blood and flesh fragments flew all over the sky, like withered branches swept by the wind. The city walls collapsed, the city gates were broken, and the earth trembled and cried under the impact of the alchemical explosives. After the city walls were completely suppressed, the dragon bird knights behind the dragon bird archers carried alchemical explosives to carry out targeted bombing of the outer city. At this moment, the chemical bombs hidden for a long time in the Emerald Territory finally revealed their most brutal side. Without the help of any magical power, the moment the chemical energy exploded, the city walls and city gates collapsed and shattered like paper, and the soldiers who were waiting for the battering ram to hit them with their bodies behind the city gates were torn into a bloody rain. In the trance of tinnitus and dizziness, the dragon lizard knights who launched a charge in the distance became the last straw that crushed the defenders' fighting will. Faced with unimaginable and incomprehensible siege methods, the defenders loyal to Lord Dachshund fled in disarray. At this point, no one believed that they could win this war that was not even on the same level. Wow. I'm Kled, the Emerald Cavalry General of the Narxan Empire. If you don't want to die, drop your weapons now. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless with my axe and shotgun. Skarl made full use of his own advantages, leaving the dragon lizard heavy cavalry behind him. When Skarl looked back with his peripheral vision, he suddenly realized that those burly and strong males were no longer behind him. Unknowingly, he was leading Kled alone deep into the enemy's camp. Seeing Skarl snoring, Kled, who had already figured out Skarl, how could he not know what his partner was thinking? Kled, who was charging ahead, did not give Skarl any chance to retreat. He first tightened his grip on the reins, and then clamped his crotch tightly around Skarl, who was cowering and thinking of retreating. Kled's restraints prevented Skarl from turning, and he could only leap forward on the gravel, carrying Kled and charging into the giant city of Varks. At this point, Skarl could only grit his teeth and charge forward. As the defenders were defeated, more than a dozen silver waves slowly advanced, blocking the defenders' retreat on the main streets of the city. Facing the desperate fleeing soldiers, the fresh troops shouted loudly, and the shield shook first, and then the silver spears stabbed out, and the spear tips pierced through the bodies of the fleeing soldiers like a string of candied haws. In a few breaths, blood flowed like a river in front of the silver army's defense line, and corpses piled up on the ground. Under the threat of imminent death, the fleeing army finally stopped its charge, and was at a loss between the silver army and Kled. Jeran looked back, and found that the only pursuer behind him was a vicious-looking Yotl one-eyed dragon. Being stared at by the fleeing soldiers with inexplicable eyes, General Kled immediately felt offended. No retreat. Lord Dachshund has given the order. Anyone who retreats will be killed. A reward of 100 silver coins will be given for killing one enemy. Whoever can kill this loud-voiced dwarf who calls himself the Emerald Lord Cavalry General will become a noble viscount. Guards, listen up. Move forward. Anyone who blocks the way will be killed on the spot. It was not until the variable spoke loudly himself that Kled looked away and took a closer look. Combined with the military intelligence provided by Eve's Edge before the battle, he realized that the Silver Helmet guards responsible for guarding the Lord's castle were late. Unlike ordinary soldiers, each Silver Helmet's guard is an elite warrior selected by the Warlord Achson. Under the temptation of delicious food and beautiful women, these heavy soldiers equipped with the best steel armor and receiving special training are extremely loyal to the Warlord Achson. They are the most trusted and powerful trump card army in the hands of the Warlord Achson. At the beginning, the Vork's giant city was not in the hands of the Warlord Achson, but in the hands of the Warlord Glinton. It was Achson who defeated Glinton head-on with the Silver Helmet's guards, which seriously injured Glinton. This is why he had to peacefully hand over the ruling power of the Vork's giant city and went to Fort Callisto in disgrace. In fact, the most frightening thing about the Silver Helmet's guards is not the weapons and equipment forged with special forging, but the fearless fighting will and the rock-like gun formation. In the gun formation of the Silver Helmet's guards, both the heavy cavalry and the heavy infantry can only die on the spot and become a corpse on the gun forest. The 2.5 meter long steel spears were placed on shields, driving hundreds of defeated soldiers towards Kredi. The defeated soldiers who had little fighting spirit were fine. Kredi was confident that he could kill through the encirclement of the defeated soldiers alone. However, facing the Silver Helmet's guards who were slowly approaching like hedgehogs, even the murderous Yotl was a little hesitant at this moment. Kredi was originally short, and the Silver Helmet's guards were stabbing him with such long spears. Didn't you see that Miss Scare was trembling? But if Kredi turned around and fled, it would be too embarrassing. How could a cavalry general flee without fighting? I'm afraid he would be laughed at. Just when Kredi was in a dilemma, Scare had already turned his body with a slight tremor. The next moment, a rain of arrows came from the sky. Kredi looked up and saw that it was the dragon bird archers who attacked the Silver Helmet's guards from above. The rain of arrows bypassed the shield wall and flew from top to bottom towards the back of the Silver Helmets. The rain of arrows unexpectedly tore through the line of the Silver Helmets. Some soldiers wanted to turn around and use their shields to defend against the rain of arrows behind them, but the dead guards blocked their sides and became obstacles. The commander issued several orders in succession, but they could not keep consistent due to the chaos in the formation. For a while, the soldiers of the Silver Helmets could neither advance nor retreat, and finally a gap was revealed. Seeing the good opportunity in front of him, Creddy took a deep breath, and his eyes turned red. He pulled the reins and rode the screaming scare forward to kill. The first to fight were naturally the defeated soldiers blocking the silver helmets. Some lost their armor, and some lost their weapons. Hundreds of defeated soldiers were scattered, and some advanced and retreated, pushing and crowding together. It looked chaotic, and it was the best time to break the formation and kill the enemy. Without even looking at the guys who were avoiding the charge and didn't even have weapons, Cled swung the long-handled axe in his hand and swept forward. The heavy long-handled axe turned into an endless steel whirlwind. As the saying goes, if it touches you, you will die, and if it touches you, you will be injured. Any soldier who brushed against Cled would either lose an arm or a head. A few soldiers who were lucky enough to block Scare's way were knocked away by the terrified Scare's head before they had time to be happy. Seeing their iron breastplates deeply dented and crushing their sternums and hearts, the soldiers foamed at the mouth and rolled over and flew backwards, and they were completely silent. Ha ha ha. Scare. Great job. Woo gab. Hulu woo gab. As if he felt that he could deal with the enemy in front of him, Scare also gained a little more courage. After several charges, the dark red long-handled axe in Cled's hand was already covered with a thick and lingering blood mist. He estimated that the blood shield formed by his magic steel armor was enough to break through the forest of spears. Cled shouted and immediately rushed towards the silver helmets without looking back. Seeing the Yodel killer embryos rushing towards them with murderous intent, the silver helmets in the front rows instantly lowered their spears, and the 3 layers of spears pointed directly at the hairy heads of the Yodels, waiting for Cled to hit them head on and pierce a blood hole. Seeing this, Cled swung the blood axe relentlessly and chopped 3 times in a row. The axe blade swept out several terrifying bloodlights to block the spear tip and directly cut off the first few layers of fine steel spears in the spear tip. Creddy, who was somewhat exhausted, could not continue to slash and could only retract the axe blade and pull out the short-barreled shotgun. At the moment when he was about to hit the gun tip and the shield formation, Creddy pulled the trigger at the silver helmet blocking him. The special shotgun shells were ejected under the impact of gunpowder, and dozens of bullets exploded forward in a good shape like a chaotic rain curtain. The crackling sound of collision followed the firelight of the gun barrel. The bullets hitting the armor might still be bounced due to the angle problem, but the bullets that penetrated the gaps in the helmets could easily tear the heads of the guards, and a piece of fishy pink stuff exploded, which was far more despairing than the tinnitus. With one blow, the forest of guns was shaky. After doing all this, Creddy opened his red eyes wide and fearlessly commanded Scare to hit the last 2 rows of gun tips with his blood shield. Something happened that made the silver helmet soldiers despair. The expected scene of killing the lunatic Yodel did not happen. Their fine steel spears stabbed on the thick blood-red shield, but could only slide to one side, allowing the ferocious hairy face of the one-eyed Yodel to get closer and closer. Then, the distance between the 2 sides was shortened to the attack range of the blood axe. Scarl. Kill. Cled, who had regained his strength, completely turned into a short meat grinder, rushing into the broken formation of the silver helmet's guards, and rushing left and right, completely smashing the formation of the guards. Seeing that the invincible silver helmet's guards were no match for the hairy-faced killer, the defeated soldiers who were still at a loss on the spot fled away, no longer having the slightest intention to fight. Mishap, who was commanding the Dragon Bird Knights in the sky, saw this and ordered to stop the rain of arrows to support Cled. The blonde woman hidden in the light armor cloak controlled the Dragon Bird to fly dozens of meters into the sky again, reassessing the situation. The rubble piled up in the damaged parts of the city walls and gates had been cleared by the accompanying wizards to create a path for the dragon lizards to pass. The dragon lizard heavy cavalry was entering the city in an orderly manner, and together with the Dragon Bird Knights, they were attacking the more difficult silver helmet guards. Under the rain of arrows and the impact of the dragon lizards, the silver helmet guards who still wanted to resist were soon unable to maintain their formation and were scattered by the dragon lizards. The scattered spearmen and shield soldiers became fish meat at the mercy of others and died one after another under the trampling of the dragon lizards. Further away, the Winchester Rifle Corps had surrounded the entire giant city. If the guys who wanted to escape from the city didn't want to turn into honeycomb coal, they could only surrender. mishap, who couldn't find any loopholes, looked up at the lonely lords in a castle. That was the last line of defense of the warlord Acheson. Chapter 684. The enemy arrives at Nockland. The sun has begun to set in the west. Looking down, the sky is full of rosy clouds, and looking up, the setting sun is blood red. The troops of the Emerald Territory have been advancing all the way, raiding and occupying the Lord's castle in advance, but they can't find the most important trophy. They searched everywhere, but they didn't know that Acheson had fled to the dirty and smelly dungeon. Thinking back to the smoke under his feet, thinking about the silver-helmeted soldiers who died on the battlefield without playing a role, Acheson took a deep breath in disbelief, fell backwards and sat on the soft and comfortable leather bench. He wanted to raise his arms to pat his face, but found that his arms were so weak that he had no strength at all. He has become a stray dog, no longer a great lord who controls a place. How is it possible? My Silver Helmet's guards were defeated just like that. Not far from Acheson, the underworld wizard Digret, who was also reviewing the battle in his mind, looked unexpectedly solemn. As a newly promoted intermediate wizard of the Undead Legion, this was his first time to obtain a physical body and follow the new boss, Archmage Lobito, to the material realm to stir up trouble. He originally thought that this was just a boring game of a strong man playing with a child, but he did not expect that the Emerald Territory would have such strength. It is rumored that the Dark Lord Modkaiser himself is also quite afraid of the Emerald Territory. Before, he thought it was just a meaningless rumor, but now he has some sense of reality. Obviously, when the powerful underworld army was defeated by Fidlit, Digret was still an unconscious Soleg, and Modkaiser did not publicize his stain after his failure. Not knowing what to say, Digret kept his mouth shut and maintained a solemn expression. The calm Digret finally caught Acheson's attention. The man, who seemed to have aged 10 years, fixed his gaze on Digret, and hope reappeared on his face. So war can be fought like this. War can be fought like this. Damn it. Damn it. Why do I have to face such an enemy? My lord. Lord Lobito must have asked you to stay, because he had a backup plan, right? Now my army has been completely defeated. I beg you to help me turn the tide. As long as I can defeat the Emerald Territory's Legion and save Vorks, I'm willing to offer everything to you, and the master behind the scenes. Glancing at Acheson, who had lost his composure, Digret once again lowered his opinion of the old man in front of him. If it weren't for Boss Lobito asking him to protect this stupid and arrogant man, he would definitely not bother to deal with such a mediocre person. Lord Lobito's order is for me to protect you, not to save the city. Now that you have been defeated, we only have one way to go. I think you should understand this, otherwise you would not have fled here. Digret took out a dagger inlaid with soul crystal from the underworld robe, and threw it on the ground in the dim light of the oil lamp, which made Acheson have a bad premonition. Lord Acheson, please use this dagger to pierce your own heart. I will take your soul back to the underworld, where you will be reborn. This is the promise that Lord Lobito gave you. I will not force you, but you must know that this is your only chance to survive. You must be responsible for any choice you make. I have sensed that the soldiers of the Emerald Territory are approaching here. Time waits for no one. You'd better make a decision quickly. Picking up the cold soul dagger like a stray dog, Acheson trembled and held the handle inlaid with strange gems, and took a last look at Digret unwillingly. Is there really no chance? Isn't it better for me to work for the master while I'm alive than to die? What kind of person will I become in the underworld? Can I, who has little influence, really work for the master? Looking at the pitiful old man, Digret thought that the old man had been respectful to him these days, and had contributed a lot of young flesh and soul for him to enjoy. Now that the old man asked him a question, he couldn't pretend not to hear it. Forget it, just consider it as a favor. Lord Lobito's plan is not here. Lord Acheson, you must understand this. As for what kind of situation you will encounter after going to the underworld, I can't tell you too much, but what is certain is that Lord Acheson will definitely not become the lowest level soul body. The clear cry of a dragon bird came from not far away. Acheson lowered his head and wiped his tears, then raised his head and grinned silently, frowned and sighed deeply. Looking at the bright side, he at least has a second chance to fight. The old man took off his luxurious silk golden robe, revealing his shriveled and frail body. With his eyes closed, his hands stopped trembling, as if he had returned to the first time he killed someone decades ago, and his face regained the ruthlessness of a warlord. Puff! The soul dagger pierced into Aitchison's body. Under the guidance of a dark green underworld energy, Aitchison's old soul was completely drawn into the soul crystal and sealed, and his body quickly turned into a body that had been corrupted for a long time. Degret, who was waiting on the side, put away his inadvertent contempt. The underworld wizard bent down to pick up the soul dagger and recited the Lachin language spell derived from the Ochin language without hesitation, and stabbed it into his body. The soul dagger instantly severed the connection between the soul and the body. After completely absorbing Degret's own soul, Degret's body turned into ashes within a few breaths, and the lost energy was used to break the space to connect to the underworld. With a click, the short dagger, which was twisted like a spirit snake, fell to the ground, but the crystal on the handle had disappeared. When the soldiers of the 1st Legion of the Emerald Territory found the dungeon chamber, they found nothing except a mummy whose face and identity could not be identified, and a strangely shaped snake-shaped dagger. Frowning and putting away the snake-shaped dagger, Miss had arranged many things, and then rode on the dragon bird to lead the dragon bird army to fly eastward. 2 souls, one strong and one weak, passed through the 2 worlds under the protection of the soul crystal, and fell into the darkest place in the underworld. The city of the underworld, Mitnal Achin. Seeing the Ochin language characters on the square stone tablet slowly light up, the underworld silent priest guarding the soul square stone tablet tore open his own mouth, and recited the obscure spell in a voice like a ghost crying. 10 minutes later, the silent priest successfully received the 2 souls in the soul crystal, and selected 2 completely different soul bodies as soul containers according to the level of the soul mark. Opening his eyes, Degret pushed open the coffin lid in front of him, and stood up from the soul crystal coffin. After moving his full soul body a little, Degret showed a satisfied look on his face, and nodded to the silent priest as a greeting. Under the guidance of a silent priest, Degret came to another closed soul crystal coffin, and pushed open the coffin lid. He saw a skinny guy who looked like a skeleton, but had a thin layer of flesh and blood. He stared at the soul fire blankly and looked around, as if he had not yet adapted to his new body. Thinking that Aitchison had just arrived in the underworld, and must not understand Lachin, Degret pulled his mouth and neck, slightly adjusted the pronunciation organs of the body that simulated the flesh, and spoke in Narkson. Welcome to Mitnal Achin, Sir Aitchison. If you can understand me, get up quickly, and don't try to interfere with the work of the silent priest. Otherwise the silent priest will probably make you sleep in the coffin again, and then you will never be able to get up again, and I can't help you. Hearing this, Aitchison didn't care to continue observing himself who had turned into a skeleton, and sat up quickly, looking at the strange wizards floating in the air, wearing translucent dark green black robes, and with their mouths sewn with needles and thread, with some horror in his heart. With his hands on the edge of the coffin, Aitchison jumped hard, but accidentally fell to the ground, watching his right leg twisted into another arc. Seeing this, Degret simply pulled up Aitchison's skeleton and helped Aitchison straighten his right leg. Mitnal Achin doesn't need waste. Sir Aitchison, if you don't want to become a soul without consciousness, you must get familiar with this body as soon as possible and learn Lachin language. Not if you understand. He opened his mouth to say yes, but except for the sound of quack quack, Aitchison couldn't make any sound, so he nodded. Very good. If you understand, come with me. I will arrange a place for you to stay first, and then I will tell you the taboos of the underworld. When the time is right, you will come with me to meet the Lord. Don't forget me when there is any reward. He nodded vigorously again, but Aitchison's vision suddenly sank, and the whole world turned upside down. When he regained his balance, Aitchison had already seen the bones of his feet. Thinking of the problem with the leg bones just now, Aitchison realized that his head had fallen off. Don't move too much when you're moving. Your body isn't great, but it's much stronger than those slaves. You only need to recuperate for a while to become stronger. Remember, people who have soul bodies in the underworld are not ordinary people. The stronger the body, the stronger it is. You should pay attention to this, and don't offend anyone you can't afford to offend. He picked up Aitchison's head and pressed it on his neck. When the energy of the underworld slightly filled the missing part of the joint, Degret let go. Follow me. In the material realm, located in the west of the giant city of Nockland, Lester, who was in charge of the Central Army, received the news from the 1st Legion and smiled a little more. Noticing the smile on Lester's face, Syndra, a girl in a purple dress, who was already very graceful, suppressed her curiosity and gently fed the peeled grapes to the man next to her. Behind the man, Xiaoyu, who was wearing a beautiful and gorgeous silver mask on her face, was massaging the man's shoulders. It can be said that she enjoyed the best of both worlds. It seems that Vox is doing well. I thought your tentacles were everywhere. Putting down the urgent magic secret letter in his hand, Lester swallowed Syndra's finger in one gulp, patted his butt, and asked the blushing young wizard to call Alia. What's the situation in the city now? Alia, dressed in a dashing military uniform, was equipped with a miniaturized hex-etched gun blade on his waist. The middle-aged general knelt on one knee and offered his loyalty to Lester. My lord, the city is in chaos, with smoke rising everywhere, and bandits and rebels everywhere. Some of the soldiers guarding the city were used by Timothy to suppress them, but the effect seems not very obvious. Lord Lester, Timothy sent someone to shoot a letter arrow at night, expressing his willingness to surrender. He is willing to hand over all the wealth of Nockland, just to spare his life. Hearing this, Lester narrowed his eyes. He didn't believe that Timothy really had such an idea. There were only 2 strategic locations in the southern border of the empire, Nockland in the east and Vox in the west. The former could radiate the magnificent barrier along the coast of the continent and further south, while the latter affected the hinterland of the Valoran plain, and could drive straight in at any time, and cut the Principality of Valoran from the belly. Since there was no accident on the Vox side, then there would definitely be an accident in Nockland. Timothy's words were probably intended to bring the Emerald Territory's army into the city, to join forces with Mod Caesar to cause trouble. With all the advantages, how could Lester do what the enemy wanted? The cannons have been dispatched, let alone secretly shooting secret arrows to surrender. Even if they open the city walls and beg for mercy, he will not easily accept it. He will have to fire at least 2 cannons at them. As for those innocents who keep persuading and insist on staying in Nockland to live and die with the brutal warlord, the best kindness Lester can do is to make the trajectory of the true ice dragon cannon and the immortal shield bow far away from the city. Thinking of this, Lester said in a deep voice, a brutal and inhumane warlord like Timothy will not surrender, and it is impossible for him to surrender. This is just a trick of the enemy to lure the enemy. Your Excellency is right. The enemy must be pretending to be defeated and want to harm us. Nodding, Lester continued. How is the siege going? The siege is now complete, and the forbidden magic field can be opened at any time. Even if it is a fly, it can't fly out of Nockland without the consent of the adults. Very good, the time is ripe. The Dragonbird Legion of the 1st Legion will arrive at the battlefield in 3 days. There is no need to wait. Alia, at dawn tomorrow, target the city walls and gates. Don't hold back, bomb Nockland hard. Alia obeys. When Alia jealous retreated, Lester opened his arms and embraced Syndra and Xia, who exuded natural body fragrance, and sprayed shampoo on each of them. It's been a long time since we last met. Can you stay here with me tonight? Hearing this, Syndra, who put down her staff, nodded half joyfully and half panicked, with expectation in her eyes, and Xia took off her mask with a smile, revealing her beautiful face. Hey, Lester, do you have any secrets to tell us? Sighing that Xia had wanted to lay eggs with him from the beginning, Lester nodded with a wry smile. That's about it. There are some things I have to tell you, in case you encounter them, and don't know what to do. Chapter 685 Advanced Warfare Form. The next day, just after dawn, the True Ice Dragon Cannon and Immortal Shield Bow troops were pulled to the front line by Elijah. Lester, who had spent a night with the 2 women, got up from the bed and went to the artillery position to supervise the battle in person and observe the strength of the siege weapons of the Emerald Territory, not to mention the conventional siege equipment, such as catapults, siege rams, ladders, and siege towers, etc. The Emerald Territory now has a total of 4 advanced siege equipment. The ones on display are the Immortal Shield Bow, which has long been famous in the world, and the True Ice Dragon Cannon, which debuted in the southern continent for the first time. The other 2 killers have not yet been announced to the world. One is the war puppet, Titan's Wrath, developed by Rambo and Hua's Issue, relying on the mechanical technology of the dwarf ruins, integrating life crystals and magic pattern technology. And the second is the magic weapon, Eye of God Killer, with the Atlan ruin civilization technology as the main core technology and the original Axiom Macroweaver as the auxiliary technology. The immortal shield bow was designed and manufactured by the Liu clan, who inherited some of the craftsmanship of the forged god Ornn. After hundreds of years of improvements, the immortal shield bow, which is not bloated at all, has acquired mechanical continuous firing and magic defense functions. The straight fire trajectory like a flat fire cannon allows the immortal shield bow to hit whatever it points at within 1,500 meters, with a shot every 5 seconds. If encountering a large-scale spell attack, the shield bow can also hold up a magic shield to ensure the safety of the immortal shield bow and the soldiers operating it. Each immortal shield bow requires 2 mutant rhinos to pull it, equipped with a resident mage and 12 operating soldiers. The true Ice Dragon cannon originated from the Freljord's Frostgird clan. It was created by Lysandra herself, and the high-ranking witches with icy blood using special magic crystals of true ice and howling abyss. It has a power far exceeding that of the Ice Dragon cannon. In the process of making the true Ice Dragon cannon, the Frostgird clan needs to consume a lot of human resources and special crystals. Therefore, the production capacity of the true Ice Dragon cannon is extremely limited. Even if Lysandra does it herself, she can only make one in 3 years. The Emerald Territory can obtain the true Ice Dragon cannon, a strategic weapon, naturally because Lester and Lysandra have reached a cooperation agreement. According to the agreement, Lysandra will provide the Emerald Territory with 12 true Ice Dragon cannons at one time, and then one every 3 years. This time, in order to test the power of the true Ice Dragon cannon, Lester brought 4, together with the immortal shield bow, a total of 8 siege weapons. Lester had never seen the true Ice Dragon cannon that was praised by Lysandra. Now was the time to show its power. If the immortal shield bow and the true Ice Dragon cannon could not break the city wall, then they could only use other means to build ordinary siege equipment. The golden sun had just risen from the east, the wind was howling, and the clouds were like scales. Lester sat on a wooden chair with his legs crossed, staring calmly at the towering giant city wall 2,000 meters away. The cold and heavy walls that could not be mottled by 100 years of time. I wonder if they can withstand more cruel violence. The 4 immortal shield bows and 4 true Ice Dragon cannons arranged in an arc were divided into 2 groups on the left and right, with a distance of nearly 2,000 meters. The solemn shield bow operator and the indifferent frost guard witch stood in their respective operating positions, exuding a terrible atmosphere that kept strangers away. The sound of wings vibrating came from the sky, and a dragon bird knight waved a red command flag across the sky, and the silent and dead artillery position was suddenly filled with a solemn atmosphere. On the left, under the command of the officer, the winch of the immortal shield bow was pulled tight by the dragon tendons, and the mechanical spring pushed the magazine loaded with 5 heavy crossbow arrows onto the bow. A pure metal blunt-headed dark red explosive crossbow arrow was ready to be fired, and the arrowhead was aimed at the giant city gate made of stone and fine steel with a slight rotation. On the right, 2 frost guard witches next to each true Ice Dragon cannon cast spells at the same time. One was responsible for charging the true Ice Dragon cannon, and the other was adjusting the trajectory of the projectile. Unlike elemental magic, the ice magic made the surrounding temperature drop suddenly. Many cold-fearing soldiers shivered in the biting cold, as if they were in the cold winter. Lester squinted his eyes, and the world in front of him seemed to be getting slower and slower. In the ticking sound of 1 second after another, the immortal shield bow and the true Ice Dragon cannon roared violently one after another. At this moment, the blood-red dark light and the dazzling ice crystals rising from the ground became the only light in the world, and the naked eye could not see the shells flying at high speed towards their respective targets. Here they come. When the Emerald Lord launched the attack, the Underworld Master Lobito on the Arrow Tower retracted his solemn expression, put his hands together, and issued an order to the other Underworld Masters who had been prepared. No need to hold back, use the wall of size with all your strength. Buzz. In a dizzying and nauseating buzzing sound, the dark green energy shield composed of the purest soul energy covered half of the city, blocking the blood-red dark light and the ice blue light ball at the critical moment. Boom. 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 The 4 explosive crossbow arrows exploded the moment they hit the wall of size. After the explosion, the crossbow arrows relentlessly passed through the wall of size and violently smashed on the city wall. The broken stones took away the lives of more than a dozen soldiers like blades, and also brought irresistible panic. The magic shells followed closely behind, touching the wall of size like a dragonfly touching the water. The next moment, the violent ice element suddenly exploded and turned into a ruthless snow mist that spread into the air, freezing all the substances or element it touched. As a result, the dark green wall of size turned into a beautiful silver white ice crystal in an instant. In the refracted light like a rainbow, the ice energy that had not yet been completely dissipated quickly consumed the soul energy of the wall of size like a maggot attached to the bone. At the same time, in the city of Nockland, hundreds of people aged at a speed visible to the naked eye, and in the blink of an eye, they turned into corrupted bones and human skin, and shattered into powder. Both soul energy and life energy were absorbed by the solar ray. It can actually shake the wall of size created by Lord Lobito. This kind of weapon is really terrible. It seems that the prince's fear is not without reason. The soldiers of the Undead Legion stationed at the city gate witnessed the collision with their own eyes, and finally put away their contempt. It's really scary, but there's no need to worry. Although the crossbow arrows can break the shield, the damage to the city wall is limited. The magic shells are powerful, but they can't break through the wall of size. Besides, Timothy has already handed over this city to us. There are 100,000 people as sacrifice materials. The wall of size is an unbreakable defensive spell. Unbreakable? Lobito naturally heard such conversations, but the skinny old man grinned. Although his soul reserve was sufficient, he knew that the current wall of size could not be maintained for a long time. Not to mention how many metal magic breaking crossbow arrows were powerful enough to break the city wall. Just talking about the true ice dragon cannon, 1 or 2 times is fine, but if the wall of size is hit by magic shells for more than 10 or 20 times in a row, the true ice element that have not yet dispersed will gradually mutate, causing the consumption of the wall of size to increase exponentially until it can no longer withstand the erosion of the true ice. The terrifying thing about true ice is that it can freeze souls, matter, or energy. He could actively disperse a frozen wall of size to prevent the true ice element from continuing to accumulate, but in this case, the true ice element that have not yet dispersed will invade the city and cause great damage to the soldiers. If there is no wall of size, I'm afraid that 1/5 of the 50,000 soldiers defending the city will die in the first round of attacks. In addition to testing the strength of the Emerald Territory in this battle, he also has to bring enough excellent souls to the underworld. If the human soldiers are frozen to death on the city wall before the battle begins, how can he be sure which souls are excellent warriors? Therefore, before determining the limit of the Emerald Territory's siege equipment, he can only maintain the wall of size and keep as many living people as possible so that enough warriors can be selected in the subsequent defense of the city. Continue to maintain the wall of size and never relax. Understood. For the soldiers of the 2nd Legion of the Emerald Territory, the first round of attacks did not seem to have much effect, but it was a pleasant surprise to be able to blow up the Underworld Legion hidden in the city. It seems that Modkaza's people have completely controlled Nockland. Facing the bombardment of siege equipment, they refused to go out of the city to meet the enemy. Obviously, they have other intentions. However, it is certain that the enemy has placed the main battlefield in the city and wants to use the spell bonus of the underworld to compete with me and test the strength of the Emerald Territory. It is possible that they are also thinking of stealing souls and want to plunder the souls of the soldiers of the Emerald Territory. But if we surround them without fighting, the logistics materials consumed every day are astronomical. This time, I only brought 2 months of consumption. Facing those undead creatures who don't eat or drink, I may not be able to outlast them. Facing the enemy's conspiracy, Lester also felt a little tricky. The best way is to break the city defense array and blow up the monsters with artillery shells outside the city. Once again, we can only mobilize high-end combat forces such as Mishap, Zyre and Syndra to break the surface with a point and destroy the array in Nockland as much as possible in a relatively safe position. In general, if you are not afraid of sacrifice, this battle is not difficult to fight. Thinking of this, Lester also made a plan. Order, Immortal Shield Bow troops attack the west gate with all their strength until it is destroyed. After it is destroyed, stop shooting to save ammunition. Order, Black Lightning to build an ice element array on the spot to replenish the lost mana of the Frost Guard Witch of the True Ice Dragon Cannon Core, allowing the Archmage to cast extraordinary magic at a long distance. Order, Dragonbird Core to tentatively throw all chemical bombs and magic crystal bombs at high altitudes to protect themselves, and pay attention to avoid attacks. Lester's order was quickly passed down. When the Immortal Shield Bow locked its target on the city gate, 30 military mages came to the artillery position. One group of people began to arrange energy gathering arrays near the True Ice Dragon Cannon, and another group of people formed a strange formation with the strongest Archmage as the core, and began to cast forbidden spells that were forbidden to use on weekdays. After a while, a tornado composed of black flames rose from the ground, following the second wave of True Ice Dragon cannons, to explode on the Wall of Sighs. Under the attack of the Immortal Shield Bow, visible cracks appeared on the gate. It was unknown whether it was because of the magic protection that the gate had never broken. On the other side, the True Ice Dragon Cannon, which had completed the 12th wave of charging, stopped firing. Even though they were in the energy gathering array, the 8 Frost Guard Witches were already exhausted. Only waves of extraordinary magic continued to bombard the gradually recovering dark green energy shield, which felt quite powerless. So when the Black Lightning mages were tired, the spell attacks also stopped. The sky gradually darkened, the sun fell, and an invisible shadow covered the earth. When everything was silent, a team of Netherworld assassins hid all their breath under the personal action of Lebeto, transformed into 5 invisible and intangible transparent people, and left Nockland with the Netherworld magic stone with pollution function, and moved all the way from the Shadow Realm adjacent to the Material Realm to the location of the True Ice Dragon Cannon. The Shadow Realm is distributed with countless connected maze lines and dark twisted patches. Each patch, big or small, is equivalent to a shadow somewhere in the Material Realm. The lines are the only safe path for the Nether Assassin to move. The purpose of the Nether Assassin is to quickly find the location of the True Ice Dragon Cannon, and destroy it before the location is detected by the Emerald Territories Mage. Once a wrong step is taken in the Shadow Realm, the soul will be devoured by the Shadow Realm. Even the Nether Assassin strengthened by Lebeto's soul cannot resist the laws of the Shadow Realm. The leader of the Nether Assassin was a senior member of the Navali Brotherhood before his death. He was born with a talent for affinity with the Shadow Realm. With his personal talent, he could easily assassinate, destroy, or steal secret treasures. It was just that the last treasure hunting mission happened to meet a senior Nether Mage, so he was bound and plundered of his soul. He accepted the soul transformation of Mitnarachchan and became a member of the Undead Legion. Don't move yet. As if sensing something, the senior Netherworld assassin who was leading the charge suddenly stopped and made a sign to stop the action. The other 4 Netherworld assassins who followed behind him quickly stopped moving forward. After confirming that the 4 men behind him would not cause trouble for him, the senior Netherworld assassin turned around and observed with a puzzled look something he had never seen in the Shadow Realm. It was a pink patch similar to a heart-shaped pattern, located on the shadow line. Under the scrutiny of the Netherworld assassin, the patch was sometimes larger and sometimes smaller, beating slowly like a heart, as if it had life. There were living things in the Shadow Realm, such as shadow nematodes disguised as shadow lines waiting for souls to step on them, shadow devourers that would be attracted by staying in the Shadow Realm for a long time, and even strange eyes that would actively mark souls and prevent them from leaving the Shadow Realm. These were all things that were enough to kill people. After confirming that the abnormal situation was not an illusion, the captain of the Netherworld assassins became more vigilant. No matter what the pink patch was, he had to avoid it. Any risk would be magnified countless times in the Shadow Realm and become the main cause of death. Let's get around that thing. Follow me. Chapter 686 The Chosen One. The senior Nether Assassin signed again, and the 4 Nether Assassins behind him nodded, carefully following the captain who changed his route, and avoiding the jumping pink patch. After walking a few dozen steps forward, the captain estimated that he had approached the temporary warehouse, where the Zenbing Dragon Cannon was placed. He signed, wanting his subordinate with the strongest perception ability to confirm whether his judgment was wrong. After turning back, The swaying soul fire almost went out. I don't know when. There was no ghost behind me, only the shadow line that looked particularly creepy approaching me like a bloody mouth. What the hell? Where are the 4 nether assassins of my size? They disappeared just like that. The incomprehensible and unsolvable sudden situation made the senior nether assassin feel the rare bone-chilling cold after the nether transformation. Forcing himself to calm down, the senior nether assassin's mind emerged with the pink heart-shaped patch that he had just deliberately avoided. If there was anything abnormal, it was probably only that one. Holding the ectoplasm dagger tightly in his hand, referring to the netherworld equipment made of souls, specially used by most of the underworld legions without bodies, the assassin captain turned around and set out on the road back. The possibility of him completing the task alone was very small. In this case, it would be better to retreat and actively fight against the abnormality. Maybe there is still a chance to save the situation. The route of the shadow field is ever changing. It is very difficult to find a fixed direction from the shadow line that is always disconnected. However, this is not a big problem for the assassin captain. However, when he returned to the previous position, the pink patch had disappeared, as if it had never appeared, not to mention the 4 men. The assassin captain looked at the calm shadow field space. At this moment, it seemed that a cold demon eye was watching his every move and playing with his soul. It was meaningless to go back. The assassin captain could feel that, because his soul fluctuations were too violent, it had attracted the attention of some of the shadow field. If he continued to stay, the strange eye would completely stare at him, and he would never be able to leave. In order to survive, he could only go through the shadow realm to the material realm as quickly as possible to complete the task of destroying the true ice dragon cannon, and then find a way to leave the material realm. He really didn't have the courage to face this weird situation again. Without hesitation, the assassin captain paid 120,000 attentions and rushed forward. Just as he was about to reach the place he had marked before, a familiar call came from behind. Karl Klaff. Karl Klaff. Koklav, this was the name his parents gave him when he was alive. After his death, he did not have enough merits and had not yet been given a name by the Grand Lord, so he temporarily retained his old name. Unable to suppress the impulse of his body, the assassin captain turned around and saw the woman who was talking to him. It was a tavern prostitute that he loved deeply when he was still alive. Her thick and smooth black hair was scattered around her waist. Her charming eyes were enough to make any weak-minded man fall in love. Her curvy figure was as delicious and tempting as a ripe peach in the forest, and as soft and tender as a freshly baked steamed bun. You want to tear open her light pink skirt and hold it in your hand. He used to be crazy about the owner of this body and even agreed to live together. Unfortunately, all his expectations after death turned into nothing. When he returned to the material world for more than 200 years, the owner of this body had already become a dust that dissipated in history. Since the woman in front of him was already dead, who was the woman in front of him? Who else could this woman be? Sulasi, I miss you so much. No, Sulasi is already dead. She is an enemy. She is not Sulasi. What made Karl Klaff desperate was that he knew that Sulasi was a disguised enemy, and that it was the strange woman in front of him who had targeted him and caused his 4 men to go missing. He was clearly ready for battle, but his body just wouldn't listen to him, and he slowly approached the other party without any precautions, just like a toddler staggering towards his mother. Karl Klaff's soul fire was swaying wildly. What kind of strange magic was this? Can the Shadow Realm still use the charm technique? What about the different laws of the 2 realms? Be good, come to my side, and have a good sleep. Like the most deadly lover, Sulasi in a charming pink dress suddenly took out a bone-cutting knife from behind, and the woman walked towards him with a cat step, not hiding her murderous intentions. Don't go over there, damn it. I can't go over there. Why is there such a monster in the Shadow Realm? A dozen steps away was just a few seconds for the 2 people walking towards each other. All resistance was useless. In the end, Sulis gently stabbed the boning knife into the unsuspecting man's eye socket, piercing the swaying soul fire. At the moment of Karl Klaff's death, Sulis had turned into a purple female demon with a long demon tail. It was not the boning knife that pierced Karl Klaff's soul body, but the female demon's blade-like tail. Who else could it be but Evelyn? Just like sucking juice from a straw, Evelyn hummed a song to slow down the speed of extracting the soul, enjoying the high quality soul that came to her door, until Cole Clough was squeezed dry. Evelyn retracted her tail and watched Cole Clough's soul body turn into a faint spiritual light that drifted away. After dealing with the 5 Netherworld assassins, Evelyn placed a lot of trigger marks in the Shadow Realm and then returned to the material realm. When she came to Lester, Lester was hugging Zyra and Syndra on his left and right, telling about the situation of the evil god in the other world. Noticing Evelyn's sudden appearance, Lester sat up and patted his thighs at Evelyn. He was very satisfied with the man's attention to him. Evelyn pounced on Lester lightly, sat in the man's arms and rubbed around, looking a little uneasy. It seems that there is something tonight. Evelyn looked at the lazy and satisfied Zyra and Syndra calmly. Before, she could still feel some hidden jealousy, but now these women seemed to have thought it through and had no jealous thoughts at all. It must be that the ability Lester obtained from the evil god affected these women. Feeling a little more terrified of the evil god in her heart, Evelyn smiled and nodded and tucked her head into the man's strong chest like a cat. Master, I have driven away 5 powerful shadow assassins. Can you give me a little reward tonight? Greedy little cat, won't stealing affect my work? Of course not, master, you have to have some confidence in me. Lester nodded with a smile after hitting the abundant fruits to the point of falling. This is a rare situation. Jenna, please come out too. As the voice fell, the big tent moved without wind and a gentle whirlwind gradually condensed behind Lester, turning into the appearance of a wind elf. The only difference from the original painting was that the wind elf was wearing a narrow strip of resilient cloth at this moment, which looked extremely sexy. Hugging Syndra and Zyra again, Lester himself looked up with a calm expression, looking like a great sage. I have told you before that the Runeland is just a special one among many worlds. The essence of the universe is a multi-dimensional space that expands infinitely with the origin world as the starting point. With the universe as the barrier, the origin world as the branches, the world laws as the growth basis, and the subspace as the growth environment, different worlds are born. Different worlds have derived different planes. The planes continue to advance on their own timelines, and continue to develop, based on different constraint laws, deriving completely different civilizations. The more powerful and super powerful a civilization is, the farther it is from the origin world, and the more difficult it is to break through the universe barrier and travel through different planes. This can also prevent the super planes with powerful power from invading the low-level planes. On the contrary, it is not so difficult to go from the origin world to the high-dimensional world, as long as you have the power to break through the universe barrier and isolate the subspace. You can go to the high-level world. It's just that this kind of power is difficult to achieve with the human technology of the origin world alone, and can only rely on the more powerful extraordinary laws of the high-dimensional world. If I'm not wrong, the world before I crossed over here was the origin world, because this world was seriously interfered with by my world. Lester did not mention that Runeland actually came from an online game called League of Legends. He did not want the woman he loved to think that they were just virtual characters made up by others. When it came to the matter of the League of Legends universe, Lester just mentioned it in passing. The origin world does not have any extraordinary factors, only the purest physical laws. The humans there do not know any magic, but they can move mountains, fill the sea, fly into the sky and hide in the ground. It is with the help of the scientific power of the 4 fundamental forces. In this world, I have already proved through scientific experiments that most of the physical laws are not much different from those in the origin world. This is enough to prove that this world is actually a higher world of the origin world, and it was affected by the laws of the origin world when it was born. Not knowing how much the women absorbed, Lester did not expect them to understand what he said, so he continued. The evil god I came into contact with came from the subspace. Because the universe membrane of Runeland was damaged, and the evil god continued to erode it over the years, the evil god successfully invaded this world. Perhaps due to some influence, the evil god's interference in this world is not serious, otherwise Runeland would definitely be more chaotic than it is now. Then will the power exerted by the evil god on you accelerate the erosion of Runeland? If you use that power, will you become a puppet of the evil god? Syndra, frowning, asked the key question first. Lester said softly, stroking Syndra's delicate chin. Before explaining this question, you need to know what the nature of evil gods is. Strictly speaking, they are not gods in the conventional sense, but aggregates of human desires. In other words, we created these terrible evil gods with our own hands. Rage, lust, gluttony, cunning, any emotion produced by humans will be transformed into some invisible energy. These energies are difficult to be reflected in the material realm, but the subspace with abundant spiritual energy is very susceptible to human desires. Originally, the subspace was just a chaotic storm that isolated the universe. After being affected by humans, it gradually formed several larger consciousness aggregates. These consciousness aggregates soon received more influences, gained self-awareness, and began to actively guide humans in the material realm. They gradually corrupted weak-willed humans, began to actively offer their faith, and created more desires and emotions that satisfied themselves the most, but they did not know that these desires were the root cause of the collapse and destruction of human civilization. They are the true children of chaos, much more powerful than those so-called gods. As long as humans exist, as long as humans still have various desires, these consciousnesses can never be killed, and they will invade all worlds according to their own preferences. This is an inevitable dead end. The difference is sooner or later. The evil god I came into contact with, its chaotic essence is joy and enjoyment. This characteristic just fits me, and compared with the other evil gods, joy and enjoyment do not cause too much harm to the world. So I reached a cooperative relationship with the other party, and competed in Runeland as the other party's chosen one. As long as I defeat the other 3 evil gods, Runeland will belong to the Lord of Joy, and according to the agreement between me and the Lord of Joy, Runeland will be under my full control, and other evil gods will give up corrupting the world. This is the best result. Noticing the worshipful light in Syndra and Zaya's eyes, Lester smiled slightly. Each chosen one will have the power blessed by the evil god, although it will affect the person who receives the power. According to the nature of the chosen one, such an impact is not great. After all, people who like killing will eventually choose to create more killings, and people who like conspiracy will always play all kinds of conspiracies and tricks. So there is no need to worry that I will be affected by the blessing of the evil god, nor do you have to worry that I will become a puppet. Then does the master know the identities of the other 3 chosen ones? Lester shook his head first, then nodded, and this look made Jenna's eyes widen in a daze. According to the content of the agreement, the Lord of Pleasure did not give any hints or explanations, but I probably know a chosen one with a high possibility. Who is it? Zaya hugged Lester's arm, looking solemn. Lester's smile faded slightly, and his tone became serious. This man worships darkness and killing. He built an empire with a mortal body, and became the most brutal and bloodthirsty warlord in Valoran. After his death, he occupied the underworld, and fought with the Mother of Masks. He coveted the material world all the time. If this man is not the chosen one, I really can't think of who is the chosen one. Chapter 687 to Front War. After the failure of the Netherworld assassin, Lobito did not continue the operation to destroy the True Ice Dragon Cannon, allowing the True Ice Dragon Cannon to bombard the Wall of Sighs from time to time. Lobito himself concentrated on refining the Soul Furnace in Nockland, and used the cheap slaves he captured to create more spiritual equipment. Time came half a month later, and the war around Nockland was still going on. Both the Emerald Territory and the Netherworld Legion were very patient, waiting for the fleeting opportunity. The Emerald Territory was waiting for a stronger extraordinary combat force, and the Netherworld Legion maintained the sacrificial ceremony, and began to summon the skeleton dragon. On this day, the sound of the flapping wings of a dragon bird came from the western sky. It was Mishra who came to support the 2nd Legion, and landed in the camp. Knowing who Mishra was, the dark guards guarding outside the tent door naturally did not dare to stop her, and allowed the tall woman hidden in the magic cloak to walk into the tent with a sword. Inside the big tent, Lester was studying the sand table that reproduced the important buildings and streets of Nockland. Syndra and Zaya stood guard silently to prevent the Nether Army from assassinating Lester. When Mishra walked in, Lester raised his head with an undisguised joy on his face. "Thank you for your hard work along the way. Did you encounter any problems?" Shaking her head, Mishra took off her hood and smoothed her bright golden hair. The problems are all here. What problems can I encounter? I looked around before landing. It seems that the offensive plan has encountered obstacles. What kind of magic is that shield covering the entire city? It can actually withstand the continuous erosion of the true ice. Syndra, explain it to Sister Mishap. Yes, teacher. Syndra first humbly bowed to Mishap and then stood dignified and said seriously, we still don't know what kind of terrible magic it is. At present, we can only be sure that the essence of the barrier is soul energy. True ice can freeze matter and magic, but it can't freeze soul energy. In the process of contact, both can only be annihilated. Although true ice is overbearing, it can't compete with the endless barrier. This is the main reason why the true ice dragon cannon can't break the barrier. At present, the underworld army is using a special formation to absorb the souls of the living in the city to maintain the formation. As long as there are enough souls in the city, the 4 true ice dragon cannons will not be able to reach the defense limit of the soul barrier. So that's the case. It seems that our enemies are indeed not to be underestimated. Although Mishap was wary of Mordekaiser, who was afraid of Lester before, she didn't expect that the Emerald Lord's current strength could not gain an advantage in a head-on confrontation. It must be said that the defensive formation that can be maintained by sacrificing souls is too foul. Nodding to Syndra, Mishap looked at Lester again. That means that if we want to break into the city we can only engage the enemy in hand-to-hand combat. Since the enemy is maintaining this turtle shell and not coming out, they must have laid a dragnet in the city, waiting for us to dive in full. The most important thing is that the enemy can go without food and water, but our soldiers cannot. This war is something we can't afford to drag on. Lester said in a deep voice, not surprised that Mishap could see the key at a glance. That's right. He's the one who's best at using covert schemes. There's no doubt that this was his work. We can withdraw our troops to bypass the Thorn of Nockland, but if we withdraw our troops, not to mention how much of a blow it will be to the morale of the Emerald Territory, which has long been preparing to march south to unify the Southern Empire, what if the Underworld Legion repeats its old tricks afterwards? Can we still withdraw again and again? Not to mention, according to Yuzel's cunning style, he will definitely make a fuss about this matter after we withdraw our troops and deal us a heavy blow in secret. So we have to fight this battle, and not only must we fight, but we must win beautifully. It's not a big deal that we defeated the conspiracy of the Underworld Legion before. We have to fight with real swords and guns to know who is more powerful. No wonder you've started studying the situation in Nockland. After walking a few steps to the sand table, Mishap also began to examine the situation in the city, but Lester said, this sand table can only be used as a reference and should not be taken seriously. Since the Underworld Legion has controlled Nockland for so long, Nockland has definitely been transformed into another appearance. Mishap, I believe that when you were observing Nockland just now, you also found that you could not see through the situation behind the soul barrier, right? Indeed, that soul barrier can also hide the breath and isolate detection. Lester raised 3 fingers and looked around at the women. There are 3 pieces of information that can be confirmed now. First, the construction situation in Nockland has changed. I'm afraid that only a few important military buildings that cannot be changed can remain the same. Second, the Nether Legion has arranged a super large sacrificial array in the city. According to Black Lightning's calculations, the sacrificial array is likely to be enough to cover the entire city. Soldiers and mages equipped with magical equipment are fine, but the sacrificial array is very deadly to ordinary soldiers. Any life in the city will be affected by the sacrificial array. If we want to enter the city to fight, we must first resolve the threat posed by the sacrificial array, or find a way to avoid being affected by the array. Third, the guy who completed the layout in Nockland is definitely not bad. Judging from the soul barrier, he is probably a powerful wizard who masters the magic of the underworld. If we want to defeat the enemy, we must have a strong man of the same level. Knowing that the strong man Lester was talking about was herself, Mishap was a little proud. Apart from anything else, the Starfire rune blade in her hand was an authentic astral artifact. Teacher, in this case, capturing the city is no longer our main goal. Our strategic goal is to kill the commander of the Underworld Legion and destroy the sacrificial array. In this case, do we have to deliberately select a group of elite soldiers to enter the city to fight? Otherwise, ordinary soldiers will not be able to bring any effect. Dying in the city will only make the enemy stronger. Nodding to Syndra with appreciation, Lester affirmed Syndra's statement. You're right. Rather than a siege, this is a raid. However, we don't need to select soldiers deliberately. I don't plan to bring any regular troops in this battle, except the Dragon Lizard Knights and the Dark Guards. The Light Sentinels and the Black Lightning Mage Corps must be brought along. I will let Elijah lead the rest of the troops. When we attack Nockland, Elijah will lead the regular troops to bypass Nockland and recapture other areas. It's a pity that we still know too little about the Underworld Army, otherwise we could make a more accurate arrangement. At this time, Lester couldn't help but think of Kindred. If Kindred were here, he might be able to ask about the composition of the Underworld Army and prescribe the right medicine. Unfortunately, Lamb Spirit has never returned since he lost the soul-taking bow. But in a sense, this is also a good thing. Just in case, he will bring Lamb Spirit's soul-taking bow with him when he personally takes charge of the troops this time, and maybe he can reap miraculous results in the battle. After reorganizing the battle plan in his mind, Lester clapped his hands and began to convey the order. Soon, the middle and senior officers including Elijah held another battle meeting and improved the details of the two-line battle. The battle plan is as follows. Lester will lead 2,000 Dark Guards, 1,000 Dragon Lizard Knights, 30 Black Lightning Mage Corps and 3,000 Light Sentinels, a total of more than 6,000 people to attack Nockland. The Light Sentinels were originally two waves of people, namely the Wild Light Sentinels leader Pickle and the domesticated Fightlet Light Sentinels leader Darkness. With Darkness as the temporary commander of the Light Sentinels and Pickle as the deputy commander, the Light Sentinels completed the merger and reorganization, and formed a 3,000-man army. The extraordinary combat power is Mishap, Syndra, Jenna, Evelyn, and Lester himself. On the other hand, Elijah and Shia will lead the 90,000 people of the 2nd Legion plus artillery units to attack Winterfall and Fort Callisto in two directions. As the sky gradually darkened, after firing a dozen rounds of the true Ice Dragon cannon as usual, the outskirts of Nockland returned to peace. Jumping out of the gap between the material realm and the spiritual realm, Yangling looked up at the indestructible wall of size, and the dark blue eyes under the mask flickered. Beside Yangling, Wolfling lay on the ground listlessly with his tail between his legs, as if he had not yet accepted the cruel fact that he was a girl. Didn't you say you wanted to ask that man for help? Why didn't you go to see him when you came here? Now he is fighting with the Archmage Labito under Mordekaiser. I guess what that man wants most now is to get information about the city from you? With this favor, I don't believe he won't help you. Yangling said softly without denying what Wolfling said. If Lester can't defeat Labito without my intelligence, then how can Lester fight against the more terrifying Mordekaiser? Wolf. Perhaps I look a little stupid, but in fact I just need a hope that can strengthen my belief. I must tell myself that my mother, the path chosen by the Mother of Masks, is wrong. I must believe that even without my help, Lester has the ability to change all this. We have never been the factor that changes the situation of the war, but Lester is. He has always regarded Mordekaiser as a strong enemy, and has built up such a powerful force as the Emerald Territory. If even he cannot win. Noticing Yangling's hesitation, the wolf spirit finally stood up, staring at Yangling with one big and one small eye, 0.0, and teased. Why, if he loses the battle, you will regret it. Please, we can't go back now. We can't be a lonely ghost and be killed by the evil owl. That's too stupid. Hearing this, Yangling finally turned her head to look at the weird wolf spirit, secretly laughing. Since knowing the truth, Wolf Spirit no longer expressed his love to her, and his voice became much more neutral, no longer as rough as before. Now it seems that they are sisters who have lived together since childhood, and they seem to be happy to see her lose. In a sense, being a sister to Wolf is actually more comfortable for her than being a lover, so this is not bad. Thinking so in her heart, Yangling said calmly, if he loses the battle, I will be very disappointed, but I will still go to him and ask him to help us restore our human bodies and fight against the evil owl. Wolf Spirit couldn't help but widen his eyes. Didn't you say you need confidence? What confidence can you have if he loses the battle? Or are you lying? Yang Ling smiled softly and beat Wolf Han Han. At least we can get him to help us recover our human bodies before we fail completely and enjoy the life of a woman for a few days. It won't be a loss if we die then. Anyway, I haven't enjoyed real happiness before I became a masked spirit. Ah, the life of a woman. Sheep, how can you say such shameless words? Abu. The panicked wolf seemed to have seen the scene of himself being bullied by a man after turning into a human woman. His tail swung like a windmill and his body kept spinning in place like a big dog. Seeing this scene, the sheep spirit finally couldn't help but burst out laughing. Hearing the sheep's laughter, the wolf, who had figured it out, stopped and said angrily, "Sheep, don't be too happy now. When we merge into one, I will be gone, and no one will help you when you are bullied. Only I'm willing to say a few words for you, a little bitch." "You said I'm a little bitch?" The sheep spirit raised his eyebrows and was about to say something, but found that the wolf's mood suddenly dropped. "Ha, who said we are going to merge into one? Wolf, you don't think that our souls can be merged together again after being separated for such a long time? What do you think the masks on our faces are?" "Ah." The wolf raised his head stupidly with a bewildered look on his face, while the sheep spirit said with an amused look on his face, "Our souls were severely damaged when they separated. I carried most of the memories of my previous life, and you carried the expectations of your partner in your previous life. Do you understand? You became a wolf and I became a sheep. Our souls are incomplete, and it is the masks on our faces that gradually make up for the missing parts of our souls and make us whole again. And how can complete souls be merged together again? A broken mirror can never be mended. Even if it is reunited by chance, the cracks in the mirror will always exist, becoming a barrier between each other and the cause of the next breakage. So, although our souls are of the same origin, and we often feel that we are in tune with each other, we have actually become two different individuals. This is also the reason why I asked Lester for help. We need two suitable bodies to take off the masks, and only Lester can help with this. So you will not disappear, but you will only get a body that belongs entirely to you and become a real woman. Wolf, we will become the closest of sisters, so you don't have to worry about leaving me." After being happy for a while, the eyes under the wolf mask lost their luster and became a little empty. "Sister, I will also have a body and then kiss the man who took you away." The sheep spirit patted the wolf on the shoulder with a smile. "Wolf sister, congratulations, you are right. Now I would like to ask for the readers' opinions. Readers who want kindred to be two-sided will be deducted 1, and readers who want kindred to be a black-bellied sheep sister and a proud wolf sister will be deducted 2. The subsequent direction of kindred will be arranged according to the ideas of the majority. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 688 Contemporary Conspiracy. As soon as the sky was light, Elijah began to deploy troops and, together with Za, who led another army, bypassed Nockland and marched further south. Lobito stood on the wall of Nockland, watching the high-quality souls leave, and couldn't help but feel a little regretful. It seems that our demon lord is more decisive than expected. He would rather die here than keep his soldiers. It's a pity for these souls. If we can bring all of them back to Mitnal-Achin, I believe our warriors can be further improved. Next to the Undead Legion Archmage was a 2.2 meter tall Undead Legion General Bean Farron, who carried a long spear on his shoulder and wore spiritual heavy armor. Hearing Lobito's words, 2 beams of scarlet light flashed under Bean's heavy helmet, and he made a low and hoarse voice. Since Lester dared to do this, he must have something to rely on. "Lord Lobito, war is not a joke. I think you know better than me that Lester will not necessarily die in our hands." Lobito looked at the overly stable warrior with some helplessness and was also a little speechless. "Bean, I just said it casually. Don't take it too seriously, otherwise your life will be boring." Bean retorted. "Lord Lobito, I think I have said it more than once. My life goal is to follow the footsteps of the Lord to the legendary Hall of Valor. Apart from fighting, there is nothing in this world that deserves my attention. This is the main reason why the Dark Lord sent you here. If it weren't for you, I might have obtained the soul energy enough to break free from the shackles. Suspicious king, loyal ministers, haha, how touching. Wait, I seem to have lost my heart a long time ago. Slandering Mod Caesar and being Ferren in his heart, Lobito squinted at the elite army of the Emerald Territory that was rolling towards him. It looked fine from a distance, but when observed from a close distance, these mortals really had some strength. They were equipped with a set of top-level magic equipment. The Emerald Territory was really rich. If only Bean Ferren could die here. Lobito's eyes stayed on the Sentinel of Light and said calmly, maybe my memory is not very good. Go and prepare, Bean. If you get Lester's head, I believe you will be praised by the Grand Lord and qualified to go to Valhalla. When Bean Ferren left, Lobito also released magic and flew up to the changed Nockland Royal Castle. He jumped from the window into the dark and silent castle with his body bent. Lobito quickly walked through the complex corridor and walked into the empty hall. The hunched wizard sat on the solemn dragon throne, seemed a little bored, and clapped his hands. Timotheus, come here. As Lobito's voice fell, heavy footsteps and the sound of chains dragging came from deeper in the palace. Tiger claws, cow hooves, lion body, dog tail, the seven-headed demon dog, which was as big as a dragon, pulled the indestructible magic chain and walked from the depths of the hole with scarlet blood dripping from the corners of its mouth. Before it appeared, a fishy smell that made people want to vomit blew on Lobito's face along with the strong wind formed by its breath. Lobito smiled and stared at the behemoth that appeared in front of him and chewed human bones. He raised his right hand and slowly pressed it down. Following Lobito's palm, the seven-headed demon dog covered with scales crawled on the ground obediently. The old man in the middle actually showed a flattering and humble look. Judging from the blood and meat at the corners of his mouth, it seemed that he had eaten some fresh meat. Hungry again. I know there aren't enough people in this castle for you to eat, so I decided to let you out. I fed you for so long, so don't embarrass me. I think you should be able to tell who to eat and who not to eat, right? Roar. The other 6 irrational dog heads roared deafeningly, and the human head in the middle nodded vigorously, indicating that he understood. Seeing this, Lobito stood up and walked slowly to the seven-headed demon dog, removing the soul chains that bound the seven-headed demon dog. Good obedient dog, go and eat all the food you see, and wait until your enemies appear in front of you, and kill them. After confirming in disbelief that the soul chains that made him extremely painful were broken, Timothy, who was free, turned around and fled from the demon without hesitation, knocked open the outer wall of the palace with his sideways body, and pounced on the remaining living people in the city. Hehe, Timothy, you are the first flesh and blood puppet I created that combines multiple souls. Let me see what you can do. How is it? The dark green liquid soul barrier that looked like a waterfall was right in front of her. Syndra carefully retracted her staff and spoke to Lester solemnly. As I expected, this soul barrier is harmless to the human body. It will only resist magic and special substances. I don't know what's inside yet. Lester nodded and waved to Master, the commander of the Dark Guard, and Darkness, the commander of the Light Sentinel Corps. Master did not order anyone else, but led 10 of his men and Darkness's 10 men into the invisible dark green ripples. Less than a minute later, Master and the others came out again. Lord Lester, there is no one on the city wall, and the city gate has been blocked by some special magic seal. If we want to enter the city, we may need to find another way. Well done. Syndra, check their condition. Syndra checked the physical condition of Master and the other soldiers one by one, and her expression was not very good. The reflection mark has been activated, and there are indeed ranged spells cast on the Dark Guards and Light Sentinels. Is the reflection magic effective? It is effective. The reflection magic mark does resist range attack magic. The only problem is that, if we are not equipped with holy stone weapons, the reflection mark will be consumed much faster than we imagined. With the current number of mages, we can't maintain the scale of 6,000 people at all. Thinking of the Black Lightning mage who was exhausted from casting magic marks not long ago, Lester nodded. Take 1 week as a standard, counting 3,000 light sentinels. conservatively estimated. How many people can we maintain the reflection magic mark? Syndra frowned and thought for a while, then spoke. About 400 people. 400 people. Lester's face was not looking good. In addition to the Sentinels of Light, the number of people that could be brought into the city was even less than expected. In this way, the battle plan had to be changed again. If only these 3,400 people were brought into the city, there was no need to imagine how many enemies these 3,400 people would have to face. You must know that before the war, there were more than 100,000 people in Nockland City. If the soldiers of the Underworld Army were included, there would be even more people. If it weren't for the extraordinary combat power of Miss Had and Syndra, these 3,400 people would not even be able to raise a wave, and would surely die. A sacrificial array actually made things so difficult. After this, the Mage Corps must research better resistance magic and resistance equipment. Otherwise, the Underworld Army would just set up a few arrays to sacrifice souls, and there would be no need to fight this battle. Lester sighed. It was indeed a world where power was supreme. No matter how many ordinary soldiers there were, it would not work. In the end, it still depended on high-end combat power. So sometimes, the effect of training a Syndra was far better than that of the Dark Guard Legion, which had been polished for 1,000 years. This was not an empty talk. It took another 2 hours for the troops to be reorganized in front of Nockland City. Lester decided to bring only 400 Dark Guards, in addition to the 2,000 Emerald Territory Light Sentinels who came to support the Lonely Ghosts, and prepare a week's worth of dry food to enter the city. The remaining Legion troops and Wild Light Sentinels were led by the Deputy Legionnaire of the Dark Guard, Daskell, and waited outside the city for the Vanguard Army to destroy the sacrificial array before launching an attack and joining the Vanguard Army. As a result, the legion of more than 6,000 people was divided into 2 waves again. Lester took Syndra, Miss Had and the Black Lightning Mage Corps to accompany the Vanguard Army through the Wall of Size. It is not easy for a 1,000-man army to move. When the Vanguard troops in formation entered the barrier, Lester instantly felt a suffocating heavy pressure. In addition, there was a strange feeling of being watched. It was not until Evelyn's cold snort came from his mind that the feeling of being watched dissipated. It must be that another guy who got into the shadow field was killed by Evelyn. Lester was somewhat relieved. It was not in vain to raise Evelyn for so many years. On the other side, Syndra and Miss Hat took the initiative to approach the city wall and made a detailed observation. The city wall has been strengthened by magic and is very strong. Although the city gate was cracked by the shield bow and crossbow arrows, it has never been broken. The magic seal on the door seems to come from the underworld. The seal of the city gate and the city wall itself has formed a symbiotic relationship with the soul barrier. If the barrier is not broken, the seal will not be broken. The possibility of breaking it with brute force is very small. I mean very small but not impossible. Teacher, can I try? After Syndra finished speaking, before Lester could say anything, Miss Had interrupted. In my opinion, instead of thinking about breaking through the city walls and gates, it is better to use magic to build earth element stairs to cross the city walls directly. Anyway, the interference of magic element in this place is not serious. As long as we destroy the core formation of this city as soon as possible, such a seal will break by itself. Syndra did not refute Miss Had's idea that doing so would prevent the rear army from entering the city easily. Knowing that Lester could figure this out, there was no need to lose face for the Angel Senior. Lester knew Syndra's thoughts, but did not make a rash decision. Instead, he looked at Darkness, who was thinking. Darkness, you Light Sentinels have the most abundant combat experience. If you have any ideas in this battle, you don't have to hide them. Just say it. Thank you, sir. In fact, I'm really confident that I can break the underworld seal on this city gate. It just takes a little time. If we call Pickle and the others in, it will probably only take a few hours. Lester nodded and decisively sent someone out to contact Pickle and another 1,000 or so Light Sentinels stationed outside. Go on. Although Darkness's shiny bald head looked a little dim in front of the dark green seal, it did not affect the middle-aged man's confidence. This is a soul magic seal created by the underworld city of Mittenlachin. As Master Syndra said, the city walls and gates have been linked to the soul sacrifice array in the city. As long as there is enough soul energy, the city walls are indestructible. Having said that, this kind of soul magic is restrained by the Holy Stone Compass. As he spoke, Darkness took out a palm-sized white stone disc from his backpack. Lester looked at it carefully. It was called a compass, but it was just a flat stone shaped like white jade. It could not be used to distinguish the east, south, west, and north. As if seeing Lester's doubts, Darkness smiled. Lord Lester is busy outside all year round, and he may not know the power of this holy stone compass. This thing is a great treasure developed by several light mystics and holy blacksmiths. It is specially designed to restrain the soul magic system composed of the Lachin language. As long as you gather enough powerful light sentinels to meditate together, the Holy Stone Compass can be quickly activated, reversing the Lachin runes that make up the sealing magic in the form of reverse characters, thereby cutting off the connection between the sealing magic and the sacrificial array. By then, the city walls and gates that have lost their reinforcement will return to their original state. With the abilities of you adults, it will be easy to destroy them. In that case, just go for it. Don't worry, my lord. After a while, Pickle and more than 1,000 wild light sentinel warriors led by him also came in. Pickle took the initiative to find Lester and said hello. Then he got together with Darkness to discuss something, and the two quickly separated again. Then, Darkness and Pickle selected more than 100 people from the 3,000 light sentinels. The more than 100 people were divided into two groups, sitting on the ground, with their palms facing the sky, forming two large circles. Pickle and Darkness holding the Holy Stone Compass were at the front, guarding the Holy Stone Compass. During the not so long wait, the Holy Stone weapons on the more than 100 people began to flash, and the frequency became faster and faster like a flowing snakeskin lamp. Finally, as if inspired, the Holy Stone Compass also began to light up faintly. Teacher, this is the first time I have seen such a wonderful energy resonance. Syndra on the side, watched the various actions of the light sentinels intently, with undisguised curiosity on her face. They obviously don't have any mana element in their bodies, but they can guide such a holy and powerful power through meditation. It's like a miracle that flowers and fruits bloom on a stubborn stone. Lester also sighed. It is indeed a miracle. The Holy Stone, which is against common sense, was born in the darkest and most dangerous place, but it is not stained by the mud. Most of the light sentinels are upright warriors who believe in justice and hate darkness. The two are matched together just like a sword given to a hero. When they cherish each other, the purer the spirit, the greater the power. If it is not for dealing with the underworld army, it is not so easy to get someone like Darkness to take action. You must know that from the beginning of its establishment, I have stipulated that organizations like the Light Sentinels will not be involved in or participate in any national wars. Just as the two were talking, thousands of heads suddenly appeared on the city wall. In just a moment, countless arrows were scattered all over the sky, and the target was the Light Sentinels that guided the compass. Syndra. Chapter 689 The Solution. In fact, Lester didn't need to remind her. When the archers poked their heads out, Syndra raised her staff. Her incomparable dark elemental magic talent was revealed at this moment. In the blink of an eye, a vast sea of dark element gathered from Syndra's body under the guidance of the staff, Lester's love, and they fanned out towards one side of the city wall. The dark purple magic tide swept the enhanced arrows that had been shot into the air and flew back. Under the impact of the shock wave and the rain of arrows, countless ordinary human soldiers on the city wall were killed and injured. The bloody storm was completely consumed by the dark elemental energy before it could even spread. This scene stunned the Legion soldiers who had never seen Syndra take action. They had seen many mages take action, but they had never experienced such a despairing and powerless power. Unlike the Legion soldiers, the 30 Black Lightning mages who knew about Syndra's power were not so shocked. Obviously, they had long realized the truth, that people are worth dying for when compared with people, and goods are worth throwing away when compared with goods. Not to mention the reactions of the crowd. After containing the first wave of attacks, the Black Lightning Mage Corps had already opened the magic shield to protect the Light Sentinels who had no ability to fight back. On the other side, the rest of the Light Sentinels who had not participated in the meditation also launched a counterattack, and various holy light attacks covered the top of the city, suppressing the archers from raising their heads. The holy light energy specifically countered the netherworld, but it could also cause burning effects on living people, so it could naturally be used against humans. Seeing that things were impossible, the human archers on the top of the city disappeared without a trace in a short time. The movement and stillness highlighted the special methods of the Netherworld core, and everyone could not help but be more vigilant. Maybe it was because of the sudden attack, but in the meditation of the Sentinel of Light, the Holy Stone Compass became brighter and brighter, and soon reached the excited state. As darkness held up the stone plate, the dazzling beam of light shot out from the Holy Stone Compass accurately hit the city gate. The holy beam of light expelled and eliminated the flickering latch and spell at a speed visible to the naked eye, like a general spell paper ignited from the center, and quickly spread to the city walls on both sides. The city gate, that lost its magic seal, finally broke into several pieces, fell heavily to the ground, and was crushed into pieces by Syndra's magic to prevent it from being used by the enemy, to block the door later. The principle of the mutual generation and mutual restraint of all things can be reflected everywhere. Such a difficult magic seal was broken just like that. TSK, I should study the purpose of the Holy Stone in depth when I go back this time. The seed that was casually plucked has grown into a towering tree. This tree is enough to break the iron curtain built by Modkaiser. Glancing at Darkness and others who seemed to have no effort at all, Lester was more and more fortunate that he had preserved and carried forward the heritage of the Sentinel of Light on the Amaranth Coast. Reality is not a game. If the Sentinel of Light really develops according to the original world background, he doesn't believe that a dozen or so aunts and uncles picked up from the street with newly made holy stone weapons can really hang the old villain Modkaiser, who has been alive for more than 1,500 years, on a lamppost. If this really happened, there can only be two possibilities. Either Modkaiser, who beat the Mother of Masks to death, is a mentally retarded person, or the screenwriter who arranged the plot in this way is a mentally retarded person. From Lester's point of view, the latter possibility is the greatest. That's true. Even I'm not sure that I can break such a magic seal, but the Holy Stone Compass can do it easily. No wonder you chose to establish the Sentinel of Light. You are really far-sighted. Lester smiled as he stared at Syndra, who suddenly flattered him in a strange way. I don't remember that little Syndra likes to flatter others so much. Tell me, do you have any requests for the teacher? Syndra scratched her head in embarrassment after being ruthlessly exposed by Lester. She looked like a fool, and she didn't have the domineering look she had when she blocked the rain of arrows just now. Actually, I want to get a few holy stones to study, and by the way, teacher, give me some information about the Sentinels of Light. Maybe I can create some holy light magic. Teacher, can you promise me? With a gentle look, Lester knew how much curiosity and exploration Syndra had. This girl changed from being aloof and indifferent at the beginning to an academic battle mage, all because of his guidance. Now it seems that Syndra's life path should be like this so as not to waste her extraordinary talent. What's more, the warlike student herself enjoys it. Whether it is the teaching of life or the teaching of the person, he has developed Syndra's talent and not wasted a single bit. Thinking of this, Lester is still a little proud. Scratching Syndra's nose with his fingers, Lester smiled. I know you're talking about that. Don't worry. I'll set up a Holy Stone Research and Development Institute after this war. Do you need any research materials? If not, come to me. Teacher, you're awesome. Syndra hugged her dear teacher and kissed her lips. She happily ran away with her staff in her arms. Miss Hap, who was hiding her figure, lowered her head and clenched the hilt of the staff iron blade. She always felt like she wanted to cut something. Lester, who had keen senses, noticed this, smiled slightly, and said nothing. After clearing out the city gate, Pickle left the soul barrier with the light sentinels who came to support him. It was okay for a short time, but a long time would be a huge burden for the Black Lightning Mage who cast the reflective magic mark. Lester also led his army into the city successfully. Looking around, the whole city was shrouded in a strange green light, with visibility of about 50 meters. In the distance, there was a hazy green mist. Within sight, the ups and downs of the houses next to the city wall showed a dilapidated and decayed atmosphere. It was like a lost city thousands of years ago. The mottled stones were covered with twisted thorns and mosses, and the wooden poles were covered with moldy colonies, emitting a strong damp and moldy smell. There was not even a place to stay. There was no life inside and outside the houses. There were only hundreds of skeletons burning with phosphorus fire, emitting a faint green light everywhere. With the extremely gloomy city, it was like a big mouth of death slowly opening, waiting for the visitor to take the initiative, to step into the coffin called despair. In such an environment, even the battle-hardened dark guards could not help but have some hair standing on end. It was no surprise what would happen if they walked into the fog and left the main force. Instead of moving forward rashly, Lester decided to ask the experts for their opinions first. Darkness, can you sense the traces of the sacrificial formation here? Darkness, holding the holy stone compass, closed his eyes and sensed for a while, but shook his head. Lord Lester, these mists have the characteristics of the netherworld, which completely isolates my perception of space and Lachen magic. Lord Lester, to be able to maintain such a powerful netherworld formation, the number of dead in this city may have reached hundreds of thousands. We must be prepared to fall into a tough battle. Fighting in the trap that the enemy has already prepared is naturally not easy. Lester nodded and spoke again. Once so many of our soldiers enter the mist, it is easy to get lost. What can you do about this? After a moment of hesitation, Darkness hesitated. I do have an idea that I don't know if it will work. The holy light energy of the holy stone weapon can dispel the netherworld fog. We only need to form a transformable ring formation and let the light sentinel warriors take turns to activate the holy stone weapons. We can create an area for everyone to pass. The only problem is, these buildings will be the biggest obstacle to the formation. Lester looked at Syndra, who was eager to try. Syndra, you will be responsible for destroying all the buildings along the way, to provide passage for the army. Can you do it? Syndra threw a dark element energy ball, and blew up the houses in front of the thick fog into ruins. She thought she should be able to do it, so she agreed. Teacher, please leave it to me. By the way, do you need me to smash those burning skeletons? Lester nodded after taking a look at the strange skeletons. Are there any other problems? Darkness shook her head. No, with the help of Miss Syndra, I think we should be able to maintain the formation smoothly. Very good. Go ahead, Mishap. You will be responsible for holding the line. No need to pursue. If you encounter a strong enemy that the light sentinels and dark guards cannot deal with, don't hold back. Okay. An hour later, 3,400 people formed a tight circular formation, with 400 dark guards and 30 black lightning mages in the middle, and 3,000 light sentinels formed 3 concentric circles, and moved forward slowly. Whenever the light sentinels in the outermost ring were tired, the soldiers in the inner ring would fill the gap, and the bright and holy light would form a huge ring, dispersing the strange underworld fog. When encountering a large building that could not be bypassed, Syndra would use magic to directly destroy the building. The super strong ability to control a large area gave all the soldiers an unparalleled sense of security. In addition, the monsters and ghosts in the city had never appeared, which actually gave people a weird feeling of going on a picnic in the underworld. After walking for about 3 hours, the army saw a flat-end building in front of them. They looked around and found that they had circled back to the original place. Many light sentinels were discouraged when they found that they were going in circles. Noticing that the light in the already dark city was even darker, almost invisible, and estimating that it was already dark outside, Lester ordered them to set up camp and rest. Syndra set up many light magic marks for lighting in the camp, so that the soldiers would not stuff food into their nostrils when eating. After the soldiers settled down and arranged the sentinels' rotation, Lester summoned Syndra, Mishap, Darkness and Master. Surrounding the slightly moldy red campfire, Lester said with a serious face, "The enemy is reluctant to show up and is using such a trick to wear down our morale and logistical supplies. If this continues, we will collapse without a fight. We must find a way to identify the direction as soon as possible." Seeing that no one spoke, Mishap spoke up. "However, I will fly up and explore the way ahead, and you can follow the sword marks I left. It is always a solution. This method is too risky. Once you leave the team, you will be easily besieged. If you get injured at that time, it will not be worth the loss." I think the reason why our enemies have not attacked us yet is because every decision we made is impeccable. If there is no other way, then we can talk about it. Knowing that Lester was also worried about his own safety, Mishap did not continue to speak, but turned his head to look at Syndra, making Syndra wonder if she had inadvertently provoked the Angel Elder. At this time, Darkness sighed. It's a pity that the dark fog is too thick, otherwise I can find the location of the formation through the Holy Stone Compass. Lester put his eyes back on Darkness's bald head. If I have a way to temporarily dispel all the dark fog, can you use the Holy Stone Compass to mark the location? Hearing this, Darkness was a little surprised, but he kept talking. Of course you can. As long as you activate the Holy Stone Compass in advance and use the Holy Light to mark the location of the formation. When the dark mist dissipates, the Holy Light will leave a mark, and it will not be easy for the enemy to remove it. But, Lord Lester, can you really dispel such a thick dark mist? This is not an ordinary magic mist. The dark mist is the energy from the underworld, a special mist composed of a large amount of soul energy. As far as I know, except for the Holy Stone weapons and the Holy Light magical instruments, any magic is ineffective against the dark mist. Lester waved his hand. You don't need to worry about this. I just need you to make sure that you can mark the path after the dark mist dissipates, right? This time Darkness didn't say anything nonsense and affirmed. Yes. If you can prepare early tomorrow morning. I will dispel the dark mist and you will be responsible for marking the path. After Darkness, who looked surprised, and Master, who was just there to help, left, Lester, who didn't need to sleep to recover his energy, commissioned Mishap, who also didn't need to rest, to patrol the camp, while he guarded Syndra, who was sleeping soundly with her lap pillow. In the silence, Lester was not idle either. Evelyn, the boundary of the domain here is extremely weak. I suspect that the underworld fog can also break the boundary. The enemy may launch an attack from another world through the underworld fog. The shadow domain will be left to you to guard. Please work hard. Okay. Who made you my favorite master? I'm also a little hungry. After arranging the little greedy cat Evelyn, Lester continued to talk to another resident in his body. Jenna, is it possible to use the wind of purification to dispel the underworld fog? As Lester's thoughts emerged, the man's ethereal and holy voice soon came to Janna's mind. The characteristics of the wind of purification are enough to break the erosion of the underworld energy on the fog. The only problem is that the spiritual power stored in my body may not be able to compete with the endless underworld fog. I can only try my best to make the wind of purification explode and strive to break the intensity boundary of the underworld fog in an instant. I'm not sure whether the purification range can spread to the location of the formation. Lester, I'm sorry. What are you saying sorry, stupid elf? I have a way to solve this problem. I just want to know your idea. Oh, then what do you have in mind? When you cast a spell, can't I quickly replenish your mana for you? Replenish your mana? Question mark? Lester's face showed a little more evil smile. He liked the shy and helpless look of the silly elves. A real man is one who is fast when he should be fast and slow when he should be slow. Jenna, you are not allowed to refuse. Chapter 690 Head-on Confrontation. The expected battle came as expected. Over the night, the Sentinels of Light repelled 3 sudden attacks from human soldiers. After the battle, the Sentinels of Light also lost more than a dozen men, and the team suffered casualties for the first time. Lester, who had made all preparations, arranged the position and summoned Janna. Syndra was stationed outside the tent, and Mishap was in charge of the Legion. Staring at Janna, who was ready to cast a spell, Lester said softly, "It's time to start. If it doesn't work, we can use that method." Her fair face was stained with a touching blush. Janna nodded and began to mobilize her spiritual power. Whoosh! Outside the tent, which was windless and automatic, a white spiritual wind visible to the naked eye was circling in the air, gradually expanding to the surroundings, forming a strong airflow. Under the soldier's gaze, the airflow quickly spread to the junction of the dark fog and the holy light. It's blowing. It's really blowing. The spiritual wind flashed with crystal light, and the stubborn dark fog, like a quagmire, retreated like a tide, and the sight quickly spread to a place thousands of meters away. Activate the Holy Stone Compass together. Sitting on the ground, Darkness held up the dazzling Holy Stone Compass and began to use it to track the traces of Lachin's magic. 1000 meters, 2000 meters, 3000 meters. The holy white light formed by the Holy Stone Compass quickly caught up with the spiritual wind that drove away the dark fog, and like a light elf, it entangled in the gaps of the spiritual wind and spread to the surroundings with the spiritual wind. In the tent, Lester sighed, gently embraced Jana, whose figure was dimming at a speed visible to the naked eye, and peeled off the half-covered and half-exposed peel like plucking the strings of a guitar. No matter how many times she was played with, Jana would remain as tender and pure as ever. In Lester's eyes, Jana was a talking milky white pudding. With a moan, Jana almost lost her magic. Don't force yourself. It's not shameful to rely on me. Hearing the undisguised love affairs in the tent, Syndra, with a blushing face, strengthened the soundproofing magic to avoid any bad effects. With the assistance of Lester, the expansion speed of the wind of purification suddenly accelerated, and soon it carried the detection aura of the Holy Stone Compass across the Nockland military camp. The holy light, which had been unresponsive, broke away from the wind of purification and fell on the shield that was isolated by the microarray. After that, the first strange mark appeared on the Holy Stone Compass. Seeing that the wind of purification had no intention of stopping, Darkness continued to guide the holy light and search for other suspicious targets. Soon a towering main castle in the city appeared on the trajectory of the holy light, forming a second holy light mark on the Holy Stone Compass. At this moment, a dark green lightning appeared out of thin air and struck Darkness directly. "Little mouse, I've been waiting for you for a long time." With a sneer, Miss Had drew out the Starfire rune blade and slashed twice. The first sword split the black magic lightning that was enough to annihilate the soul like a blazing flame, and the second sword slashed at the meditation formation formed by the light sentinels, accurately hitting a piece of distorted air. Under the lingering fear of the light sentinels, a skeleton like Hades wizard holding a black staff appeared less than 2 meters away from him. The withered cloak spontaneously ignited without fire, and the skeleton man also turned into a handful of black ash. I don't know if the people of the Hades Legion chose to give up the attack. Until the wind of purification dissipated, Darkness and the light sentinels did not suffer a second attack. Opening his eyes, Darkness, who successfully completed the task, wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. The threat of death that followed him like a shadow had not completely dissipated, making the man's body a little cold. "Thank you for saving my life, sir." Miss Ha shook her head and asked casually. "It's my duty. There's nothing to thank you for. Did your mission go well?" Holding the precious stone plate, Darkness affirmed. "I have determined the direction. Please rest assured, sir. We will never get lost again. Our position has been exposed. Even I can't eliminate the holy light mark with special power in a short time. This will become the main battlefield next." Lobito glanced calmly at the thousands of high-quality soul jars in the barracks warehouse. These jars loaded with high-quality soul energy were all extracted by him from the soul furnace. When he thought that these soul energies would become consumables for resurrected mortals in the next battle, he couldn't help but feel a little pain in his heart. If you don't manage the family, you don't know how expensive firewood and rice are. These warriors who only know how to fight don't understand what these pure souls can do. How are you going to fight this battle? Bean Farron, who was sitting quietly on the square stone, stood up and looked down at the great wizard who was 2 heads shorter than him. Even if the other party was a favorite in front of the monarch, he was not afraid. The fact that his master gave him the command of the Nether Army instead of Lobito was enough to explain everything. Since the wear and tear tactics arranged by Lord Lobito have lost their meaning, what remains is naturally war, a real war for the strong, and it will not end until death. Everyone, form a defensive formation on the spot and kill the enemy with all your strength. After following the Holy Stone Compass for half a day, the nether mist, that had been calm for a long time, finally began to boil. Tens of thousands of human soldiers rushed out of the nether mist and attacked the soldiers of the Emerald Territory from all directions. The lives of these humans have been eroded by the nether key and have become a dying state of skin and bones. However, their bodies strengthened by the netherworld magic are stronger than before. Retaining the battle memory of being a human, the soldiers are like a tide, fearlessly attacking the defensive formation formed by the light sentinels. The battle entered a white-hot state in an instant. Syndra is in charge of the front army, Mishap is in charge of the rear army, Master, you and the Dark Guards are in charge of the two wings. Keep moving forward while guarding the front line. Everyone, don't hold back. Understood. After everyone left, Lester picked up the soul-taking bow with a stern look. Evelyn, I'll leave the minions to you. The gorgeous magic and holy light mercilessly tore apart the half-ghost cursed body. The broken sword and arrows pierced the living flesh. Thirsty for hot blood, the living and the undead blended together, like incompatible water and fire, and annihilated into mist in an instant. In addition to raw and murderous intent, any language here seems particularly pale. If you want to survive, you can only swing your weapons, release magic, and kill all enemies in front of you at all costs. This is a cruel battlefield, a battlefield where destructive magic can be released at will. Any tenacious life worthy of praise will disappear meaninglessly on this meat grinder like battlefield, like a dead dog on the roadside that no one cares about. Here, only the strong have the right to breathe. And she is a strong person, a humanoid weapon made by her teacher. Sure enough, destruction is the true meaning of magic. Using the dark element bolt to support her body and fly quickly to the front of the legion, Syndra took a deep breath to restore her composure before casting the spell. Even so, there was an abnormal blush on the woman's face. Feel the boundless wrath of the element. Raising the love of Lester's staff, an enhanced rune array flashed from the magic crystal stone of the staff, covering a range of 1 kilometer in the blink of an eye, and the dark purple mist directly changed the dark green environment. At this moment, Syndra chose to release the mana stored in her body without reservation. The free dark element connected and repelled each other, jumping back and forth on the edge of stability and loss of control like a chain reaction before a nuclear explosion, and soon formed an impenetrable dark element storm. The energy with an unpredictable upper limit tore the boundary between the material realm and the elemental realm. The dark element storm brewing in the sky suddenly appeared with boundary-breaking thunder. The space cracks like the scars of the world gradually expanded and finally reached a point that even the material realm could not bear. When the destructive force reached the upper limit of the space, Syndra waved her staff and looked at the zombie soldiers with no sadness or joy, like a god who was sending down a world-destroying divine punishment. Destroy, scum. As soon as the words fell, endless dark element fell from the thunder clouds of 100 miles in radius like raindrops. The seemingly light and silent purple raindrops hit the ground, but they directly flattened the earth, and even the tens of thousands of zombie soldiers who were charging disappeared in the sound of bubbles. There was no scene of blood and flesh flying, and no screams of pain. Everything was annihilated in the high concentration of dark element energy in a 10,000th of a second. The zombie soldiers who had just been fighting with the light sentinels fiercely seemed to have never existed. Even the souls who were about to return to the soul pod to revive were directly wiped out by the ravages of the broken world power. However, a deep pit that was sunken more than 10 meters and spanned 1,000 meters appeared 10 meters in front of the outermost light sentinels. The incomprehensible magic power caused the light sentinels to crash directly and even forgot that they were on the battlefield. It was not until Syndra used magic to pull the collapsed horizon back to the feet of the light sentinels that the soldiers reacted. Is this an illusion? Hey, is this my illusion? Am I still not awake? Did you pee? Ah, it's a little wet. It seems I did pee. You still wet the bed at this age. It seems that you really haven't woken up. Otherwise, I can't wet the bed. Okay, let's go. Peeing is peeing. Don't joke about military orders. You don't want to make Lord Syndra unhappy, right? Just as Syndra cleared the way forward, Mishap, holding the Starfire rune blade, was not to be outdone. She slashed out more than a dozen consecutive swords with connected Starfire sword lights. The arc-shaped sword light flashed with scorching divine light, burning tens of thousands of pursuers into ashes like cutting wheat. The domineering star artifact directly destroyed the souls of the dead, and the souls who died under the Starfire rune blade also lost the qualification to revive. Isn't it just to deal with a few little mice? Is it necessary to mobilize so many troops? Glancing at Syndra in front of her, Mishap licked her tongue and waved her holy wings to quickly glide towards the right wing of the army. Unlike the light sentinels who were just there to place soy sauce in the front and back lines, the light sentinels on both wings and the 400 dark guards on the outermost side were the ones who truly experienced the pain of fighting the underworld army. No matter how many times they were chopped down, no matter if their heads were cut off or their limbs were amputated, the soldiers lying on the ground would always regain vitality in the dark green light. Each resurrection seemed to be accompanied by some incomprehensible enhancement, and the shriveled bones, flesh, and limbs of the living dead soldiers gradually became filler. Master, who was on the right wing, had swung his sword countless times. His armor and two-handed sword were getting heavier and heavier, but the enemies did not seem to be reduced at all. Looking around, the other dark guards also revealed a state of exhaustion. If it were an ordinary enemy, he could still get blood and energy replenishment through killing, but the situation in front of him was different. The energy consumed by killing these undead soldiers was real, and he did not get any blood and energy feedback at all. It was no different from chopping skeletons. For some unknown reason, even the invincible holy stone weapons in the hands of the light sentinels could only delay the chance of the enemy's resurrection. The light sentinels were powerful, but there were too many enemies, so it was impossible to deal with them all. In a few breaths, the defense line formed by the dark guards was broken by the zombie soldiers. The dense undead did not deal with the light sentinels, but swarmed in, surrounding the dark guards like coastal reefs. In the crowd, they collided with each other, and the dark guards did not even have room to swing their swords. 50 steps back. Get out of the encirclement. Seeing that more than 20 dark guards had been pierced through the gaps in their armor by the increasingly powerful zombies, Master roared with red eyes, and took the lead in activating the unique enchantment skills of the armor. Under Master's command, more than 100 dark guards turned into blood-colored heavy tanks and retreated backwards. The indestructible magic steel heavy armor smashed all the enemies along the way, and returned to the main force with difficulty, avoiding the threat of being attacked from both sides. Master's eyes were about to burst as he watched dozens of undead soldiers drag the fallen dark guard into the underworld mist, not even leaving the corpse behind. Just as he was about to launch another charge to rescue the looted corpse, Master looked up, and a sword-shaped flame descended from the sky, piercing the darkness all the way and bringing light. The scorching holy fire tore through the underworld mist, purifying the undead that had touched along the way, and instantly ignited those undead that were dragging the dark guard corpse. In the holy flame of the astral world, the dead dark guards melted along with their heavy magic steel armor, and their bones turned to ashes. Seeing this, Master and the other dark guards cast a grateful look at Mishap. They had already seen how these enemies of the underworld would desecrate the living and the corpses. Compared to being insulted by those despicable underworld rats, it was better to return to Naxos in the flames. Nodding in response to the soldiers' gratitude, Mishap slashed a few more times until the army of the living dead retreated like a tide. Mishap turned to the left wing. When she arrived, the left wing had been flattened by Syndra. This time, the means seemed to be relatively gentle. Except that the magic tide was so intense that it was impossible to release magic other than dark elemental magic. It did not cause much movement. Noticing Syndra's gaze, Mishap smiled in the tone of an old senior. As a newcomer who is on the battlefield for the first time, you did quite well. Chapter 691 Only a fight to the death. Endless power is surging. Even the wall of size cannot suppress the elemental force. This is really unimaginable power. Why would such a person appear in the world? Celebrito, this time we have not selected a sufficient number of high quality warrior souls from humans. In order to avoid greater waste, I plan to send all those souls to Mitnalachen. I have to do at least one of the two things well. Even the soul is shattered in this dark purple magic tide. What a powerful magical talent. If I could get such a body. Celebrito, since you want the body of that woman, how about you deal with the wizard? I will try my best to delay the Star Angels and wait for your support. At that time, I will let the remaining undead in the Nether Legion launch a general attack. At that time, please release the Bone Dragon, Celebrito, and completely establish the victory. How can I get her? How to? Seeing that the Underworld Master was still in a daze, Bean patted the Master on the shoulder. Lord Labito? Labito staggered and was stunned. Then he returned to reality from his delusion. In fact, facing the celestial seraph holding the artifact, even he had no confidence in victory. Since Lester chose to reveal 2 trump cards, He had no hope in this battle. No matter how many schemes he made, he needed to save his own life. The most important thing for an undead lich living in the underworld is a soul. Lobito's attainments in soul studies and magic made him very clear about his situation. If he wanted to obtain Syndra's body, he needed to make more preparations and plans, instead of rashly leaving his life here. This is the key to the bone dragon. Taking out a sharp white finger bone from his cloak, Lobito lowered his head slightly and handed the key to Bean, who was a little surprised. General Bean, this is your battle. How to use the bone dragon given by the master should be decided by you. While you hold back the Seraph, I will end the battle with Syndra as soon as possible and go to support you. Without taking the bone dragon key, Bean took a deep look at Lobito, who chose to bow his head and remain silent. Lobito kept bowing his head and offering the key like a static sculpture. Sir Lobito, no matter what decision we make, the Grand Lord is watching us. That's right, General Bean, we just have different missions, but we have the same reverence for the master. After Lobito said the last sentence, Bean took the bone dragon key, and Lobito raised his head again. Bean Farron looked at the bone dragon key, relying on the deep and clear Lachen magic in the key. He can summon the underworld bone dragon at any location within the range of the sacrificial array, before it is destroyed. Regardless of whether Lobito is ready to escape, at least he wants to offer a magnificent and heroic battle for his master. While the underworld army was preparing, the Emerald Territory's vanguard was also speeding up. The first battle of the day came and went quickly. Under the escort of Syndra and Mishap bombardment, the Emerald Territory's vanguard had a smooth journey. The undead enemies, like mountains and seas, seemed too weak in the face of unimaginable power. Syndra's magic and Mishap's celestial power made the Emerald Territory soldiers and light sentinels present understand what is truly powerful. As the vanguard approached, the dark fog that had been shrouding the front of the army also dissipated on its own initiative. 5,000 skeleton soldiers of the underworld army wearing heavy spiritual armor lined up in front and opened up a formation, blocking the way of the vanguard to the barracks in a semi-encircled state. Shaking his head at Mishap and Syndra, Lester raised his right hand, and 3,000 soldiers quickly stopped their steps, forming a defensive formation on the spot, staring at the enemy 1,000 meters away. In front of the underworld army, the hunched Lobito held a skeleton gem staff and wore a luxurious and exquisite ghost cloak. A special ghost face skeleton mask completely concealed the face and soul breath of the underworld wizard. Next to Lobito, the tall and upright Bean Farron was a whole body taller than the ghost skeleton warrior, who was nearly 2.2 meters tall. I don't know if it was strengthened, but the size of the man and the horse reached more than 4 meters. The general of the undead army rode on the purgatory dragon bone Pegasus, which was rare even in the underworld. He held a soul steel shield in his left hand and a ghost green soul refining cross lance in his right hand. Bean was protected from head to toe by spiritual armor. Only the two holes of his eyes burned with blazing ice blue soul flames, like an impeccable iron pagoda. Bean Farron alone brought endless pressure to the light sentinels, giving people a feeling of invincibility. Lester attracted his scrutinizing gaze and looked down at himself standing on the ground with regret. It was a pity that he didn't bring Zaya with him, otherwise his mount would definitely be much cuter than the dragon-headed horse with bone wings. Bean, riding the infernal dragon bone Pegasus, seemed to have noticed Lester's gaze. He squeezed his horse's belly and walked forward. Bean Farron stopped 1,000 meters away and spoke in a loud and hoarse Narxan language. My name is Bean Farron, the general of the Undead Legion's Cross Lancer heavy cavalry warrior, the Dark Lord's personally selected Netherworld Guard, and the commander of this Netherworld Legion. Where are you, Lord Lester of the Demon Face? Seeing that the enemy began to challenge, many light sentinels who were intimidated by Bean Farron's momentum chose to turn their heads and look at themselves. Lester couldn't continue to stand in the team. He shook his head at Mishap and Syndra, and Lester walked forward with a dragon-like and tiger-like pace. The light sentinels along the way made way to make room for Lester. Standing on the ground with his feet astride, Lester carried the god-killing blade on his back and held the soul-stealing bow in his hand. Thinking of the hardships along the way and the slaughtered Winterfell, Lester's face darkened. The majesty and murderous aura of a superior seemed to be pressing down on the Legion of the Underworld and rising in anger. I've heard that when the Dark Lord founded his army and country in this world, he advocated fighting openly like warriors. I didn't expect that seeing is believing. You and your cockroach warriors are actually better at hiding than the rats in the sewers of Zorn. Not only did you fear fighting all the way, you also frankly used despicable soul refining arrays and despicable underworld fog to slaughter innocent people and loot their souls to cover up your cowardly behavior. It really opened my eyes. The so-called Undead Legion Cross-Spear Heavy Cavalry Warrior General didn't dare to disperse the shame fog and was forced to fight until I led my troops all the way to his door. It seems that the so-called Nether Guards are nothing more than this. At this point, there is nothing to say between you and me. Since we meet, the only way is to decide life and death. And who is better? The winner is the king and the loser is the bandit. Instead of talking to me, you might as well let me see if the spear in your hand is sharp enough. Lester's thunderous and resounding words restored the fighting spirit of the Legion soldiers that had been suppressed by Bean Farron. Under Lester's momentum, the Purgatory Dragonbone Pegasus under Bean Farron, who was the first to bear the brunt, actually retreated 3 steps. This retreat was not a big deal, but it caused the morale of the Nether Legion to plummet, which was more unbelievable than being insulted by cockroaches and rats. It was understandable that the two sides had not yet started to talk nonsense with each other, but it was too embarrassing to scare the enemy back 3 steps with just a mouth. The soldiers of the Nether Legion and Lobito cast their eyes on Bean Farron, and Bean Farron glared fiercely at the mount that had not yet recovered its calm. Shame on you. The Purgatory Dragonbone Pegasus, whose intelligence was not very high, lowered its head aggrievedly, and Lester said contemptuously, "It seems that with your intelligence, Sir Bean, you can't even control your own mount. Otherwise, you can give the horse to me, and I will help you train it. When I have ridden it enough, I might send it to you again." The sarcasm like a knife made Bean Farron, who loved horses like his life, unable to endure it any longer. The Cross Lancer instantly entered a violent state, and even forgot his combat goal, and rushed straight towards Lester. Underworld Legion. Follow me. Lester. I will not stop until I kill you. Seeing that Bean Farron did not go to find the Seraph Miss Hatterdai, Lobito froze in place for a while, watching the old lich curse in his heart as he watched other Netherworld soldiers charge forward. In his plan, Bean Farron entangled the Seraphim, and eventually died in the hands of the Seraphim. He tried his best to attack the female elemental mage named Syndra. If he could defeat the opponent, he would take her away. According to Mordekaiser's temperament, if he captured an important enemy general, he would at least not blame him for deserting the battlefield. At that time, he could explore the magical talent of the female mage and maybe get this nearly perfect body. If he could not defeat the opponent, he would delay the world as much as possible and escape when Bean Farron died in battle and the Legion was defeated. However, all these expectations were based on the premise that the old-fashioned Bean Farron would fight Mishap. If Bean Farron could not entangle the Seraphim, once he took action, he would face the siege of the Seraphim and the Dark Elemental Mage. Facing one of them, he might be able to try to touch him twice. He would definitely die when he was fighting 1 against 2. This was simply an unsolvable dead end. Unfortunately, the token for summoning the Bone Dragon was not on him, so it was impossible to summon the Bone Dragon to fish in troubled waters. If he just left, even if he was a veteran, he would not be able to explain to Mordekaiser. Under the impulse of a reckless man, he was in a real dilemma. The war had already started. As Bean Farron said, the battle here would eventually be seen by Mordekaiser. Without Lobito thinking too much, the old lich decided to attack the Sentinel of Light. Doing so would not directly anger the Seraph and the Elemental Mage and be besieged. Noticing the old lich's actions in an instant, Mishap whispered to Syndra with telepathic magic, "Your magic attack range is larger. I will deal with the old lich, and you will suppress these skeleton soldiers." Knowing that this was the most appropriate choice, Syndra nodded. The two people who completed the division of labor flew to Lobito, and the other came to the front of the army and began to release range attack magic. "Filthy creature, your enemy is me." With a sword strike, the Starflame sword light blew towards Lobito, who was hiding in the Netherworld army like a hurricane. Lobito could only disperse the attack magic and release a smaller version of the Wall of Size instead. The dark green soul shield that suddenly emerged blocked the Starflame sword light. The two completely different forces devoured and annihilated each other like wild wolves and hyenas. In the end, the Wall of Size, which used the soul sacrifice array as its source of power, won. The sword light dissipated, but the Wall of Size remained intact. Lobito successfully blocked the attack of the Seraph, but before he could be happy, 4 or 5 more sword lights flew towards him in the air, mixed with flames that were different from the sword lights. Soul teleport. Crushing the teleportation crystal that had been prepared long ago, Lobito turned into the fluorescence of the soul and disappeared on the spot. The sword light and flames swept through, clearing away hundreds of skeleton warriors surrounding Lobito like cutting wheat. Little mouse, where do you want to run to? Mishap, who was filled with divine power, quickly found the old wizard who was 1,000 meters away through the fluctuations of space. Looking back at the battlefield, she saw that Syndra was using a strange gravity magic to suppress the mobility of all the Netherworld soldiers. Many skeleton soldiers with weak wills had been broken and could never be resurrected. Feeling that it was useless to stay here, Mishap flapped her wings and chased the fleeing enemy at a high speed. Her sight returned to Lester. The moment Bean Farron charged at him, Lester put away his soul-sucking bow and drew out his god-killing blade. Lester, give me your body. This is the price you pay for imprisoning me. Lester sneered. Artrex, after so many times, don't you still understand the difference in status between us? It is natural for me to put you in solitary confinement. I don't need to make any compensation to you. Not to mention the price. When you know how stupid arrogance is, maybe I will consider letting you have a few days of freedom. Without approval, the god-killing blade weighs 100 pounds. This kind of creation from the power of the Star Elm Dragon King is not a divine weapon that mortals can use. At this moment, Lester picked it up with one hand and used the two-handed weapon as a one-handed sword. Clang! The cross spear that stabbed forward was firmly held by the god-killing blade. Bean Farron, who was looking down, actually felt an irresistible evil spirit from the spear. In a trance, Bean Farron, who had experienced countless battles and hundreds of lives in his hands, seemed to see the nether iron armor on the throne. There is no doubt that the human in front of him is like his master, a cruel person who is keen on killing. In less than a second, when Bean Farron was stunned, Lester seized the opportunity, picked up the giant sword, and swung the cross spear upwards. At the same time, the broad blade went up along the direction of the spear and cut across the horse's head. The head of the skeleton horse flew off with the sound of broken bones, but the body flapped its wings and began to fly into the air, and in an instant it was out of the attack range of the giant sword. A flash of light passed by, and the headless Pegasus grew a new head, but compared to before, the soul fire of the skeleton horse was a little dimmer. Chapter 692 Skeleton Dragon, Netherworld Death. Holy Light Attack. Holy Light Shine. Evil Retreat. Glorious Holy Shield. The situation on the front battlefield became clearer and clearer under Syndra's absolute suppression. The Dark Guards rushed forward, and the Light Sentinels who had freed their hands in the back turned their guns and aimed at the moving targets in the sky. If there were only a dozen or 20 of them, it would be fine. The light emitted by thousands of holy stone weapons hit the aura shield like a storm. Even Bean was a little overwhelmed. But if the aura shield was not propped up, the skeletal Pegasus under him might not be able to withstand such a strong attack. Lester stood quietly on the ground and watched Bean, who was a little embarrassed in the sky. What if I can't fly? As long as your strength is not at the level of Syndra or Mishap, you will always be affected by the concentrated fire attack. Even if you are a nether guard, you have to roll down and get beaten. Riding the skeleton Pegasus, to dodge the holy light attack that followed, Bean glanced at the battlefield and felt a sinking heart. 5,000 Netherworld warriors who had undergone various enhancements could not exert any combat power under the suppression of the Dark Elemental Mage. They actually let the enemy rush and kill at will, which became the experience of the Emerald Leader Corps. Unfortunately, he could not attack ordinary soldiers, otherwise the mage would come directly to him. It seems that, if he does not summon the Bone Dragon, while the Seraph is led away by Lobito, I'm afraid that this battle will end in a miserable defeat. What's more, the elemental mage is in a special spellcasting state at this moment, and there is no better time than now. He took out the Bone Dragon key, closed his iron fingers, and crushed it with one hand. In the blink of an eye, a super large teleportation array spanning 100 meters was built layer by layer with the location where the Bone Dragon key was broken as the core. The array that drew a huge amount of soul energy began to flicker, losing most of the energy supply, and the wall of size that had been maintained until now was directly shattered. Seeing that the shield had been broken, another part of the soldiers outside the city began to march under the command of Zatskiel. Nether Bone Dragon, I need your strength. Lachan's language, in the low voice of Bean Farron, the crushed soul energy successfully broke the boundary between the underworld and the material world, and formed a directional channel through the teleportation array. 10 skeleton dragons emitting the Nether Death Key spread their wings, and covered the sky and sun over Nockland, which had become a dead city. Bean, who gained power because of the Bone Dragon Key, issued an attack order without hesitation, but it was not aimed at the Light Sentinels and Dark Guards on the ground. The Endless Dragon Soul roared, and the 10 skeleton dragons opened their huge mouths and spewed out a group of slow Nether Death Key in the direction of Syndra. Although the Nether Death Key moved at a high speed, it was most likely to attract each other and form a continuous piece. In the blink of an eye, the intertwined Nether Death Key blocked Syndra's few escape spaces. Lester's face changed, and he turned his head to look at Syndra, who was about to be forced to use magic defense in the sky, and shouted, "Syndra, the death energy of the underworld can ignore any magic defense and cause damage to the soul. Your magic can't stop the erosion of the underworld energy. Hurry up and use the teleportation magic scroll." Teleportation magic scroll? No, she can't use it, and she can't avoid it. Not only her, Lester, but also you will die here. Bean sneered, holding a big gun and charging at Lester. The charge path completely covered Syndra's position, and the tip of the gun pointed directly at Lester's heart. You will be very painful after losing that woman, right? If I can eradicate such a threat, even if I die here, the Grand Lord will definitely recognize me and let me into Valhalla, right? Do you need me to use the spirit wine to blow away the underworld death energy? Thank you, Jenna, you are too weak, just leave it to me. Lester shifted his sight away from Syndra and said lightly, I wanted to play with you for a while, but you didn't seize the opportunity and chose to attack my woman. I admit that you did make me feel angry. I haven't felt this emotion for a long time. Thank you for reminding me of what anger is. What disappointed Bean Farron was that Lester did not show regret or impotent rage at this moment, but calmed down. The man dropped the giant sword in his hand, picked up the short bow, and pulled the bowstring. Bean Farron, who was charging, was stunned at first, and then he recognized the short bow in Lester's hand. Is this the short bow of the masked spirit? Lester didn't mean to answer at all. Bean Farron, do you know what the antonym of death is? The bowstring was opened without an arrow, and the arrow of life condensed between the fingers, and on the bowstring. The vitality that is like a rain after a drought for the living is no less than the most vicious and deadly sulfuric acid in Bean's eyes. The antonym of death is naturally life, and now he is being locked by the arrow of life. This arrow will easily penetrate his perfect body made of underworld energy and soul, slowly and painfully purify his soul, completely cut off his connection with Midna Lachan, and turn him into ashes in endless pain. At this moment, Bean Farron seemed to have returned to the time when he was just born in the underworld, the despair and fear of the abyss. He knew that he had reached the end of the road, but at the end of the road, he laughed. Do you think you have won? Before I die, I will pierce your body and tear your soul apart. The woman you like will also die in front of you. It will be your lifelong humiliation. I'm just an ordinary member of the underworld, and there are countless strong people above me. Even if you don't die here, Lester, your nightmare has just begun. The Grand Lord will plunder everything around you. You are just a humble. The bowstring was released, and the shouting stopped abruptly. The holy white light was fleeting, passing through Bean Farron in front of him as if nothing, and plunged into the fog formed by the death energy of the underworld. Lester put down the bowstring and looked calmly at the cross spear less than 30 centimeters away from his chest. The arrogant heavy cavalry general was like a piece of rice paper ignited by fire, burning with white flames from the inside out, and even the whimpering skeleton Pegasus under his crotch was also in the flames. This man and horse from the Netherworld could no longer make a sound, and witnessed their own withering and the pain of gnawing at their bones. After a few breaths, The flame of life finally spread to the soul weapon that killed countless people. The cross spear that could fight head-on with the god-killing blade began to burn from the handle of the gun and finally turned into dots of blue fluorescence. In the purifying flames, Lester heard countless whispers of gratitude in his ears. The souls who died under the gun, the souls who made up the gun body, and the souls who suffered torture and pain in the underworld were finally freed at this moment. At least at this moment, they were no longer in pain, but could happily embrace the second death. Lester walked forward in the face of the fiercely burning soul flame storm, passing through Ben Farron, who was left with only embers, without any damage. The man looked up at the 10 skeleton dragons that were constantly replenishing the dead air of the underworld to Syndra's position, and drew his bow again. You have never been my enemy, not even Mordekaiser is my enemy. I have only one enemy, and that is my own morality. The second life arrow flew out of the string, turning into a dazzling white arc of light that pierced through the 10 skeleton dragons one after another. Life and death were intertwined. They were obviously two incompatible attributes, but they were like adding fuel to a fire, and ignited at a touch. Unable to spit out the dead air from the underworld, the skeleton dragon began to self-ignite like Ben Farron. In the holy flames, the dragon's skeleton was annihilated into powder, and drifted away with the wind. The power of the 2 arrows was still in his eyes, and the soldiers cheered excitedly. Lester raised his arms and shouted, "Kill all the remnants of the underworld with all your strength. Follow me to witness the first victory of the living over the dead. Follow Lord Lester to kill the enemies. Win this city for Lord Lester. Crooked skeleton. Go to hell." Lester smiled slightly as he watched the Netherworld soldiers fall one by one. Without the attribute of immortality and the various enhancements from the black magic lich, although the number of Netherworld soldiers was large, they were no match for the Sentinels of Light and the Dark Guards. The Holy Stone weapons were not vegetarian. When the strength was equal, it was an unchanging truth that water conquered fire, and wind conquered earth. Whether in the past life, or in this life, if darkness was not too powerful, how could it have defeated light? It was simply because light was too scarce. It is not quite accurate to say that Mordekaiser is horrible and difficult. In his opinion, the difficulty lies in Mordekaiser's own understanding and application of Ochen language and black magic. The desire for killing and conquest made Mordekaiser obtain the gift of the Blood God. With this gift and his own understanding of black magic, he gained a foothold in the underworld, thus mastering Ochen language and understanding how to use souls to achieve his goals. If he can find a way to crack Lachen magic and Ochen magic, Mordekaiser's army will not be enough. Putting aside the weird and powerful Ochen magic, Lester does not believe that the heroes he trained in the material realm can really deal with the Iron Armored Wraith. Looking up at the gradually dimming death energy of the Netherworld, Lester said secretly, "It's not just the Holy Stone compass in darkness's hand. The Light Sentinels have been developing for so many years, and there must be more research on the underworld and soul magic. These intelligences have not attracted the attention of the Emerald Territory in the past. It was my own negligence. When the South is unified this time, the Emerald Territory must start to study the information accumulated by the Light Sentinels over the years, especially to conduct in-depth research on the Lachen and Ochen languages, and create an anti-soul magic that can complement the Holy Stone weapons. In addition, the extraordinary combat power such as Mishad and Syndra who have been exposed must be protected continuously to avoid assassination. Mishad doesn't need to worry too much, but Syndra needs to be taken seriously. This girl is indeed strong enough, but it's a pity that she has not experienced much. In addition, my interference has made her a little old-fashioned and stubborn, and she may not be flexible enough in battle. Just like this time, if Syndra had withdrawn the magic in time, she would have had a chance to escape the death attack of the Bone Dragon, but she hesitated and lost the possibility of escape. Maybe I should let LeBlanc teach Syndra in person. Just as we are about to attack the Immortal Bastion, it is not bad that the first light magic research base is set up in the Black Rose Mage Academy. With LeBlanc's protection, Syndra can rest assured. The battle outside is coming to an end, but Syndra, who is in the dead air of the underworld, is sweating profusely. She huddles her body motionlessly beside the holy light arrow that is being consumed violently, staring at the gradually dimming fatal energy without blinking. Although the life shield supported by the holy light arrow is a little dimmer than before, the fatal energy outside the life shield is even thinner, and it looks like it can't be sustained. Under the protection of the teacher, she survived miraculously. Wiping the sweat off her face, Syndra, who relaxed, was a little scared. She didn't recognize what the skeleton dragon spewed out at the first time. Because of this small mistake, she almost lost her life. The inky black energy that lingers around is none other than the purest and deadliest death energy from the underworld. Most of the wastelands in the underworld are filled with underworld energy, which is a weakened version of death energy. Even as a weakened version, underworld energy can cause great damage to the soul. Death energy that is stronger than underworld energy is located in certain forbidden areas of the underworld. Death energy is lethal to souls and interferes with space transmission. It can also quickly corrode the flesh, turning the soul with flesh into a dead spirit instantly. Even the powerful souls of the underworld cannot survive in death energy. The undead living in death energy are heretical evil creatures that transcend the living and the dead. In addition to having the nature of immortality, the undead can also use death energy to attack any life they see and forcibly transform the enemy to form new undead. The undead in the forbidden areas are arguably the most unsolvable enemies. According to Lester, only the masked spirits who have mastered special laws can deal with the undead creatures in the underworld. Apart from that, no one can use the dead air, and no one can eliminate the dead air. This is also the main reason why she failed to recognize the dead air at the first time. Now that I think about it, this is the purpose of Mordekaiser stealing dragon bones and dragon souls from Dragon Island. I don't know what method he used, but Mordekaiser gave the skeleton dragon the ability to store and swallow the dead air, making the skeleton dragon the most deadly weapon, and also allowing the dead air to appear in the material world for the first time. Syndra, who had sorted out the clues a little, couldn't help but turn her eyes to the arrow of life that drove away the dead air for her. In the warm and white light, the woman couldn't help but be a little crazy. No matter what problem she encountered, no matter what threats she encountered, that man would always appear by her side to protect her. He had no wings, but was better than an angel, pulling her out of the quagmire again and again. No matter if that man is her best friend, her magic teacher, or the powerful lord of the Emerald Territory, the love of that man named Lestat for her has never changed. Syndra doesn't know if this is love or not. She only knows that she is willing to sink into this love and follow the man named Lestat to the end of the world. Chapter 693 Angel's Wrath, Judgment. Heart-ripping and bone-eating. Blood corpse explosion. Sound of perdition. One after another, the sword took on black magic without any damage. Seeing that the four-winged angel suddenly increased its speed, Lobito did not dare to hold back anymore and used short-distance soul teleportation magic again to disappear in midair. Two sword beams passed through the afterimage left by Lobito, leaving two burning sword marks in the ruined buildings. Humph, you run pretty fast. After reconfirming the direction, Miss Ha swung her sword and chased after him. On the other side, Lobito's face was extremely ugly after he appeared. Bean had completely disrupted his plan. In his plan, if he could find out the true strength of Syndra in the initial test and skillfully use the teleportation magic to bring Syndra to the Lord's castle, he might not be able to trap Syndra. In the castle, there were not only a dozen of his men who had been ambushed, but he also deliberately arranged a forbidden magic circle and a weakening magic circle that specifically restrained the elemental mage. In the sudden plan, even Syndra would have no chance of escaping and could only be killed. If someone came to rescue, he would send Timotheus, who had been transformed into a spirit and flesh puppet, to stop the enemy. Apart from anything else, Timothy had eaten so many people, so he was still able to resist. At that time, he could directly occupy Syndra's body and successfully seize a powerful body. With his understanding of Mordekaiser facing the matter that was already done, even Mordekaiser would not deliberately make things difficult for him, but would reward him instead. But the premise of all this is to target Syndra. Whether it is teleportation magic, forbidden magic array, or weakening magic array, they are all aimed at human mages. The above traps are meaningless to the Seraphim Miss Ha who masters the astral magic and astral artifacts. Bean, you damn fool. The seraphim will come back soon. I have to go. Thinking of this, Lobito first gave a death order to Timothy, who was hunting survivors in the city, and then spoke to the 16 underworld mages who were looking at each other. The enemy will be here soon. Activate the forbidden magic array immediately. I have to prepare the forbidden spell, and don't let any enemy disturb me before I finish it. Although they were a little confused as to why only Archmage Lobito teleported back, the underworld mages did not dare to say much, and could only watch Archmage Lobito enter the secret room with a gloomy face and close the door. 16 underworld mages lowered their heads, and began to chant. As the skull staffs in their hands shot out 16 ripple-like rays of light, the forbidden magic circle covering the entire castle rose from the ground. The energy of the forbidden magic circle expelled and annihilated all usable magic element except soul energy, forming a forbidden magic field covering the entire Lord's castle. With a full view of the Lord's castle, that suddenly changed 1,000 meters away, Miss Ha was more convinced that the timid and cowardly old lich had escaped into the castle. Looking elsewhere, although the sacrificial formation was broken, the fog of the underworld had not yet completely dissipated, obscuring the holy moonlight. In the dark green world, all you can see are ruins. There are countless dead people on the ground. The lingering evil spirits are almost forming a substance to devour people. The corpses and bones of children, women, and the elderly are everywhere, forming a white land of bones leading to the Lord's castle. The whole city is like a piece of meat on a chopping board, being ravaged by a cruel and bloodthirsty butcher with a butcher knife. Countless dead souls are crying and gnashing their teeth in her ears, wanting her to redress their grievances. There used to be laughter and joy here, but after the ravages, there is no living person here. Faced with this scene, even the one who disguised herself as her mother Misura, the naturally cold-hearted Justice, the star spirit of justice, would probably not remain indifferent. At this moment, there was another hatred in the heart of the seraph that could not be easily calmed. She tasted this sudden hatred and felt the endless anger that she wanted to vent. No matter who you are, no matter what trap you set, no matter where you want to escape. Chitian raised the starfire rune blade high, and the 4 white wings slowly spread out to emit scorching flames. The blazing flames of anger burned in the golden eyes. She hadn't been so angry for a long time. This anger was enough to split the mountains, burn the sea, and destroy all the filth in front of her, just for the crying in her ears. In the name of justice, judge. Taking a deep breath, Miss Ha stared at the starfire rune blade in her hand. Through the divine light that pierced through the dark fog and dark clouds, she saw the source of her power, and knew that, if she wanted to carry out the anger from justice in her heart, she must say the name that symbolizes authority. The filth retreated, the bright moon was in the sky, and the 4-winged angel wearing holy golden light made the final judgment. Here is the sword of judgment. I have heard your grievances. My name is Kyle, and I will bring down divine punishment on the land of sin. A pillar of light shot out from the tip of the starfire rune blade. The golden pillar of light penetrated the boundary between the material realm and the astral realm, and also brought unimaginable great power from the starry sky. The next moment, tens of thousands of judgment swords emerged from the astral realm and formed a circle. The blazing flames illuminated the sky within a radius of 100 miles. The darkness retreated, as if it was daytime. Even Lester, who was thousands of miles away, saw this miracle belonging to the astral realm. In the dreamlike light and shadow rain of fire, the sword with boundless divine power descended from the sky, annihilating everything visible to the naked eye with the anger of the gods. Before anyone noticed, the dark mage who was maintaining the magic forbidden formation in the Lord's castle disappeared from the world together with the Solomon Simple castle. In the destruction, the 4-winged angel lowered his noble face, and there seemed to be countless voices of gratitude in his ears. May you rest in peace. Another night passed, and the strange fog finally dissipated completely. The sun reappeared above everyone's head, illuminating the ancient city that had been completely destroyed in the war. The vanguard army, which had been fighting for a long time, was stationed in the repaired and dilapidated military camp to rest. The task of searching the city-state and clearing out the remaining enemies naturally fell on the shoulders of the deputy legionnaire of the Dark Guard, Daskal. It was called repair, but in fact it was just finding a few open-air 4-walled houses and casually building a camp surrounded by a few stone slabs. Because the weather was good, Lester didn't want to stay in the military tent all the time. Drinking a little wine on the ruins of the battlefield and savoring the joy of victory was also quite romantic. You really don't blame me for ruining your plan and destroying most of the city because of anger. Miss Ha had put away her fighting posture at this time and sat next to Lester with her knees hugged like an ordinary woman. There was some confusion and grievance on her little face with an unclear attitude. Including Syndra, the other women present had not forgotten that this man's true identity was a demigod from the astral world, the kind that had just destroyed an ancient city. Lester handed the wine glass to Miss Ha, half leaning against the broken stone slab and looking up at the sky. Do you want to hear the truth or a lie? Taking the wine glass and taking a sip, Miss Ha found that the Voltiki blood rose seemed to be a little different from what she had drunk in the past. As for the specific difference, she didn't like drinking much and was not a wine tasting master, so naturally she couldn't tell the difference. True or false? I want to hear it. How greedy. Miss Ha puffed up her lips, and she actually had the savage look of her childhood. Lester was speechless. It seemed that the impact of this battle on the little angel was not as simple as it seemed on the surface. Hurry up and tell me. Otherwise I will ignore you. Okay, I'll tell you the lie. I don't blame you. This city has been tossed around by those monsters. There may be a lot of mess left. Instead of repairing it with great effort, it is better to tear it down and rebuild it. You have saved us a lot of effort. The next step is nothing more than consuming more building materials and manpower. Anyway, building a house is not a problem for the Emerald Territory. This is a lie. So what you mean is that you are actually very angry? Of course, I'm very angry, very angry. Lester's peaceful face suddenly sank. Syndra, who had been listening, almost jumped out of her throat. Even Miss Ha was startled, and she felt a little more fear and self-blame in her heart. Only the Atmosphere Group has been carefree for a long time. Jenna, in the form of an elf wrapped into strips of cloth, looked up at the sky blankly, and Evelyn, who turned into a cat, climbed up lazily and stretched, casting an interested look. As a kind of personal maid, they are one of the few women who really understand Lester, so they naturally know that Lester is not really angry now. Let me ask you, you chased so far, and you did your best to destroy half of the city. Did you get rid of Libito? After a special secret method, Lester already knew who turned Nockland into a dead city. No, I don't know. I only know that Libito escaped into the castle. In order to avoid falling into a trap, I destroyed the castle directly from the outside. Maybe he wanted to plot against me, but he didn't have time to escape. As long as he was still within the attack range, he would definitely die. Don't have any fluke in your heart. In this case, I can only assume that you didn't get rid of the other party. Miss Ha, this means that after you expose your true strength, there is no practical meaning except destroying a pile of broken stones, and your moves will be seen by the enemy, and they will be on guard next time, and it will be difficult to play a special role again. Avoiding Lester's calm sight, Miss Ha lowered her head. She knew that Lester was right. She herself didn't feel like she had killed the enemy. Seeing that Miss Ha was in a low mood, Lester also slowed down his tone. In addition, do you know that Syndra was almost killed after you left? The order I gave you at the beginning was to help Syndra, protect the Legion together, and advance steadily. We don't know what means the enemy has, nor do we know what strategies the enemy has. We can know nothing about the enemy, but we must know that only when 5 fingers are clenched can we become a strong fist. I hope you can make steady progress. I don't ask you to kill many enemies, but I just hope you can protect Syndra, who has little experience. But you were easily led away by the enemy. Syndra, if it were you, would you take the initiative to pursue Libito? Syndra, who was learning humbly at the side, thought about it, and shook his head seriously. No, I think that on the battlefield, not putting yourself in danger is the greatest victory. If something goes wrong when I chase the enemy, it will definitely have a bad impact. Lester nodded. You are absolutely right. This is a very wise idea. We must stick to it. In team battles, if we have an advantage, it is good to be conservative and cautious. This will leave the enemy helpless. Miss Ha, remember that no matter how powerful you are, there will be a day when you will be defeated. Moreover, you are not invincible, and our enemies are not ordinary people. Even if you kill Libito, it will not mean much. There will never be only one Lobito in the underworld. On the contrary, there is only one Miss Ha by my side. Miss Ha raised her head slightly with her lips pursed, reflecting the glittering spring water in Lester's eyes. When their eyes met, Lester coughed and avoided Rao's gaze. Ahem. The most gratifying thing for me is that the attack was launched from outside the castle. Miss Ha, you did a good job on this. In fact, this time the use of the Judgment Sword was not without gain. I have a special feeling, but it is not easy to describe. Hearing this, Lester was also a little curious. What is the feeling? After thinking for a while, Miss Ha tried to describe this feeling in her own words. It can be said to be a kind of understanding and control of power. Before I went to the astral world, Lester, you also know that I was a two-winged angel. When I returned to the material world from the astral world, I was entangled by that guy's inner. When I regained consciousness, I was already a four-winged angel. The power of two wings is simply a world of difference compared to the current four wings. Although I have had many strength exercises on weekdays, I have achieved little effect. It can even be said that my improvement in my own strength has reached a certain limit that cannot be broken. I also thought about trying to use other methods to increase my strength, such as meditation, actual combat, or learning other spells to improve myself, but unfortunately these measures have no effect. Lester raised his eyebrows and his face became a little strange. You mean, your strength has increased after releasing the Judgment Sword this time? Nodding affirmatively, Miss Ha looked down at the spark blade beside her leg. It's like I've broken free of some kind of shackles and restraints. I can feel that my connection with the Starfire Rune Sword is getting closer, and I can also feel that my strength can continue to improve. Do you know the reason? Maybe I know a little bit. Before I cast the Judgment Sword, many dead souls cried to me in my ears and appealed for justice. In that situation, I suddenly had an uncontrollable anger. It was also this anger that allowed me to use the power of the astral world for the first time to complete an attack that I had never imagined. Justice. You implemented the justice in your heart and successfully avenged those who died unjustly when your body and mind were united. This is the key to your improvement in strength. Lester finally put on a gentle smile on his face. Miss Ha, I'm so proud of you. Don't worry, this book will never be finished in the short term. Most of the Alliance stories have not been written yet. At least I have to persist until all the female character cards of the Alliance are collected before I finish it. It's already a collection of cards anyway. Chapter 694 Simmons Plan. In June 929 AD, the peace-seeking Emerald Lords negotiating team exposed the evil deeds of the Southern Empire Alliance, led by Grand Duke Timothy, who betrayed their fellow human beings. After the Demon Lord suffered several assassination attempts, the Emerald Lords, who could no longer bear it, finally launched a counterattack. In September of the same year, the Emerald Lords divided their troops into 3 groups and marched against Nockland, Winterfell, and Fort Callisto. In the attack on Nockland, the Demon Lord personally led a small number of elite troops to defeat the underworld demon army and won a great victory. When the Emerald Lords showed the original appearance of Nockland after the war and the crow images of some of the Netherworld demons to other major forces in the form of a crystal image ball, this battle completely shocked the entire Runeland. The hideous undead army, the dilapidated streets paved with bones, the 7-headed human-headed demon dog, the soul-devouring bewitching green fog and the black tide of the dead that covers the sky and the sun. The most frightening of all is the Archduke Timothy, who was transformed into a 7-headed demon dog by the underworld demons using evil magic. Strange things that cannot be described in pale language are pieced together. The silent magic image of just 33 seconds concisely and powerfully leads all the onlookers to understand the darkest corner of the world. At this time, many people in Runeland understand that the darkness in this corner is even more terrifying than the soul-eating night that attacked Bilgewater. They are terrified that there has always been a group of demons living in the underworld who are secretly coveting the rich land of the material realm, and they also hate that there are so many human traitors who choose to sell out their fellow human beings and cooperate with demons for power and authority. For a time, the Emerald Territory, which lightly started the war, changed its reputation and seemed to have become a savior-like existence. At the same time, Nockland, which has completely become a ruined city, has not become deserted and depressed. Instead, it has welcomed many brave adventurers to explore the traces left by the underworld army. Many poets and writers have written countless fascinating epic works with Nockland as the theme. Nockland has also become a city of the Netherworld with a dark artistic atmosphere. A famous underground city has been built under the ruins. Of course, this is a later story. In the 5 years after Nockland was broken, the army of the Emerald Territory, under the guidance of the Demon Lord, swept all the warlords and bandit forces in the southern continent of Iloran, and fought all the way to the southeastern continent border, Ironwater City, of the Magnificent Barrier. Except for Jerry Ford, the other 4 of the 5 major warlords were all killed. Jerry Ford was willing to give up all his territory and wealth, and proved as a tainted witness that Timothy did collude with the Netherworld demon. Jerry Ford, who was given a commuted sentence, was spared from death. The famous Sea Lord moved into a manor with his wife and daughter under the supervision of the Emerald Territory, and became a wealthy man living in seclusion in the countryside. All the cities where the Emerald Lords pointed their troops surrendered, except for Piltover and Zorn, which seemed to have signed some kind of city-state agreement with the Emerald Lords, and retained the independent sovereignty of the City of Progress. As time went on, in the year 935 of the Narxan calendar, the southern part of the Narxan Empire was unified by the Emerald Lords. The troubles of warlords had been eradicated, and the southern part of the continent was in ruins, and returned to peace. Under such circumstances, the Supreme Command of the Immortal Fortress did not issue any order for the Emerald Lords to withdraw their troops and give up their territory in accordance with the rules of rule. Because of this, many Eyes of Runeland moved north again and stopped at the Immortal Fortress. As soon as the war stopped, the Empire began to prepare for war again, and many legions moved towards the borderline one after another, hiding during the day and moving at night. At this point, the Noxus Empire seems to be on the verge of a civil war. The Demon Face Lord controls the south of the Immortal Fortress, and the Darkwill family controls the north of the Immortal Fortress. The Empire is divided into two by the 2 major forces with the Immortal Fortress and Boltfort as the boundary. In secret, many people call the northern part of the Empire the Northern Narxus Empire and the southern part the Southern Narxus Empire. After witnessing the Warlords' offensive war, many forces have become pessimistic about Darkwill's regime, and many people have even begun to call the Demon Face Lord the Lord of the Empire. Even such a terrible underworld demon is not the opponent of the Emerald Territory. How can the legions under the Supreme Command be the opponent of the Emerald Territory? In fact, even Lester himself thinks so. On this day, a special guest was welcomed in the combat meeting room of the Immortal Fortress. Jennings, who had grown half of his hair white, pushed open the door of the meeting room with the guest, glanced at the man sitting in the main seat, and lowered his head directly. The man sitting in the main seat of the meeting room at the door was none other than Brown Darkwill, the commander-in-chief of the Narxus Empire. Although he was worried and upset every day because of the Emerald Territory, Brown Darkwill showed no signs of aging, as if he had escaped the shackles of time and remained forever young. His thick black hair was healthier than that of a young man, and there was no wrinkle on his face. Only his pale face and a few streaks of scarlet light in his eyes proved that Brown was no longer immortal. After paying a courtesy to Darkwill on the main seat, Jennings began to introduce the bald wizard wearing a magic cloak beside him. Commander-in-Chief, this is Wizard Summoned. He comes from the God Realm and this time he is here for the Emerald Territory. Knowing who the visitor was, Brown, who was overjoyed, stopped acting like a commander-in-chief. He stood up from his seat and walked a few steps to the bald wizard. He took Summoned's right hand, as if he were an old friend he hadn't seen for many years. Jennings, this is great. You have done a great service. Sir Summoned, I have been looking forward to seeing you for a long time, and finally you are here. Come, please take a seat. Someone, bring me tea. Summoned did not break away from Darkwill's intimate behavior and remained calm as always, allowing Darkwill to pull him to the main seat and personally pour him a cup of fragrant tea. He could see that the pressure brought to the commander-in-chief by the Emerald Territory was not as plain as it seemed. Darkwill did not say too much nonsense, estimating that the heroic and strong divine wizard in front of him was a straightforward and taciturn person, but asked directly. The envoy came down to Earth to listen to our prayers this time. I wonder how to deal with the pagan Lester. Pagan is the personal definition given to Lester by the curious star spirit Trittles. Simon knew that this was because Lester was unwilling to obey the oracle of the star world. Then again, if the man who defeated him was put on a leash as easily as he was, I'm afraid Trittles wouldn't need him. Excuse me, the Emerald Territory is powerful. With the current strength of the Grand Commander, it is no match for the Demon Lord. Dockwell's smile froze, and his face suddenly darkened. Over the years, he has suffered from the pain of the scarlet body, and has long lost his previous energy cultivation skills. What do you mean, Sir Simond? Why don't you explain it more clearly? The Emerald Territory must not resist head-on. Have you ever thought about why the Emerald Territory has chosen to stay put when it is obvious that they can just let the soldiers advance all the way to attack the city? Darkwell narrowed his eyes and rubbed the emerald ring unconsciously with his right hand. Why? It's nothing more than there is no reason to send troops. I, Darkwell, am the orthodox of the Empire. Once he sends troops, it will be treason. As long as he still considers himself a part of the Empire, he dare not attack me. Yes, he dare not attack me. That's right, but the Emerald Territory will not wait forever. The Demon Face Lord is probably looking for a suitable reason to send troops now. I know all this, Envoy Simond. I prayed to the God Realm to know something I don't know now, not a bunch of nonsense. This can be said to be very impolite, but Simond did not take it as an offense, but smiled slightly. What if the Commander-in-Chief takes the initiative to give up the Immortal Fortress? What? You want me to give up the position of Commander-in-Chief to that traitor? Dockwell stood up with his eyes wide open, looking incredulous. You want me to hand over the Immortal Fortress to someone else? Simond sneered and was about to stand up. Those who accomplish great things do not care about small details. If the Commander-in-Chief does not believe me, I will leave without further ado. After this, it is nothing more than defeat and death. I think the Commander-in-Chief has made preparations. Wait, Your Excellency, please stay. I'm too impatient. I just want to know how giving up this Immortal Fortress will help me defeat the Emerald Territory. It was no surprise that Darkwell would keep him. Simond slowed down his speech to give Dockwell more time to understand. The Commander-in-Chief should also know that the most difficult thing about the Emerald Territory is not anything else but the extraordinary elite legions and many extraordinary strongmen. I can provide the Commander-in-Chief with part of the latter, but the former can only be cultivated by the Commander-in-Chief himself. The regular regiments of the Empire today are simply no match for the Emerald Territory Legion. This was not pleasant to hear, but it was the absolute truth. Dockwell could only nod. Yes, the Empire has no way to resist the Dragon Lizard Knights of the Emerald Territory. They can only use horse traps and caltrops to delay them, and then shoot them with crossbows. The efficiency is extremely low. Most of the other legions are the same. Simond drank the fragrant tea in one gulp, stood up, walked a few steps to the wall where the large map was hung, and pointed at a place with his finger. Dockwell and Jennings looked carefully. Where else could it be, if it was not Nur City located at the northern foot of the Urus Mountains? Dockwell was a little confused. Is this Nur City? Yes, if the Commander-in-Chief can obtain Nur City, I can offer you 2 ancient ruins. Relying on the ruins, you can easily obtain extraordinary power. As long as it is managed properly, the Commander-in-Chief will soon obtain extraordinary power enough to destroy the Emerald Territory. Simond smiled slightly when he said this. Now the Grand Commander has left his mortal body behind and has a long lifespan. You should know that even a powerful leader like the Emerald Lord had to hold back for nearly 1,000 years before deciding to attack the continent. As long as the Grand Commander calms down and manages it for a few decades, with the help of me and the God Realm, there is room for a turnaround. The Grand Commander may not know that this Immortal Fortress is actually the keynote for the Lord of the Underworld to counterattack the Material Realm. The Black Rose and the Pale Witch, who the Grand Commander has always feared, are the guardians of the Underworld node. When the Grand Commander gives up this hot potato, Lester will inevitably fight with the King of the Underworld and consume each other. The Grand Commander will, with my help, prepare for war and accumulate strength. As long as he finds the right time, the Grand Commander will be able to destroy Emerald and punish the Netherworld. Naturally, there will be a day when he will rule the immortal fortress. Taking the initiative to step back and gain a chance of survival is better than being defeated and dying for honor. After hearing these words, Darkquill calmed down a lot and actually felt that they made a lot of sense. It would be too unrealistic to ask the envoy of the God Realm to perform a miracle to kill the Emerald Territory for me so that I could take over the power. A bold envoy with a silver tongue could not be expected to deal with so many terrifying supernatural powers. I'm afraid that everything would be in vain in a blink of an eye. Besides, the envoy sent by the God Realm to help me was definitely not for myself, but for Emerald Territory. I have no right to point fingers at the God Realm. After all, it is the easiest way to retreat and watch the fire from the other side of the river. Lord Simmond is right. If giving up the immortal fortress can bring another turnaround, this immortal fortress may not be impossible to give up. Glancing at Jennings, who had been silent, and lowered his head, Darkquill looked at Simmond again, and asked with a smug look, I just wonder if the Lord Messenger of God can tell us in detail about the city of Nur and the ruins? Of course. If the Commander-in-Chief cannot be reassured, I think it will be difficult for him to choose to give up the immortal fortress. Simmond's finger slid down first, and stopped on a ridge somewhere in the Urus Mountains. This relic is called Hanlo Fortress. It is located in the valley below the ridgeline, and buried under the snow. Only I can find it. Thousands of years ago, a group of ancient people living underground, in order to avoid being exterminated by the dragons who ruled the continent, used all their strength to split mountains and rocks, and built this vast fortress in the underground world with obsidian as the theme. Speaking of construction technology and defense functions, Hanlo Fortress is no worse than Immortal Fortress. In addition, Hanlo Fortress also has agricultural functions that Immortal Fortress does not have. If all underground agriculture is developed, Hanlo Fortress can feed at least 100,000 people. By obtaining Hanlo Fortress, the Commander-in-Chief can obtain ancient smelting technology and weapon forging technology that far exceeds today's, and can also obtain the mithril veins located in the fortress mine. Mithril? You mean Demacia steel that can rival Emerald Territory magic steel? Simmond smiled slightly. The reason why the Commander-in-Chief is so curious is that he didn't know that the mithril mine of the Demacia state is located under the Urus Mountains. I can assure you that the mithril veins under the Coldfall Fortress will never be smaller than the veins controlled by the Demacia state. Then, what about the other ruins? Darkquill's voice was trembling. Simmond's finger slid upward and pointed to a point in the northern mountains. I wonder if the Commander-in-Chief has heard of the ancient city of Miladia. Thanks to the second leader, gods will cry for the 41,000 points reward, and thanks to the reader, logged off, for the 3,000 points reward. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 695 Preparations before the peace talks. In the inner city of the Immortal Fortress, Imperial Avenue, number 36 Iron Alley, a man dressed as a warrior hesitantly pushed open the door and walked into the pharmacy called Lockheed Pharmacy Workshop. The pharmacy does not cover a large area and is located in a remote location. Considering that this is the Imperial Avenue, where every inch of land is valuable, the warrior can understand why this pharmacy chose to open here. Perhaps because the public security in the Immortal Fortress has been very chaotic recently. Bandits have frequently appeared, and the army is under martial law. There are no customers in the store now. There is only a beautiful black-haired girl wearing a very sophisticated wizard robe sitting behind the table, smiling at him. Faced with a sudden smile, the warrior's heartbeat quickened by half a beat. What a beautiful girl, and also a quiet and steady temperament. May I know what your name is, young lady? You can call me Cheryl. What potion would you like to buy, sir? The black-haired girl named Cheryl had a voice as beautiful as her face. Fortunately, the warrior was not a man who had never seen the world, and he quickly suppressed the throbbing in his heart to avoid being rude. I heard that you sell ampoule potions that can be injected into the body. I want to buy 3 bottles of wound medicine and 1 bottle of antidote. Price is not a problem. Do you need a syringe? Thank you, but I don't need a syringe. Okay, please wait. Hearing this, Cheryl moved lightly and took 4 bottles of potion from the shelf behind her and placed them on the counter. Each bottle of potion was packed in a sealed glass ampoule. Unlike a cork type potion bottle, ampoule potion can be stored for a longer time. Generally speaking, the quality of the potion is also higher, especially it can be directly injected with a syringe to improve the efficacy. After checking that the color of the potion in the ampoule was the same as what the intelligence dealer said, the warrior nodded. How much? 18 silver coins for 3 bottles of healing potion, 6 silver coins for antidote, a total of 24 silver coins. Hiss. So expensive. The distressed warrior counted the silver coins from the bag and put them on the counter without hesitation with a generous smile, as if he would appear stingy if he was a second slower. Thank you. If it works, I will come again. Please leave slowly. So the black-haired girl collected the silver coins with a smile and watched the customer leave. When the door was closed, the smile on her face quickly disappeared. Her smile does not mean she is happy. Cheryl, the big sister just contacted Blake. We have to terminate the operation. The inner door of the pharmacy opened, and the first to come out was the blonde girl Lino, who was dressed in frivolous leather armor and looked a bit dissolute. Next to Lino was a young male wizard who was holding a crystal ball and was a little thin and frail. The young wizard Blake was the spell support provided by the Black Rose to the Shadow Organization. However, from Blake's listless state, it was obvious that he had just done some extreme sports. After putting up the closed sign outside the door, Cheryl locked the door and sat on the chair, glancing at Lino, whose face was full of red, and Blake, whose cheekbones were sunken and eyes were lifeless. Cheryl sighed. Tell me about the situation. Lino winked at Blake and lit a cigarette to smoke. The smoke made Cheryl frown, but she didn't know what to say. After so many years, with such great work pressure, it was inevitable that Lino would change. She did the same thing when she lived in the St. Zachary orphanage. The difference was that her choice was for survival, while Lino's choice was for pleasure. While Cheryl was sighing, Blake tremblingly placed the crystal ball on the counter. According to the latest intelligence from Camille, Doc Will may negotiate with the Demon Lord of Emerald Territory and voluntarily give up control of the Immortal Fortress and the Empire. From Camille's tone, it seems that this is almost certain. That's why Commander Camille has issued an order to temporarily stop all activities except for intelligence gathering, and the organization has officially entered a dormant period. Lino smiled with her flexible tongue as she blew a puff of ambiguous smoke at Blake. That means we can finally have a holiday, Cheryl. This is a rare opportunity. I'm going to Bilgewater. Blake will go with me. Do you want to go with us? Dormant period? I can't. Even if it's a dormant period, this base needs someone to maintain it. Cheryl shook her head in Lino's expectant eyes. For Cheryl, this was not something to be happy about. Before being rescued by Camille, she struggled desperately in the quagmire of the Empire just to survive. She wanted to change something but was powerless. Since joining the Shadow Organization, she has gained some power that she had never dared to imagine before, and also knew the many darknesses hidden under the glory of the Empire. She understood why the Empire has been winning, but the lives of the people are difficult to improve. The wealth plundered by foreign wars and the internal exploitation have all stayed in the aristocracy. The waterfall composed of gold coins was intercepted by greedy big mouths at the top of the Immortal Fortress. How can it be sprinkled on the earth like spring rain and benefit the people? The sins of the St. Zachary orphanage are only part of it. There are more blood-sucking pustules growing at the roots of the big tree of the Empire. They are continuous, greedy, and sinful. A casual pull can implicate most of the root system, bringing pain to the Empire deep into the bone marrow. All the pain has become a resistance to refusing change and a reason for the Empire to continue to be corrupt and rotten. Under such circumstances, the Empire could only cover up its natural defects through endless foreign wars. Unfortunately, the Demon Lord's vigorous military action against the Southern Warlords broke the plan of the great Commander Darkwell. Coupled with the disruption of the Shadow Organization, the contradictions in the Empire gradually intensified and surfaced. the contradictions between the old nobles and the new nobles, the contradictions between the common people and the nobles, the uneven distribution of wealth, the uncontrolled and unrestrained, the military power that overrides everything, the harsh laws and the inhumane taxes. More and more people in the empire have seen the darkness of the empire. According to the intelligence collected by the Shadow, this hidden resistance organization is spread all over the northern border of the empire. In addition to the Shadow, there are at least 6. The reason why it has not yet completely erupted, in addition to the cruel military suppression of the Darkwell family, the military action of the Emerald Territory is the most important reason, without a single one. Nowadays, the threat of warlords in the southern part of the empire has been pacified by the Emerald Territory. After the war, the southern part of the empire is vast and sparsely populated, with large tracts of land resources. In addition to those who are unwilling to leave their homes, many people from the northern part have already gone to the Emerald Territory with their families. Under the arrangement of the Emerald Territory, they joined the immigration army. While slapping their faces, it has greatly eased the internal conflicts of the empire. The eyes of the people are sharp. There is no need to say which life is better in Fightlet or the Immortal Fortress. The reason why she stayed in the Shadow organization, in addition to repaying Camille's kindness, is to do something meaningful for the empire. If Dockwell and the Emerald Territory successfully negotiate, will the Shadow organization be disbanded? Where should she go? A confused Cheryl rubbed her eyebrows. When are you leaving? Tomorrow, before the long journey, I plan to make some preparations with Blake. In the lower city of the Immortal Fortress, a top secret base belonging to the Shadow organization, a lonely figure lit the candlestick in the room with a flint. Glowing crystals dotted the ceiling, refracting the candlelight into colorful lights like gemstones. In the 6-column copper lampstand, special flame-resistant wax oil burned steadily, and the flames dispelled the darkness in the room and illuminated the solemn and exquisite beauty of the girl in front of the Hextech communication crystal ball. The calm-looking girl took off her clothes, opened the closet to take out the dress, and put it on neatly. Even though the dress in her hand was extremely complex, it took the girl no more than 3 minutes to get dressed. She closed the door gently, stood in front of the full-length mirror to adjust her clothes, and adjusted the magic crystal sword at her waist. After confirming that everything was correct, the girl left the base. Fluorite and sea crystal lampposts stood on both sides of the sunless cobblestone road. In the middle of the road, a carriage belonging to the Black Rose was parked. The girl nodded to the driver, opened the door of the carriage, and sat upright next to a woman in a black dress with a charming temperament. The door closed, and under the control of the driver, the carriage slowly moved towards the upper city. Ms. LeBlanc, good day. Sister Camille, relax a little. There is nothing to do today. Just call me sister. The magnanimous lady smiled and looked at the girl sitting opposite her. Until the girl gently called Sister LeBlanc, the lady's smile became much brighter. The lady who looked like a lady was none other than LeBlanc, the owner of the Black Rose organization, the supervisor of the Narxis Empire, and the title of the Pale Witch. Sitting in front of Camille, LeBlanc was more and more impressed by Lester's ability to discover talents. I don't know how Lester found such a ruthless and resolute girl in Piltover. Even the Black Rose, which is full of talents, can hardly find a rare general like Camille. Unfortunately, Camille herself has no talent for magic, otherwise LeBlanc would be willing to accept another female apprentice who is destined to become her sister. Your teacher is very satisfied with the results of your efforts. The information provided by the Shadow is enough for your teacher to eradicate those cancers of the Empire. Before the formal negotiations, your teacher wants to hear your personal opinion. Camille nodded and suppressed her expectations. Understood. The carriage went up all the way, and it took about half an hour to arrive at Blackthorn Rose Street without any obstructions. Following LeBlanc into the mansion, Camille finally saw the man she had been thinking about day and night. She wanted to say something, but she felt a little restrained in her heart and didn't know what to do. LeBlanc smiled and took the initiative to leave the room, leaving the space for the two people with a deep relationship between master and apprentice. Teacher. Camille, sit here. I'm not your superior now, and you are not my subordinate. Lester, who was sitting on the sofa, patted the empty seat on his right. After hesitating for a while, Camille chose to sit down obediently. Pouring a cup of tea for Camille, Lester looked at Camille, who had completely grown into a beautiful girl, and sighed. It's been more than 10 years since you came to the Immortal Bastion, right? Do you miss home? A little, but I don't miss it too much in my busy work. In addition, I often communicate with my father and others through letters. With Steven inheriting the family is developing smoothly, and I don't have anything to worry about. Now I think that if I stay in the family, it may cause some conflicts in the family. Recalling the different evaluations of herself and Steven by the family servants, Camille smiled. It's better for me to follow the teacher and leave Piltover. Lester took a sip of tea and sighed. Camille, you are too sensible. The Ferris family should be proud of you. Thank you for the praise, teacher. Speaking of which, Camille, you are also 16 years old this year, right? After this matter is done, I should also hold a coming of age ceremony for you, so that you can be glorious in Piltover. Nodding in thanks, Camille asked, Teacher, does the Emerald Territory really want to negotiate with the Darkwell family? Lester narrowed his eyes and said indifferently, it's called a peace talk, but in fact it's just a voluntary concession. The people's will is in favor. Brown knows that the situation is hopeless, so he is ready to lose gracefully, to avoid a complete fallout. Once the civil war in the Empire begins, even if we can use our power to suppress others, the Empire will be in turmoil for more than 10 years. This is not a good thing for us, and the Darkwell family. I want to rule the Empire legitimately, and Brown wants to stay away from the center of the Empire decently. It can be said that we hit it off. After all, I have received the favor of the Darkwell family. If it weren't for Nadar's support, I wouldn't be able to establish the Emerald Territory. If I want to kill all the descendants of Nadar's, it would be difficult to do it, unless it is necessary. Camille heard the implication and couldn't help but feel a chill in her heart. It seems that the teacher has indeed considered killing all the Darkwell family. As if he saw what Camille was thinking, Lester's face was more smiling. There is nothing to hide from you about this matter. Brown is going to voluntarily withdraw from the Immortal Fortress and give me the position of the Grand Commander of the Empire. In exchange, he will go to the northern border to retire and obtain a certain degree of autonomy. He can be away from the Immortal Fortress and live freely and continue to be his lord. The northern border of the Empire is adjacent to the Freljord Icefield. Although we have reached a strategic agreement with the Frostgird clan, there are still many Freljord barbarians who have left the tribe and invade the border villages every year. It is still quite chaotic there, and we are in need of a border lord. Since he took the initiative to go there, it can be regarded as contributing to the country. I can't find any reason to refuse. In this case, it is us who need to consider Brown's safety. If he is successfully assassinated by some forces and cannot hand over power, then we will be in trouble. So that's the case. Then, how will the teacher deal with those nobles after ruling the Empire? Responding to Camille's gaze, Lester said softly, of course, we will publicly try the nobles according to the information and evidence you provided. The Empire does not need blood-sucking termites. Chapter 696 The New Commander of the Empire. Darkson Calendar, 942 AD, Autumn. The Darkwell family, on behalf of the Immortal Fortress Supreme Command, publicly proposed the topic of peaceful evolution. The main content of the topic was how to avoid civil war in the Empire, and how to safely and effectively transfer power to the Emerald Territory. Faced with the low-profile Darkwell family, the Emerald Territory had to reconsider the relationship between the two sides. If it used force to suppress others in this situation, even the Emerald Territory would find it difficult to withstand the pressure of public opinion from the people of the Empire. With the joint efforts of both sides, the Supreme Command formally contacted the Emerald Territory before winter. The clouds of civil war dissipated for a while, and the Noxan Empire seemed to have ushered in the greatest peace. The evaluation of the Darkwell family by various forces was infinitely raised. The countries on the continent set their sights on the heart of the Empire. Adhering to the Empire's consistent, vigorous and resolute actions, the content of the peaceful evolution was finalized before the second year, and the time for the complete transfer of power of the Grand Commander was set on March 10th. That is, before the national celebration of the second year. Time passed by, and after several assassination attempts, Bron Darkwell's public appearances became less and less frequent. The Narxans living in the Immortal Fortress could see the carriages and warbans belonging to the Darkwill family leaving the fortress in batches, as if they wanted to empty the Immortal Fortress. The jaw-dropping wealth went north along the clean and tidy cobblestone road, and the target was the border town of Damo Plain. At the same time, the army of the Emerald Territory stationed in various key points of the Immortal Fortress, taking control of the initiative of the Immortal Fortress, and the original city defense army was on standby in the barracks. Finally, the time came to March 10th. On the road of glory outside the Immortal Fortress, the demon-faced lord, guarded by hundreds of dark guards and dragon birds, rode a white warhorse majestically through Narxdora, Blackstone Gate, which symbolized the power of the Empire, and walked into the heavy gate of the Immortal Fortress under the attention of all the people. On both sides of the street, the atmosphere-setting group that had been prepared long ago cheered, and threw the flowers in their hands, and together with other imperial citizens who sincerely welcomed the demon-faced lord, they admired the giant who changed the empire in front of them. The Emerald Territory and Narxus are of the same origin. Usually, the Emerald Territory is friendly enough to the imperial people from the Immortal Fortress. Under such circumstances, the people of the Empire did not have too many opinions on the change of the ruler of the Immortal Fortress. Instead, many people silently supported it and looked forward to the future life. As the Empire celebration approaches, the solemn Immortal Fortress also becomes more playful and lovely among the colorful ribbons and flowers. The end of the Empire Avenue is the Conqueror's Square. In a trance, Lester, wearing a military uniform, seemed to have returned to 900 years ago. The hazy and strong lines overlapped with the things in his memory. The indestructible Blackstone Fortress in front of him has not changed much in the washing of the years. The difference is that the people around him have changed one after another, and there are very few people who can accompany him to this day. His road started from the Conqueror's Square and now returned to the Conqueror's Square. From an ancient survivor, who was not optimistic about it, to a legendary lord who is immortal, how many ups and downs he has experienced is only known to him. He has lost many precious things, and perhaps he will continue to lose them in the future, but he never regrets it. If he is given another chance, he will still take this road. Take this road of conquest that belongs only to the Narxus Empire. The team soon arrived at the outskirts of the crowded Conqueror Square. Lester collected his chaotic thoughts, stepped off his tall horse onto the temporary steps built by the servants, and walked calmly towards the current commander of the Empire with a complicated look. Bronn Darkwill, a descendant of Nadar's Darkwill. Pale and bloodless face and skin, short silver grey hair, body hidden in a heavy black robe, scarlet eyes flashing with the eyes of an ambitious person. The whole person exudes a strange aura of pain, ruin, satisfaction, and bloodthirstiness. Judging from his temperament alone, Bronn Darkwill can hardly be called a human. Unlike his ancestor Nadar's, starting from Burnham, the Darkwill family has been addicted to the desire for power and time, forgetting that as the ruler of the Empire, the first thing to consider is how to use the resources conquered and plundered to satisfy the people, rather than satisfying their own selfish desires. The Darkwill family has lost the innocent heart that they had in Nadar's time, and has become a blood-sucking worm of the Empire along with some other old nobles. Yes, it is more appropriate to describe Vladimir's bloodline as a blood-sucking worm. It's a pity that Vladimir ran too fast, otherwise he might have a better understanding of the blood magic from the Darkin. Standing in front of Brown, the eyes under the magic steel mask of Lester seemed to penetrate Brown's body and see what Brown hides in the deepest part of his heart. Brown was a little annoyed. He was sure that he didn't like this kind of eyes that saw through everything. Honorable Lord of the Demon Mask, your position is unshakable, your achievements are incomparable, and it is your iron will that has saved the Empire. That is like an egg in a nest many times. Brown Darkwill is far behind. Brown took off the gem dagger that symbolized power, knelt on one knee, and held the dagger high with both hands. Narxus, the strong are supreme, the sword of power belongs to the virtuous. In the glorious witness of Raxi, Bronn Darkwill is willing to honor the Demon Lord Lester as the new commander-in-chief of the Empire. May the Empire prosper under your control, and may the Empire prosper under your will. The lofty Lester held the gem dagger in one hand, and his every move showed arrogance, but no one raised any objections. Lester turned his body to face the crowd, and with a sound of Kanglang, He pulled out the exquisite gem dagger and pointed the sword to the sky. "My name is Lester. I swear in the name of the Roxy clan that I will rebuild the glory of the Empire. All nations will prostrate at the feet of the Empire. I hope you will encourage each other." Dockwell knelt on the ground like dust. The lofty demon lord pointed his sword to the sky, and in front of him were the cheering people of the Empire. This scene was recorded by the image crystal and became a witness to the transfer of power. In the next 2 days, Dockwell and his followers left the Immortal Fortress, and the Imperial celebration was carried out smoothly under Lester's control. Everything seemed to be going smoothly. In the Immortal Fortress, the Supreme Command was heavily guarded, and the Black Lightning Mage and the Dark Guard were guarding the entrances and exits dutifully. Not wanting those nobles to affect his work, the first thing Lester did when he moved into the Supreme Command was to drive away those messy noble representatives. Perhaps he would disband the Imperial Supreme Command in the near future. At this moment, the huge Imperial Supreme Command was empty, and only Lester was working hard to deal with the mountain of paperwork. After becoming the Grand Commander of the Empire, Lester seemed to have returned to the time when the Emerald Territory was just established. He wished he could split himself into two and use them separately. The transfer of power was simple, but the internal affairs of the Empire were more complicated than he had imagined. Especially when he was going to take action against those nobles, how to do it became a priority issue. In his opinion, he had to wait until the end of the Imperial celebration before he could take action. The power of the Commander-in-Chief is still too dispersed. There are serious internal frictions between different noble factions. No wonder Brown has been unable to integrate the legions for a long time to deal with the warlords in the south, and the combat efficiency is too low. The military system, based on family war groups, must be abolished as soon as possible. I need to take back the power from the nobles as soon as possible. If they don't obey, I will cut them all off. Anyway, the Emerald Territory has no shortage of grassroots government officials. The Black Rose controlled by LeBlanc needs to be merged with the Black Lightning as soon as possible. How to keep the two at a suitable distance must be discussed with LeBlanc. In addition, the body of Scene, who was trapped in the Mage Academy by LeBlanc, must also be dealt with. The Empire should not humiliate a loyal minister like Scene in this way. Fourth scene, it is better to rest in peace. Bang, bang, bang. The night sky outside the window was illuminated by colorful fireworks. Lester looked up and suddenly thought of his child whom he had never met. I haven't visited Lolit for so long, and I don't know how the sacred tree is now. It's probably not going to work this year. It will take time to completely integrate and control the existing land. Before attacking Ionia, at least the nobles' problem must be completely solved. However, the infiltration work can be carried out in advance. According to the lazy nature of the Ionians, as long as they don't go too far, the Ionians will not resist violently, and the Temple of Eternal Life will not interfere too much with my relationship with the Temple of Balance and Vastea. As long as the Ionians are made aware of the advantages of the Empire's rule, the Empire can naturally take over the First Land. Just as Lester was about to continue processing paperwork, a hazy mist suddenly rose in the empty conference room. Lester raised his head, as if just a moment ago, the empty-handed sheep spirit and the grinning wolf spirit had squatted on the long conference table. Wait, the wolf spirit's expression seems a little wrong. Lester, congratulations on becoming the master of Noxus. The ethereal words of the sheep spirit made Lester shift his attention away from the wolf spirit. He didn't expect that the sheep spirit would choose to meet him at this time. It's just a matter of time. The Empire is always more useful in my hands than in Darkwill's hands. But Lamb, is it really okay for you to leave the short bow with me? How can you fight without the short bow? Isn't it because of you that the sheep became like this? An unfaithful man. You didn't come to see the sheep for such a long time. The jumping wolf spirit waved its claws and flew around Lester for several circles. Lester couldn't help but feel a little confused. Why does this wolf uncle sound like a woman in the boudoir? The neutral voice seems to be no longer as rough as before. Lester thought about it for a while and decided not to get angry with the wolf spirit. I'm sorry, I really ignored your feelings during this period. I should have contacted the lamb earlier. How about this? You wait here for a moment. I will immediately order someone to get the bow. The wolf spirit bared his teeth and folded his hands in front of his chest. Humph. It's too late to make up for it now. The lamb was derelict in his duty because he lost the short bow and has been exiled from the underworld by his mother. Lester was shocked and looked at the lamb spirit. What do you mean? Did you break up with the mother of masks? Lester, the wolf and I need your help. The lamb's tone was very heavy, and there was also confusion. Lester had never seen the lamb like this before, and he couldn't help but stand up and hold the lamb's furry and cold little hand. The lamb's body trembled and let the man hold it. Tell me, how can I help you? Will that guy, the void spirit evil owl, hunt you down? Nodding, the lamb spirit said softly, the evil void will come, but not now. The name of Kindred is still well known in Runeland. The evil void will not attack me and Wolf in the short term. The problem for me and Wolf is that this mask spirit cannot act in the material world for a long time. We need 2 bodies. Lester breathed a sigh of relief and found the key point. 2 bodies? I can find a suitable body for you, but the question is how are you going to do it? Although I don't know what state the mask spirit is in, I know that you can't be revived by finding a body. The roots of me and Wolf have completely merged with the mask. Once we take the initiative to take off the mask, the dead air accumulated in our souls will instantly annihilate our incomplete souls. Lester, this is why I need your help. Only you can provide us with a suitable body, and only you can lead us to the sacred tree and get rid of the invasion of dead air through soul resonance when we take off the mask. Seeing that Lester was slightly hesitant, the wolf spirit came to Lester with a grin. Human, the sheep has done so much for you. You won't refuse such a simple request, right? Lester whispered, stroking the dog's head that came up to him in front of the wolf's wide eyes. Of course I won't refuse. In fact, I also want to go to Omikaelan to see the status of the sacred tree. It's just that I have too many things to do and can't get away. I don't know how long you can maintain your current state. If you are in a hurry, I will put down my work first and go directly to Omikaelan after your physical body is made. If you follow your original plan, how long will it take? Estimating the time it would take to integrate the Empire, Lester raised 2 fingers. Including the time it takes to make the physical body, it will be about 2 years. After 2 years, I will definitely go to Omikaelan. Hearing this, the sheep spirit smiled. 2 years is not a long time. It's enough time. Lester, you can finish your own things first, and then help us. Early the next morning, Lester took the sheep spirit and the wolf spirit to the Black Rose Mage Academy, and introduced the 2 masked spirits to LeBlanc. What surprised Lester was that the atmosphere was extremely awkward when the 6 looked at each other for a moment. LeBlanc restrained her smile, and smiled coldly at the silent lamb and wolf. Kainju, right? The mage who has been hunting and shooting our Black Rose? Chapter 697 The Sheep and the Witch. Haha, vile, corrupt and filthy fallen spirit, witch who blasphemes death. I can smell the stench of black witchcraft from 10,000 meters away. While the sheep spirit was silent, the wolf spirit cursed the witch who brought him a huge workload without showing any weakness, not giving her any face. Where did the little wolf cub come from? LeBlanc narrowed her eyes and looked at Lester, who was somewhat embarrassed, with sharp and cold eyes, without any tenderness in the past. So, you brought these 2 half-dead beasts to me, just to let them provoke me. Do you think I'm easy to bully? Wiping the hot sweat from his forehead, Lester had never felt that being a peacemaker would be so stressful. The people who had a small dispute were not others. One was Kindred, who had been the god of death for thousands of years, and the other was LeBlanc, the pale witch who had been playing tricks for thousands of years. Everyone present was a shrewd person, and if they wanted to mediate, they really had to find another way. Lester suddenly looked at the wolf spirit. Before that, get rid of those who are talking nonsense, otherwise things will only get more and more complicated. Wolf, you go out first. Lester took a deep breath and regained his composure, like an old general who had been on the battlefield for a long time, with an imposing manner. Awoo. Why do you want me to go out? The wolf widened his eyes in dissatisfaction. Before the wolf could say anything, the lamb held down the wolf's head. Go, wolf. After all, we hunted the mage first. Now that we need help, it is only right to apologize. Give us some time. But, be obedient. Go. always feeling that he had become an outsider wolf again. The wolf left in grief and anger. The lamb hung his head in silence, and LeBlanc sneered to himself. Before Lester spoke, the lamb spoke first. "Lester, please let me say a few words to the owner of the Black Rose. Pale Witch, I was offended before. I don't expect you to put aside the past grudges. I just hope you know that hunting mages is the duty of the god of death. Even without us, the frog spirits, pig spirits, and eagle spirits will also attack secular mages. In addition, we do this because the one you fear has been competing with us for souls. If we can't take action in advance, the power of the underworld army will only become more unstoppable. We have a common enemy. This time, Wolf and I came to Lester for another way." His face looked a little better than before, and LeBlanc was a little more serious. "So, you two are considered to have betrayed the Mother of Masks? Even you, the mask spirits, can't deal with that person?" The sheep spirit nodded helplessly. "His power is far more unfathomable than before. Ordinary methods can no longer curb his power. All we can do is delay the time for him to control the underworld. I have been wandering in the two worlds for thousands of years, and only Lester has shown me some possibilities, so Wolf and I decided to join Lester." This was said sincerely, and LeBlanc couldn't continue to be displeased. In fact, after the death of Mordekaiser's body, returning to the material world in the form of undead with the help of the Lich was not a true resurrection. The dead controlling the Ochan language and the living controlling the Ochan language are completely two different concepts. Now, Mordekaiser has completed the interpretation of death with the body, condensed by black magic. Once Mordekaiser obtains the incomplete remains, Mordekaiser can directly interfere with the material world through the Ochan language, and the consequences will be disastrous. Of course, it is not so easy for the torn Mordekaiser to be resurrected. The first thing to do is to gather the scattered remains. She can still take care of the missing limbs and the black iron armor suppressed in the soul well, but Mordekaiser's skull is not under her control at all. As early as 1,000 years ago, Mordekaiser's skull was sealed in a secret vault by the wise man of the Blessed Light Island. Over the years, she has sent talented people to explore the fallen Shadow Island more than once, but unfortunately all the explorations have been fruitless. Either the adventurers she arranged became permanent missing persons as soon as they landed on the island, or the ships she arranged ran aground and sank before reaching the Shadow Island. Even the only sea route to the island in the past few hundred years has become dangerous, so she had to temporarily abandon the original plan. However, if Kindred surrenders, it will be another matter. Apart from anything else, it should be more than enough for the Mask Spirit to explore the Shadow Island. You're right. We have a common enemy. I'm willing to put aside our grudges and cooperate with you, but this is only for Lester's sake. Thank you. LeBlanc's beautiful eyes turned and stared at Lester, who was listening quietly. "Tell me, how do you want me to help them?" Lester smiled slightly. "Create two bodies that can perfectly carry souls. After all, apart from Helena and you, I can't find a high-level flesh mage." "Oh, so many years have passed. Do you still remember that witch Helena?" I don't know if LeBlanc thought of something, but she suddenly changed the subject. "It takes a lot of time to create a physical body. The biggest problem is the fusion of souls. I cannot guarantee that the souls of the masked spirits can perfectly adapt to the physical body I create. Don't worry about that. After you have finished making the body, I will take them to Omikaelan and use the sacred tree to complete the fusion of soul and flesh." Omikaelan, humph, it seems that your network of relationships is more complicated than I thought. You don't have a group of women in Vastea's territory, do you? Seeing LeBlanc start to tease him, Lester couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief after laughing. As long as they don't fight, the problem won't be big. LeBlanc and the sheep spirit will always have the opportunity to gain friendship by fighting side by side. Haha. In fact, in addition to this matter, I also want to ask you to help sort out the intelligence of the underworld army. Xiaoyang has been a masked spirit for so many years and has collected a lot of information about the underworld. I have been a little busy recently, and I'm not sure if I can ask others for help. After thinking about it, I still have to rely on your help. Knowing yourself and knowing the enemy will ensure victory in 100 battles. Humph, now you know who is the most important to you? Of course you are the most important. On the Black Iron River, a steam-powered gunboat belonging to the Emerald Territory is sailing westward at full speed. The spy work of the Immortal Fortress has been completed. Camille, who took time to return to Piltover, had a small gathering with her family for half a month, and then returned to the Immortal Fortress again. Camille does not have much time. The Empire's preparations for war against Ionia have been put on the agenda. She plans to complete special training before the Empire's cross-sea expedition to the east and join the Grand War as the Edge of Night. Camille, who was ready for further study, gave her subordinates a long vacation, but there was one person who insisted on following her to Fidlet. This person was none other than Cheryl, whom she rescued from the St. Zachary orphanage. Camille's evaluation of Cheryl was clean, decisive, quick-witted, and willing to sacrifice. It can be said that she was a rare talent and played a very important role in the secret operations of the Immortal Fortress. Even if Cheryl had no personal combat power, this woman who was willing to sell her body was suitable for working in the spy department. However, Camille originally planned to arrange Cheryl to handle paperwork in the intelligence department after Cheryl cut off her relationship with Lino. Cheryl stubbornly refused and insisted on joining the army of the Emerald Territory, even if it was the most ordinary cold weapon legion. For Camille herself, it was much easier to recommend a woman to the intelligence department through the back door than to let a weak woman who looked like cannon fodder join the army through normal channels. What's more, the welfare benefits of the intelligence department were not comparable to those of an ordinary soldier. It can be said that Cheryl's choice not only cut off the most suitable path for herself, but also brought extra trouble to Camille, which can be said to be harmful to others and not beneficial to herself. You'd better think about it again. You have the opportunity to change your mind before the ship arrives in Fidlet. Military orders are like mountains. Once I tell them your thoughts, you really can't change them. I think you know better than me that if a beautiful woman like you joins the army of other countries, her belly will grow big in less than 3 days. She can't even protect herself. How can she gain merit with the sword in her hand? Leaning against the side of the ship, Camille, who was wearing a new Imperial military uniform, squinted her eyes and looked at the end of the blue sky. Her short black hair fluttered in the wind, and her whole person exuded an unapproachable aura. In this situation, another beautiful woman with long black hair and bangs approached Camille from behind and stood beside Camille with a calm expression. Perhaps I was a little hesitant before, but now I understand that being dirty or not does not depend on whether the body is clean or not, but depends on each person's heart. Just like Lino said at the beginning, selling one's body is the easiest thing for a woman, but it is also the most undignified and despicable thing to do. I know that human greed for lust is enough to make women use their bodies as weapons. In order to survive, in order to stay alive, I can use my body to please others, as long as I can see the blue sky tomorrow. This is indeed the case. With the help of my body, I got important information in St. Zachary that was enough to convince you. I want to know, if I didn't say the title Beerbohm when I met you, would you still be interested in me? Would you still choose to risk saving me? The thin body exuded a sickly paleness. It was obviously a glass product as fragile as a porcelain doll, but Camille saw an unshakable flame in those almond eyes. Of course not. You have shown your worth, so I have the possibility to choose you. There are so many people in St. Zachary, and I only took you away. I don't need trash. Where is Lino? Camille turned her head and looked at the blue sky again and said lightly, she is your byproduct, not counted. Hearing this, Cheryl smiled happily, and her white dress swayed gently, like a dandelion blooming in the wind. After leaving St. Zachary, I thought about it more than once. If I hadn't sold my body before you came, could I have walked out of St. Zachary cleanly? Likely no. Just like what you arranged for me now, to find a man who is like me in a comfortable department, to spend the rest of my life. I thought about it more than once, and regretted that I was too eager to abuse myself, and ruined the only thing I could show off. But the truth is so cruel. If I didn't make that choice, you wouldn't have chosen me at all. Lino and I could only die in St. Zachary. Without interrupting, Camille listened quietly to Cheryl's thin and weak voice. Such regret once became a nightmare that tortured me, until I saw the changes in Lino. As if to vent all the dissatisfaction and restlessness in her heart, she began to hang out in the taverns and inns of the Immortal Fortress. It was obvious that she valued her body more than I did, and she even risked being beaten to escape from Saint Zachary. After leaving the cave, she regarded self-indulgence as a part of life. I asked her, "Is it you who is despicable now, or is it me who was self-degrading in the past?" She said that all her actions were out of herself. She was the master of her own destiny, and she was happy about it, but I did not want to do such a thing. So I understood that she and I have become people from two different worlds and there is no way to go on together. I made up my mind that, after completing the task, I will never sell my body again in this life. I used to sell my dignity for survival, but now I have the opportunity to gain power. Even if I die, I will never give up. Maybe my choice seems stupid to you, but for me, it is a goal worth pursuing with all my heart. Camille, my family has gone to another world, and Lino has embarked on her own path. In this world, the only meaning of my life is to follow you. You saved me, and my life is yours. I want to fight alongside you, and stand with you. Whether I succeed or not, I will work hard for it. Turning her head, Camille responded to Cheryl's gaze, which became softer from the serious and scrutinizing sharpness. "You stupid fool, you said your life is mine, but you don't know that my life also belongs to another person. My soul has long been bound to the land under my feet. Once I embark on this road, I will either go all the way to the end of the world, or die on the way, and become an unknown tombstone." Cheryl smiled. "If I can't keep up with you, I will be satisfied if you can put a few bouquets of flowers in front of my tombstone after I die." Camille smiled faintly and drew out the blue steel shadow magic crystal one-handed sword. "That's wishful thinking. As my follower, you must be the best. Without my order, you just breathe obediently. There is still some way to go to Fidlet. Since you have chosen the most dangerous path, just practice swordplay with me these days. Everyone needs a new beginning. Cheryl, your life starts over from here." I was infected with the virus again, had a fever for several days, and had a lot of complications. If it is not necessary, try not to go out. Chapter 698 Naxos is about to rise. The Imperial celebration came to a successful conclusion. The Naxons, who had thought that their lives would not change much, suddenly discovered that there were many new policy preachers in handsome costumes on the streets. Apart from anything else, the smart costumes that they had never seen before alone made the Naxons in the Immortal Fortress eyes light up. By order of the Grand Commander of the Empire, Lester, the new laws of the Empire are hereby promulgated. The following laws will be implemented from now on. Article 1. The Naxon Empire gives every outstanding person the opportunity to make achievements, regardless of race, origin, gender and age. Anyone who believes in the spirit of Arx and agrees with the will of Great Naxos is part of the Empire, and every citizen of the Empire should defend the glory of the Empire with blood and courage. Article 2. It is strictly forbidden for individuals or groups to open and operate brothels privately. All unofficial brothels must be reported to the Supreme Command and closed within 3 days. It is strictly forbidden for individuals or groups to buy, sell or transport slaves from any unofficial institutions. It is strictly forbidden to abduct and sell people on the territory of the Empire. Violators will be sentenced to more than 30 years in prison. Those with serious circumstances will be sentenced to death and beheaded for public display. Article 3. The Imperial Noble is an honorary title and enjoys the privileges of the Imperial Society, but not the privileges of the law. The Imperial Noble must demonstrate the demeanor and courage of the Imperial Noble and maintain their noble status with sufficient achievements. An audit will be conducted every 3 years. If an Imperial Noble has made no achievements within 3 years, the title of nobility will be downgraded by 1 level until it is reduced to a civilian. In the Empire, nobles and commoners have equal status. Commoners have the right to anonymously report the misconduct of nobles and falsely accuse them of crimes. Once verified, they can be rewarded. The Empire will be responsible for the personal safety of the reporter. Article 4. Widows and orphans whose family members died in the war enjoy the protection of the Empire. War orphans and the elderly who are unable to work will be raised by the Empire after review. Article 5. In the Empire, except for nobles who can own a limited number of private armed forces, other forces and organizations are strictly prohibited from owning private armed forces. All private armed groups that have not been disbanded must be reported to the Supreme Command within 7 days for legion reorganization. After 7 days, the Empire regards any private armed groups in the territory as illegal organizations, and illegal organizations will be brutally eliminated by the Imperial Army. Article 6. Any dispute can be reported to the Eye of Order for public trial. After paying a certain fee, the judges will randomly select 5 people from several regional candidates. If there is any objection to the judgment of the Eye of Order, it can be reported to the Supreme Command by a joint letter. The second trial will be presided over by the Angel of Judgment. Any false accusation, biased, and non-objective judgment will receive the most severe sanctions. Article 7. The Empire respects every brave avenger. For those who have the hatred of killing their fathers and humiliating their mothers, the Empire encourages them to settle personal grudges through public duels. It does not advocate the use of assassination and poisoning to complete revenge. If the second method is used to complete just revenge and report it, the Empire will strongly protest. A total of 12 temporary laws were promulgated this time. These laws are transitional bills that have been slightly modified on the basis of the more mature laws of the Emerald Territory. They fill in the gaps in several imperial laws and improve the welfare of the Empire for the lowest level people. After so many years of development, the laws of the Immortal Fortress and the Emerald Territory are very different. It is unlikely that they can be completely transformed in one go. They can only rely on time to slowly adapt and modify, and constantly find the most appropriate balance point. For ordinary imperial people, most of these new laws are beneficial to themselves, especially those who lost their families in the war. Although they cannot see things too far, they can also feel that the Empire seems to have undergone some kind of benign change. The hereditary nobles who have long been accustomed to a luxurious life are naturally the ones who have been most impacted by the new laws. They thought that Leicester would attack them after they came to power, but they did not expect that the first knife would directly cut their aortas, and blood flowed all over the floor, and they almost cut off their heads. Leicester, this bastard, really doesn't leave us any way to live. Has he forgotten that he is also a member of the nobility? At the secret banquet held by the Swain family, the silver-haired young man, who was as beautiful and charming as the vampire in Twilight, put down the crystal goblet carrying fresh blood in his hand, and his eyes, like red amber, exuded a chilling murderous intent. He really doesn't know who is supporting this country all the way forward. If it weren't for us nobles to maintain this country, it would be up to those untouchables. You, or you? Roger Swain questioned the 3 naked blood slaves who were crawling at his feet as meat blankets. He grabbed the handsome male slave's neck casually, and his knuckles pressed out blue veins on the delicate and tender neck. Roger lowered his voice. Do you know how to govern a country? Do you know how to command an army? Tell me, without us to lead you bunch of ignorant idiots, what is your significance to this country? How could the male slave, who was already a little dizzy due to excessive blood loss, have the strength to speak? As the brain was not supplied with enough oxygen, the male slave who was questioned fainted directly. What can these useless people who can't even speak, who don't know what power is, do for the Empire? Rogier casually strangled the male slave's neck and threw the 100-pound southern corpse in his hand to the center of the stage like throwing away garbage. The dancing crowd was silent for a few seconds. As the magic lights swayed, a dozen men and women who were dancing striptease tore off their disguises and began to share the fresh flesh and blood like vicious dogs. After biting and swallowing, the male slave soon became a pile of broken bright red bones. Brunsterite, who was sitting on the other side of Rogier, sighed and drank the sweet but bitter blood wine in one gulp. It was all Leicester's fault. Such a delicious thing tasted tasteless in the mouth. Lord Rogier, you'd better calm down. You and I both know that Leicester's target from the beginning was us. Now we should consider how to win over other nobles to fight against this tyrant together. Isn't this why you invited me here? Rogier, who had vented a little, took a sip of the wine glass and snorted coldly. Just this morning, Dukakeo and Adlet Rethers took the initiative to go to the Supreme Command's combat conference room to meet with Leicester. These two traitors have led their families to completely surrender to Lester, who stands on the opposite side of the nobles. Then there is no need to consider these two families. We can try to win over other families. With a sneer, Rogier looked at his only ally with some contempt, without any intention of giving face. Apart from playing with women, the Scarlet Immortal in front of him is actually useless. Fool, I have spent the time you spent on women's bellies on contacting other families. The business of the Midalder family is overseas, and is not affected by the new laws of the Empire. The Serapum family and the Lancelot family have recognized Lester's position as the commander-in-chief, and will never stand on our side. The Cecilia family, the Eschausen family and the Sexter family have clearly rejected my proposal. Only the fence-sitter Clayton family has not responded to me. In this case, who do you think we can win over? Brunster, who did not care about Rogier's derogation of himself, lost his composure, and was more concerned about his situation being so worrying. Then, Lord Rogier, what should we do? Rogier narrowed his eyes, and stared at Brunster's pale face, which was as handsome as his own. Every Scarlet Immortal who is personally blessed by the blood ancestor has a special talent. He opened his right hand, and the blood wine in the cup formed a beautiful bloodline under the traction of the power. The bloodline drained the wine glass and merged into a solid spherical blood essence within a few seconds. After swallowing the blood sperm ball, Rogier said with some jealousy, "My talent is blood solidification, and your talent is scarlet charm. In this battle against the tyrant, you are more useful than me. The reason why Lester is so powerful is because he has a group of strong women as helpers." Brunster was stunned at first, and then his eyes widened. "My useful? Wait, you don't want me to seduce Lester's woman, right? That's the woman of the Demon Lord?" Rogier nodded. "You are right. I just received a crucial piece of information. Lester's beloved disciple Syndra is studying magic in the Black Rose Mage Academy. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If we can completely control Syndra, we can get more information about Lester by relying on the close relationship between Syndra and Lester. Brunster, with your means to women, Syndra will surely fall in love with you soon. At that time, you can use Syndra as an insider to disintegrate Lester's harem one by one. Those beautiful women can be played with by you, and they can also become our helpers against Lester. So, this task belongs to you." Under Rogier's description, Brunster seemed to see those high-ranking women crawling at his feet, shaking their tails, and begging for mercy, and making mocking sounds at Lester, who was like a stray dog. It must be said that he has done countless things, but he has never been as motivated to challenge difficulties as this time. Brunster hadn't finished his words when the stone door of the secret room was blasted open by explosion magic. Rubble flew everywhere, and more than 20 evil-looking dark guards rushed in from the dust. "This is a private residence. What do you bastards want to do? Is there any law?" Standing up from his seat, Rogier questioned the dark guard soldier in the lead. Raising his visor, the dark guard soldier grinned. It was none other than the dark guard's commander, Master. Someone anonymously reported that there were cultists from the Scarlet Society hiding here. I was ordered to come and search, but I didn't expect that the two dukes who symbolized the face of the Empire believed in cults themselves. The smile turned cold, and the great sword had already been chopped down. Rogier's head, which was like a work of art, rolled to the ground, and in half a breath, it and his body turned into a pool of foul-smelling mud. "What Scarlet Immortal? I thought you were really immortal. Have you recorded the video?" "Yes. The Duke of the Empire is corrupt. There is irrefutable evidence of collusion with the cult. For the glory of the Empire. Kill without mercy." Until his consciousness faded, Brunster could not figure out whether he was dreaming. If he did not take action, it would be fine. But once he took action, it was thunderous. Within 3 days, the two dukes of the Empire and their respective families were completely destroyed by the Dark Guard in the Edge of Night. The judgment blade that fell from the sky chopped off heads and rolled down. For a time, the air of the Immortal Fortress was filled with the smell of blood that could not be concealed. The Imperial Supreme Command represented by Lester then announced the crimes of the Wright family and the Swain family. The countless sins were displayed in the form of magical images, which made countless Narxons furious, but also burst into tears. After this incident, the people of the empire were grateful to the new commander-in-chief for eradicating the cancer of the empire in a consistent manner, but they were also somewhat afraid of the commander-in-chief's ruthless means. You must know that the two families together have nearly 1,000 people. Faced with such a fierce means, even the neutral noble leader Malthus Serapion was a little frightened and dared not continue to hold the heirs. After quietly holding an internal meeting, the neutral noble forces headed by the Serapion family expressed their obedience and agreed with other imperial nobles to the new laws promulgated by the empire. Of course, the so-called supreme command is still the one-man show of the Demon Lord. The nobles only have the right to make suggestions, and only Leicester has the right to decide. Under Leicester's control, the turmoil in the Immortal Fortress soon subsided. Since then, the aristocratic culture of the Naxos Empire has completely changed. The aristocracy is no longer divided into the old and new factions, and the nobility is no longer determined by bloodline. It is no longer a hereditary system. Naxos has only one kind of aristocracy, that is, the military nobility. The achievements on the battlefield have become the only criterion for judgment. As more and more grassroots government officials from the Emerald Territory go to various parts of the empire, which is full of acne, has regained its vitality. Everything is changing for the better. At least it is not like before when the old and the young are left without support. In the second year, Leicester finally established an administrative management mechanism with Fidlet as the heart and the Immortal Fortress as the brain. So far, Leicester has completed the initial transformation of the empire. After stabilizing the new framework, Leicester has gradually let go and let the two Angel sisters, Cinna and Mishap, take over part of the empire's affairs. It's not that he wants to be a hands-off boss. The main reason is that he is too busy. He needs to personally control the continental war against Ionia. At that time, he won't have so much time to decide the development path of the empire. In terms of governance, Cinna is much better than him now, and being the empire's Archon is a waste of talent. With Hilla and Mishap in charge of the empire, he could start this great expedition of the empire with confidence. Chapter 699 First Live broadcast in front of the observers. The frost wind of Freljord has reached the southern part of Eloran, and the temperature is about to reach the lowest point of the year. When the Ice and Snow Festival is approaching, the people of the southern continent have stopped their work and started to prepare for the festival. Originally, the tribesmen of Freljord did not have the leisure time to put down their weapons and rest at this time of year. The continental caravans composed of the Frostgird clan and the Naxos Empire have slightly eased the tense survival problem. The large armed caravans loaded with food, weapons, and armor have fixed trade routes. At each trading point, the tribesmen of Freljord will hand over the excess animal skins and the ore mined in the mines to the caravans, and get bread, wheat and various grains that are unimaginable in the southern continent from the caravans. If there are lucky people who can mine gems from the mines, they can even buy a complete set of weapons and armor for the tribe. With the food supply from the south, at least most tribes in Freljord can have a relatively easy winter this year. It seems that inadvertently, the Naxos Empire, which always travels through mountains and rivers to bring supplies, has been labeled as friendly and powerful in the hearts of every Freljordian. Of course, there are also many Freljordians who think that they can go to the south to live a happy life as long as they pick up an axe. At the invitation of Lysandra, Leicester stayed in the Frostgird fortress for a month. Perhaps because he has an affinity with the ice element, Leicester feels refreshed for the extreme cold that ordinary people cannot endure. On the Butcher's Bridge, above the Howling Abyss, Leicester, who changed into the iceborne tights customized by Lysandra herself, walked on the right side near the edge of the bridge. On Leicester's side, Lysandra, who was wearing a dark blue knee-length skirt, held the man's hand tightly. If you don't look at her somewhat cold face, she looks like a little woman who is outing with her husband. Stopping beside the huge sheep-headed statue, Leicester turned his head helplessly and looked at the Ice Witch who was staring at his lower body with her head down. He always felt that the bridge hole under the Butcher's Bridge was gloomy. It's okay to bring myself to the Howling Abyss in the cold winter, but what the hell is this overly avant-garde clothing? It's out of the question. Lysandra, this dress is indeed a bit too embarrassing for me. It's okay to expose the navel, but why? Why are there two pieces of cloth at the hem? Do these two pieces of cloth have any special meaning other than being convenient for ventilation? Hearing this, Lysandra showed an ambiguous smile on her face, looked away from the hidden microphone, raised her little face, and said lightly, "Don't question my aesthetic ability, Lester. The Ice Priest costume you are wearing is not something that everyone can wear. More than 8,000 years ago, the first men with ice blood used their strength to break the ancient clan rules set by the War Mother with my help, becoming tribal elders more powerful than the War Mother, and obtaining the qualifications to marry multiple blood allies. I think you should know that only the War Mother is qualified to marry multiple blood allies in Freljord. Every powerful male priest can conquer 10 witches independently. I personally designed this set of sacrificial costumes for my male subordinates in order to make my country prosperous and strong. Now that so many years have passed, only you are qualified to wear this sacrificial costume in front of me." Lester had a blank expression. As expected of a young lady over 8,000 years old, you can even pull out an unknown history by dating a wild pava. Lysandra was a little confused. Wild pava? What does this mean? Lester sighed, squatted down, and looked at Lysandra's skirt with his eyes slightly narrowed. "Jenna, please, let Lysandra show her true form." Whoosh whoosh. The skirt moved without wind, and the holy light almost blinded Lester's wide open titanium dog eyes. Lester stroked his forehead. Sure enough, this old woman from the Immortals had bad intentions when she brought him out. She looked so dignified, but there must be a ferocious beast in her heart. On the other side, Lysandra also knew Lester's thoughts. She pinched the skirt with her left and right hands, and a dangerous arc appeared at the corner of her mouth. "Does it look good?" The man took a deep breath and smiled calmly. At this point, as a man, how can he shrink back? "It looks good. The key is where do you want me to go?" Lysandra put down the skirt and smiled. "The Hall of the Nine. Do you dare?" Lester opened his mouth wide. "What is the Hall of the Nine?" "That is a place where millions of people are buried, thousands of miles of ice, and connected to the void world." Lester originally thought that hitting a big snowball on the Butcher's Bridge would be exciting enough, but he never expected that Lysandra would be so cruel that she would actually come to the void world for the first time to perform live. "As ho, are you serious? You are playing so big under the eyes of the observer?" Lysandra raised her head, rolled her tongue tip over her lower lip flexibly, stood on tiptoes and leaned forward, her face and body almost touching Lester's chest. "Height difference. I can feel some kind of mark from the void on you. Lester, you and I have made a deal with the void, right?" Lester, who was looking down at him, was stunned for a moment, then nodded. "So, you knew it a long time ago. Wait, is this also the reason why you chose to lower yourself and make close friends with me?" "To be precise, it is one of the reasons. After all, in addition to making close friends, I also like other things about you." After getting the answer she wanted, Lysandra stood up straight with satisfaction and walked to the other end of the Butcher's Bridge. "The Watchers will not attack their observers and traders. You and I are the safest people in Frostgard Fortress. So, what's wrong with showing those void creatures who only know how to destroy the world the origin of life? I'm just afraid you don't have the courage." Lester smiled with a strange look on his face. "I can promise you to go down, but you have to promise me one thing." "You say?" Standing in front of the 6 rune monoliths, Lysandra patted the coffin of Guardian Gregor. As expected, in front of her, this coward did not dare to come out. Behind Lysandra, Lester felt a little sorry that he could not see the old bachelor of the Avarosa clan who was nagging about looking for a female ghost. He could not see the sexy old bachelor, and the man could only look at Lysandra's curvy body reluctantly. "After you go down, you must obey me in everything. After all, I'm the Ice Priest today, and you are just a little witch." "Yes, my Lord Priest, the little witch will obey you, that's more like it." Located in the gap between the two worlds, the monitor who came from the void with a desire for knowledge and the desire to decompose matter closed his eyes and tried to stretch out his tentacles like octopus legs, but his invisible and intangible body was bound and condensed by endless ice crystals. The void element, that were enough to erode any matter or energy, hit a wall on the substance called true ice, which froze the void element. The monitor could only wait patiently, and it happened that time was the least valuable thing for the void. What's more, it could experience various interesting dreams from its collaborators. Such a strange feeling was even greater than the satisfaction brought by personally commanding the void creatures to invade the earth. Just as nothing in the world is eternal, the cold air of the true ice that maintains the seal is not endless. The true ice seals a void element, and the void element are also eroding the true ice that has not melted for thousands of years. The snowman who made the true ice will die one day. At that time, Freljord will become the second Icathia in the mouth of humans. Therefore, instead of trying to destroy the true ice seal, it is better to let the end of the world come naturally. As for the other rebel who has betrayed the void world, he will be wiped out early and there is nothing to fear. It's just, what are these two uninvited guests doing? Sensing the unique breath of the void, the observer woke up from his dream and looked at the ice surface through the deep purple true ice without knowing why. In the ensemble of the nine-headed snowman beating his chest angrily, two butterflies flew side by side in the ice crystal land. In the observer's own opinion, this is simply impossible. In the dream, the observer also learned about the breeding process of many mammals, but he had never seen such an aggressive scene. The human body is so amazing. Its limbs and body parts have the same flexible mobility as tentacles. Although it has not evolved sickles or shells like the Zerg creatures for killing or defense, it still has unparalleled aggressiveness and lethality. Fist grabbing, grasping, hand pulling, hip strikes, every move and every style is difficult to crack, with thousands of forces and indistinguishable intensity. The observer found that no matter which relative position the two people were in, the effect created by the battle remained amazingly consistent. Look, the snowmen who were also watching the battle were about to go crazy. The unprecedented joy made the observer's active thinking stagnate for a few seconds. Perhaps on the road to exploring the essence of matter and energy, he should reconsider how to use the happiness that humans desire to eliminate humans, a chaotic race that breaks the peace of the void world. Under the surveillance of the observer, this unique battle finally ended, and the proud swan chose to lower its neck. This method seems to be much better than giving away magic blood, magic equipment, and talent. Unable to suppress his curiosity, the monitor mobilized all his strength to penetrate the ice, and established a special connection with the man, who was as immovable as a mountain, and rested his head on the woman's lap to think about life. Child, I'm very satisfied with your performance. I hope you can bring me more such wonderful battles in the future. Great Sage Lester. Although he was mentally prepared, Big Eyeball actually watched a super long live broadcast and liked it. It was more or less embarrassing. Of course, Lester didn't mind that the void energy chimera, which was not even asexual, served as an audience for himself and Lysandra. Monitor, it's hard to believe that you are interested in such a performance. The voice of the void monitor that appeared in his mind was as gentle as always, and as patient as a mother talking to the placenta in her belly. The void itself has no preferences. I'm just interested in special individuals like you and Lysandra. In fact, the more I observe you humans, the more I feel that you humans should accept our power. Every life should be immersed in eternal tranquility. We can be integrated with each other like a family and never separate. Lester stared at Lysandra's quiet and delicate face and smiled silently. For us humans, becoming part of the Great Will is no different from being dead. Watcher, the reason why humans are interesting is that they have free will. As long as we have enough time, we can choose to be a good person or an unforgivable evil person. Whether it is good or bad, no matter what the price of the choice will be, this is an unpredictable part of human destiny. Good people will be punished, and evil people will be rewarded. It seems absurd, but it is absolutely true. In fact, in my opinion, the nothingness you mentioned should not be considered to be affected by Runeland. In other words, it is just that some special sounds awakened you from your deep sleep, so you chose to attack Runeland. If you find the connection between the world of nothingness and Runeland, you may be able to cut off this connection and restore peace to the world of nothingness. Hearing this, the Watcher did not refute. I came from the world of nothingness. My curiosity about Runeland gave me this adaptable body that can deconstruct matter and energy, but my first goal is still to return this noisy and irritable world to eternal silence. Child, things are not that simple. Every void consciousness will have its own unique expression after it descends into the world. The end point of every void expression is the tranquility of nothingness. This is an unchangeable ending. The relationship between Runeland and my world is more like the relationship between egg yolk and egg white. For us, unless the yolk is destroyed, the yolk will always chatter beside the egg white. Remember, disturbing the slumber of nothingness is the most intolerable thing for nothingness. But about the thing I entrusted you to do, child, have you found a void will that was born in Runeland itself? I have been investigating the void will you mentioned. Although I'm not sure of the specific location, I have a rough range. I still need to confirm where it is in that case, child. I'm waiting for your good news asterisk. Chapter 700 Signs Changes. After spending a cold and beautiful winter holiday in Frostgate Fortress, Lester took advantage of the Bandle portal opening to the Frostjade Mountains, and said goodbye to Lysandra, who was reluctant to leave. He returned to the Immortal Bastion with the help of Bandle Witch Nora's Doorbook. Originally, he wanted to meet with Missa to discuss the recent development of the Empire. At this time, LeBlanc happened to send news about Cyan. Lester thought about it, and decided to go to the Black Rose Mage Academy first. After finding the magic chamber, where Cyan's body was imprisoned, Lester opened the door, and found that Syndra was there. Syndra, aren't you studying holy light magic? Syndra smiled and bowed like a lady, pinching the hem of her robe. Sister LeBlanc asked me to come here, saying that I might be able to help. Lester then looked at the pale witch who was staring at Cyan's body. LeBlanc, do you have any new discoveries? LeBlanc's eyes moved along the chains that bound the big guy's corpse, and finally stopped on his slightly trembling lips. Without turning back, she said seriously, Lester, can the puppet revived by the blood magic of the Darkin gain self-awareness? Hearing this, Lester's expression changed. He stepped forward and stood between LeBlanc and Syndra, staring at the corpse that seemed to be whispering, and said firmly, absolutely impossible. I've already asked Artrix. The blood magic that Vladimir learned from the Darkin can only mutate blood and extract life. Blood magic cannot create consciousness or pull souls. Otherwise, the Darkin would never have died at the hands of Vladimir. You've also investigated the matter. After the Crimson Order stole Cyan's body, Vladimir personally cast a spell using blood magic to infuse vitality into Cyan's corpse, turning Cyan into a living zombie without consciousness, which he used as a secret weapon to break into the Black Rose Mage Academy. The fact is that after you trapped Cyan and drained his vitality to break the blood magic, Cyan fell asleep again. LeBlanc spoke word by word after getting an answer that was exactly the same as her own conjecture. Then why is he talking? Syndra was concentrating on being a student and listener behind the two of them. She felt a little uncomfortable in the magic chamber with anti-magic seals, which was enough to show how high the security level was here, not to mention the absolute magic space in the true ice wall, where the Pale Witch used to suppress various extraordinary demon corpses. Without any special circumstances, Scene, who was bound by magic steel chains, came back to life and whispered. Thinking of this, even Syndra, who had experienced the Nether War in Nockland, couldn't help but feel a little scared, because she had heard Lester talk about how terrible the evil gods who like to lead people to fall outside the world were. This thing was too weird. Not knowing that his beloved disciple Syndra was unconsciously holding the staff, Lester's love, close to his back, Lester, who wanted to analyze the condition of Scene's body from the level of magic element, directly opened the arcane vision. In the blue-purple vision, there are all kinds of dazzling arcane light balls and elemental tides. These are the various spells imposed by LeBlanc. The true ice wall and space that touch the magic steel chains that flash with a light red light reflect a light blue light, which means there are no element. So, why does the body of Cyan, who was tied to death by magic steel chains, have a faint glow of blood red magic? Is he resurrected like the background of the original world? It can't be. LeBlanc is already his person. What's the point of secretly transforming the body? How is it? Can you see anything? There is nothing wrong with your magic chamber. The problem is with Scene's body. Is the blood magic left in his body not cleaned up? It is impossible that it is not cleaned up. You know the effect of this magic seal. Before the ice wall was replaced with true ice, it was enough to suppress me. Now with true ice as the outer seal, even if your little apprentice Syndra lives in it, I guarantee that she will be sucked dry in 2 days, without exception. Lester did not refute this point. He removed the arcane vision that could no longer see more content and fixed his eyes on the high purity magic steel chain. Unlock the outer seal. I think I have some ideas. Okay. Confident that she could control the situation, LeBlanc used magic to control the true ice stone wall to open to one side. In Lester's view, it felt like opening the lid of a standing coffin. Taking a few steps forward to approach Scene's body, which was incredibly strong, Lester looked up at Scene, took a deep breath, and solemnly placed his hand on the magic steel chain. Pests. Fuck. Lester, who had released the chains, took 3 steps back and was hugged softly by Syndra behind him. LeBlanc took a few steps forward and asked very quickly, "Is there a problem? Do you want to reopen the seal?" After being shocked, the man's face was very strange. No, if I'm not mistaken, he was indeed talking, and he was saying the word pests. Pests? What do you mean? LeBlanc didn't understand, so Lester could only force an explanation. Let's put it this way, probably before his death, his obsession with the Empire's pests prevented his soul from completely dissipating. It would have been fine if he was buried underground, but Vladimir's group of Empire vampires had to dig Cyan out and use magic to torture him in order to deal with the Black Rose. In this way, Cyan's body was contaminated by the Darkin magic. Lester paused, and LeBlanc nodded to digest Lester's speculation. The fact that Cyan's dead skin had turned into dark red hard skin fully demonstrated this point. Cyan's body was indeed changed by the Darkin magic. Then, during the time in the Black Rose, you locked up Scene's body here and used magic steel to bind his body. The rune power contained in the magic steel and the remaining bloodthirsty murderousness of Scene were combined, which revived a tiny part of Scene's broken soul. In this way, an abnormal body was occupied by an abnormal soul by chance. How can we return Scene to the Sexter family? I'm afraid that Scene will kill all his children and grandchildren if he mutates. Syndra, who was silently hugging Lester from behind, lowered her voice calmly. How about we not send him? Keep General Scene's body for a search first. Holding Syndra's little hand, Lester turned around and scratched Syndra's delicate nose. No, I actually have a new idea. If it is handled properly, it may be realized. Of course, it still needs your cooperation. Teacher, what is your idea? Watching the interaction between Lester and Syndra, LeBlanc felt a little funny and even wanted to take out a chilled watermelon to bite it, but she didn't feel jealous at all. In terms of seniority, she is Lester's master, and Syndra is Lester's apprentice, so she should be considered Syndra's master. Speaking of it, the habit of the master eating the apprentice seems to have started from her. Perhaps because of this, she also likes the ambitious Syndra and doesn't mind Syndra being intimate with her man in front of her. Maybe this is a closer relationship? Just as LeBlanc imagined some scenes of the 3 masters and apprentices traveling west, Lester said something that shocked the 2 women. I will try to complete Cyan's soul and completely revive Cyan. If I can get Cyan, the general who protects the country, back again, all the efforts will be worth it. Narxan calendar, 947 AD. In the capital of Demacia, with a loud cry of a baby, the royal family of the kingdom brought good news to the people of Demacia. With the birth of the prince, the kingdom of Demacia finally got rid of the endless pressure from its old neighbor to the east, and the Demacians finally breathed a sigh of relief. In the words of the Narxans, the 55-year-old immortal German emperor finally got the first child of the Lightshield family in the belly of the new princess. Not to mention that this somewhat personal evaluation came from an Narxan barbarian who was so outspoken that he could be hanged 100 times in Demacia. The fact that the kingdom of Demacia had a successor played a decisive role in the development of the situation in the countries of the Valoran continent. From a warlord to the supreme commander, who controls most of Valoran, the demon lord Lestat has achieved unprecedented feats that even the dark tyrants thousands of years ago could not do. The so-called most of is not an empty word, but a real territorial area. Many people don't know how big and how far Valoran is, but many people know that they will never be able to walk from the south to the north of the empire in their entire lives. To describe it with a more accurate geographical location, the territory of the Narxan Empire extends to the Freljord tundra in the north, the twin coastal cities south of the Grand Barrier in the south, the endless sea of watchers in the east, and the Green Fang Peak Eternal Peak Mountain City defense line, which was the pride of the Dalmatians, but was broken by Naxos' scion, in the west. If you ride a dragon bird and look down from a high altitude, the Naxan Empire is like a giant dragon's mouth, swallowing up the entire southern continent south of the Freljord tundra. Putting aside the Freljord Frostgird clan, tribal people are not considered a kingdom that has established an alliance with the Naxan Empire in the northern continent. The only 3 countries that can still maintain the independence of the kingdom are like bait that can be torn apart at any time by the dragon's mouth. The Principality of Valoran and the Kingdom of Northland are the most anxious. The 2 countries are located in the south and north of the Valoran Plain, right at the position of the dragon's tongue. They are bitten tightly by the dragon's teeth of the empire surrounding them, with no possibility of further development. They can't find anything to do, except shivering all day long. In contrast, the Kingdom of Demacia on the west coast of the continent is not in the encirclement of the dragon's mouth, but it has no way to escape. To the west is the vast Sea of Conquerors, and to the east of Green Fang Peak Eternal Peak is the sphere of influence of the Naxan Empire. Except for attacking the desolate and cold Freljord to the north, the whole country is like being on an isolated island formed by a ring of mountains, and can only wait for the tsunami volcano from the super empire to swallow itself up. Combined with the military strength and advanced governance system of the Emerald Territory, it is unrealistic for the continental countries to hope that the Naxos Empire will be like the Valoran Kingdom, which was once inferior to the Naxos Empire and rebelled because of its vast territory, thus causing the kingdom to be torn apart. The only way to resist is to keep warm together. At least when you are beaten, you can get less slaps if you have good brothers. Because of this, for the rulers of the Kingdom of Northland and the Principality of Valoran, the fact that Javan II, who has entered his old age, gave birth to a prince is even happier than their princess giving birth to a daughter who is not of their blood. There are many illegitimate children in the aristocracy, and you have me, and I have him. Whether they are biological or not is not important. What is important is that the son is beaten hard and the daughter is played with flowers. With Javan III, at least the Kingdom of Demacia will not face the chaotic situation of having no crown prince. Let's not talk about whether Demacia, which is 108,000 miles away, can help them who are already in the encirclement. There is a powerful kingdom with a stable regime in the west, at least when they are beaten, they still have a prayer. Javan II was well aware of the neutral old Six Kingdoms thoughts. At his son's 100-day banquet, he accepted the generous gifts from the 2 countries with peace of mind, and made several unconventional contacts under the noses of the Naxos Empire envoys. It is still unknown what topics the 3 countries with the same suffering and the same fate discussed, but the Empire envoys could see that the envoys of the 2 kingdoms did not seem to be in high spirits on the way back. In the night court of the Demacia Palace, amid the chirping of insects and birds, the grey-haired Javan II held his infant son in one hand and drove away the 3 daughters who wanted to play with his brother and looked a bit annoying. The old emperor, who had spent decades in worry, sighed and carefully opened the heroic biography that his father had told him countless times on the jade table. His somewhat turbid eyes were once again filled with a few rays of light called hope. A long time ago, a group of winged demons flew from the southern continent, bringing with them countless evil powers. They used their power to enslave the human kingdom, slaughtering and raping humans on a daily basis. Humans were not even as good as pigs and dogs. Some people were willing to be their slaves and dared not fight against their masters. They turned around and whipped their fellow men with their evil power. Under the dim light, the sleeping baby pursed his lips, but the story of Javan II continued, with his eyes a little blurry. The gods finally brought down divine punishment and destroyed those winged demons, but the seeds left by the demons did not dissipate, but took root and sprouted in this beautiful land. Without the masters who enslaved them, the mages who mastered the evil power continued to bully their compatriots with the witchcraft left by their masters. In the darkness, no one dared to resist them, and no one dared to light the first torch. Until 2 sparks met, the fire began to appear, and they walked forward on the starry night, dispelling the boundless darkness with the glorious will of ordinary people. Javan Dark and Doran used flags and giant hammers to lead the warriors who were unwilling to be oppressed on a journey to find their home. They defeated the bandits, drove away the robbers, and defeated the arrogant mages with wisdom and courage. God paved the way for them, and they successfully walked to the end of the land, and saw the beautiful pale forest like ivory. From that day on, the people struggling in the darkness saw the light. This light is called Demacia. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.